It's cool. There's a lot of cool stuff going on. Not like for stateside, but international. There's a bunch of cool shit going on. Yeah. Seems like they're updating more than we are because we're on this next gen train. Which when that comes out, it'd be cool. But until then, it should be nice to be able to use my inline thermal on my M4 instead of looking at a front sight post.
Yeah, I think the thing is they're just really far behind in a lot of these countries, and they also that's what they got to work with what they have.
Yep.
That's also part of the reason why I thought this would be kind of an interesting discussion for us to discuss just that. What about those people that this is all they have? What about those people that all they have is that M14 Hess?
Yeah. Poor little fellas.
And so I thought, with that in mind, in our previous discussions with Mick, it'd be nice to have his input as well, specifically about the M14.
I don't really run into those too much overseas. There's not a lot of those out there.
But the Philippines still has some, and I was trying to send all of ours to North Korea, but nobody elected me president, so I couldn't do it. But that's what I've done, sent to North Korea. But there's still some places running around. Oh, we got Terrebonne in there. Yeah, I'm trying to get the Terry beard going on since you shaved yours off.
So we're having a bit of a technical difficulty with Hakan. Hakan? I'm going to need to also ask, what is the proper pronunciation of your first name? But if you look down at the bottom of the screen, on Ash's screen and your screen, you have that icon that your microphone is muted. Basically, find that same button on basically on the screen. And so, on my computer, it's at the top, and then I think it's on tablets and phones. That same icon is at the bottom that you just press, and it's right next to the same button or virtual button to turn off your screen. But if you're on like a phone or a tablet, that button should be on the actual screen.
Do you want me to mute now?
Oh, you're fine.
What you're saying?
Oh, no. Yeah. Okay, so it's an iPad. I haven't. Oh, dang it! I'm not much of an Apple person, so I'm not sure. But yeah, if you look at your, tap on the screen, and then the menu should come up. And then did you see that should be 1, 2, 3, about 6 different icons. There's an add a person, mute your mic, turn off your camera, your bandwidth usage, your settings, and then to leave the call. And it looks like you're able to turn off your camera. Worst case scenario, if you disconnect and reconnect, that should work. And then we can walk you through. Yeah, and again, for those of you following at home, this is why we start a little early, just to make sure that we can run through the technical issues. What was it? I think it was last week. Chuck was on and was having audio difficulties. He came in late, so we couldn't diagnose the problems. So, Marc, where were you before DSArms?
A little kid.
Oh, okay.
No, not really. I was doing law enforcement in the Midwest, Glock sales basically. So,
okay.
But this was before they had all their sales teams and stuff, so they did most of it by dealers.
Okay.
And then I got into retail sales force training, basically training people on this is how a bolt action is, and this is the difference between a Remington and a Winchester and all that stuff. I did that for a while, and I said I wanted to get into the manufacturing side of the more of the semi-automatic black type rifles, because that's what I grew up with. So,
cool.
Yeah, I've got no mil and no LE, but I come from that family though.
Cool.
Do you hear me now?
Yes. Did you found the button?
No, I reconnected. I
okay.
cut off and reconnected.
And you're over in Sweden.
That's right.
As we speak.
And I have probably a serious input here. In Sweden, they're looking at changing battle rifle, or they're actually looking at changing the army rifle. And one of the big reasons is the new Ratnik vests that the Russians are using. So 5.56 won't penetrate at all, even with an AP. So the new targets that the Swedish Army are using, they have a big part here where you get zero when you hit. And 7.62 AP have a limited possibility to penetrate those vests. The vests are basically a level 4 vest, but that puts the 7.62 versus the 5.56 in a whole new perspective, because you won't have any effect at all with 5.56.
Interesting.
And I know also that the U.S. Army, they're looking into this, and they're looking into possibly new calibers. And Sweden, they haven't, as far as I know, decided which route to go. Because either you have to learn the soldiers to be a lot better shooters and go for head and pelvis area, or you have to come up with a caliber that actually penetrates.
You know, it's interesting. I talk to the Finns frequently, and they're sharing a border right with Russia, and how they're sticking with basically Russian calibers. I'm wondering if they're going to maintain that, or if they're going to go to the way or the same way everyone else seems to be, and looking at additional calibers to defeat Russian armor. And then we have Buck.
That's the thing. And there's about, we'll just toss out a rough number, 200 different solutions to the problem right now.
Yep.
Just because there isn't one. Basically, they're throwing money at technology to see what can come up. Because if we, like Hakan, did I say that right, Hakan?
Yes.
Okay. So,
I usually say Hakan, but it really doesn't matter, because regardless of how many times you try, you won't get it right. So you just drop the whole name thing.
And everyone listening is saying it now too.
Yeah. So we can either, the thing with armor, and we talked about this a long time ago, you can shoot through it or you can shoot around it. So to shoot around it, you have to be able to shoot well, because that takes your 20x40 target that everybody's used to shooting down to a 10-inch target. It's real easy to say, hey, just shoot around it, and that works when you're in CQB when it's right there. But with combat happening, starting to stretch out a little bit, 150, 200, 250. You got to. I like to pick on the 82nd Airborne Dirt Darts, but their hit percentage on a 20x40 target at 300 is like freaking 18%. They're on that same size target at 200, 20x40 is 60%. So if you go, hey, you can only shoot them in the head, those guys are only hitting the big target 60% of the time. So now that you just watch the line of hits drop down. So that becomes a question of, can I teach better shooting, or do I have to get that new caliber? So they're chasing both the shooting and the caliber and seeing what's going to come to life first. And
really, a lot of the rifles don't have the accuracy that is needed for just go for head, especially when we come out to distance.
I remember going through a scope carbine course where we had all kinds of, let's see here, I think the furthest engagement was 1,000 yards, and it was fun just dealing with wind. Yeah. And so most of us were shooting 5.56, and the 308 guys, man, they were able to get their hits so much easier, but so many variables, so many factors, and so much money to invest in good training and people that are dedicated enough to see it through and try to perfect themselves.
Or we do fire control, where fire control gets all your environmentals, and it has a little dot floating in the center, and it does all that for you. So, but fire control doesn't exist in a deployable form right now. The caliber that penetrates the armor doesn't exist in a deployable form right now. So shooters, guys that can shoot that good, don't exist. The accuracy, because we're getting 3.5 minutes out of our M4s, and that's all they demand. Well, the three minutes at 300 is 9 inches, so I'm trying to shoot a 10-inch target. That there's no room for error in that, and it's all gun. So that's where and you could say, well, just make the guns more accurate. That's cool, but there's ways that you do that, and part of what happens is your reliability starts decreasing. So there's that, and that's why this thing of and they're chasing around all over the place, and the internet. Gotta love the internet, but every time that somebody talks about this new caliber, they start going off on this thing of and that's where the M14 hate came from. This is the perfect ModCast to do that, is because when this problem came out, it was based around armor. And then they were like, well, just give them M14s and that'll fix everything. And we're just like, oh, motherfucker, shut up. And that's where the M14 hate came from. So yeah, like I say, perfect opportunity to bring that in. And that's really where we are. I like to blame the NRA and the U.S. Army Ordnance Corps, because back in the old testing, and this is something we did just lead into, before the M14 was decided on, and they were testing a Garand in like a 276 Peterson or a 280 something, some sort of intermediate caliber. So this is early 50s. They were testing an intermediate caliber where that we would have been better off in if we'd have went there, but the NRA and the Ordnance Corps decided we still needed to keep 30 caliber bullets for various reasons. So we went to the 30 caliber, and that came up with 308. And that basically set us back, 50, 60 years on it, because now we're just now circling back to that, where we could have been a whole lot farther down the road. 5.56 might not have been a thing.
Funny thing is, when Sweden adopted the G3 in 65, they actually tried both G3 and FAL in 6.555. So at that time, and I know that there was other countries looking at other calibers too. So at that time, 7.62 wasn't really that fixed as it is today, or was for the last 30 years.
Why did the G3 win over the FAL?
I don't know why it won. Today, I think it's pretty obvious. The G3 have a free-floating barrel, so the accuracy out of a stock G3 without any filling on is better. Then the G3 sucks on the ergonomics. The ergonomics is real bad. But the main thing why I have worked a lot with G3 is there are so many countries that still are running G3s, and they will continue to do for decades to come. And I often get the comments from US users, oh, why don't you change rifle? Well, it's not that easy. In USA, a sheriff's department just changed rifle because they want to. But here we have national police organizations, and we have national armies, and it takes a long time to do anything. A lot of them don't have any money, so they continue with what they have, and they have to do the best of it.
Yeah.
It's 100% what I've been dealing with for the last 10 years.
Yeah. And a funny thing that I run into, especially with Americans, is they some way see the G3 as a sacred rifle that you shouldn't touch. It should look Rhodesian, or it should look Bushwar something. And if you touch it, you're really destroying it. And they can't see, shit, there is millions of people that still are running the G3 as the only option there is. And it's not a bad option. It's really, really a good option. In Sweden, I'm pretty sure the G3 will survive the FNC. So the FNC will get scrapped first, decades before the G3.
I think that was interesting. When we were setting this up, you and I had a quick chat about the G3 and how it is held on a sacred pedestal. And if you alter it or anything, and you take it from its original configuration, this is blasphemy. I thought that was a really interesting concept.
That's when I come flying off the top ropes with my angle grinder and cut the fucking crop sights off that thing.
How do you really feel?
And the funny thing that most of those people that are against any kind of conversion of the G3, they have bought something like a PTR with the Picatinny rail on. So they don't have any original collector-grade gun anyway. If they had a collector-grade gun, yeah, I would totally agree. I wouldn't touch it either. My personal G3 is made by HK in 66. No, I would not weld on that gun. No way. But for a newly manufactured gun, there is really nothing sacred about it. Not in my opinion, at least.
Yeah. And yeah, that is not something I would not turn down if I had the opportunity to get one of those. No. And then I'd have to talk to you and Buck and some other people on how to make it really cool.
One of your like 46 ARs, dude. I'm telling you.
But I already have 46, so I need something different. That's why I picked up this little guy. So,
yeah, good man.
I was recently in another country, and we made a lot of tests around the E3 because that is what that country is running. So they're looking to an upgrade, and they took a number of G3s and first shot them with upgrades, and then they made a drop test from 2 meters into steel. That's pretty interesting. The rifle won't survive it. The barrels was bent, and the front sight was moving, and there were a whole lot of issues. But it was really interesting to see how the gear either stays on the gun or it comes flying through the air after it hits the steel.
And Buck, how many times were you issued or did you deploy with a G3?
Just once in the stand. Yeah.
But if I remember correctly, you had really positive things to say about it, though, right?
Yeah. Had really good luck with it. That's something I was going to toss out whenever you guys stopped talking. But something I've noticed about the G3 is that it's one of the few platforms I've seen where it's been manufactured in several different countries and has remained accurate and reliable. Like the gun I had was manufactured in Pakistan, and no issues with it at all, man.
So what you're saying is, unlike here in the U.S., we can get a Colt, a Hodge, and a PSA, and they're all going to be completely different.
Yes.
And even with one of those companies, you have different variances, and it's not Colt or Hodge.
Yes, exactly. Like as long as they bought the TDP from the Germans and set up manufacturing in their own country, like it seems like they really stuck to the TDP or whatever you want to call it. It's worked out really well in every variant that I've ever fired. So
very cool.
I was visiting one of those factories, and it was HK that set them all up. A lot of the machinery was HK, so it's really an HK factory in a different country. So that the only thing that really can go bad is if the engineers in the new country try to change something over time. But the original setup of the gun is probably very, very solid.
Yeah, exactly. Like my experience, like with the AK platform, if they licensed the TDP and got trained by the Russians, mostly former Warsaw Pact countries, was that most of the guns were neck and neck. And once you got outside of the Warsaw Pact countries, the quality went. It could have been a better gun. Most likely, it was an extremely shittier version of that particular Kalashnikov. But I have not noticed that with the G3. They are what they are, and you can basically grab a gun from Iran or Pakistan or Germany or wherever, and you're probably going to have a pretty good weapon. Just a random observation over the years.
That is a really cool observation. Matter of fact, that's going to add a new topic. Well, Mick will be here very, very shortly. Got a text from Dugan, and he's having technical difficulties. Hopefully he will be here. We will see. But as soon as Mick's in here, we can verify that he's functional. We can start her up. So since we did talk about G3 so much, Marc?
Yes.
I don't have anything to say to you.
Okay. You're already a G3 fan. It's a sturdy gun. I don't blame people for liking them. The FAL has a. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, but I've messed with those. I've messed with M14s. I have zero experience with this, and that's why I felt the need to buy it. Yeah. Because I wanted to see this for myself because it's just so cool. They're all so cool, but yeah.
Hey, Matt,
ergonomics.
Sorry, Matt, text me your mailing address. I think I've got some new and wrap 25 round DSA mags I've had for like 15 years.
Oh, cool.
Mail it. Yeah. I don't have a FAL anymore, so.
Okay, Mick, come on. Ash, know any good jokes?
M14 is a good gun.
Toyota Tacoma is a good pickup.
I got issues going on right now with the Tundra, and your thing that happened to yours. Yeah. I wonder if it happened to mine because what I get is on deceleration. It sounds like either a chain slipping or the splines on the like you decelerate and it goes you like this chattering noise.
Right.
I was gonna crawl under there and see if mine is looking like your transfer case.
Is it doing it in 4-wheel drive or just 2-wheel drive, or have you noticed?
I was doing it in both. In Florida, there's not a lot of places that throw it into 4-wheel drive, but I was in Georgia on Tuesday and playing around in the mud up there, and it was in 4-wheel drive. It was doing it too, but it's just like on deceleration. It's like as soon as it comes off engine braking, then you let off the gas and it's like and then cha. I'm just like, oh, something's gonna fucking die here pretty soon. I was just hoping to get back from Georgia.
Yeah, the dealership put me in a 2018 Tundra for like the rental vehicle while they were working on my truck, and I was driving it. Dealership's about an hour and 45 minutes away from me, so I was driving down to turn it in today and get my truck back. And it's only I literally drove it from the dealership to my house, parked it for like 3 or 4 days, and then just hopped in it again. So I've only got like 150 miles or so, experience driving it. But I had the cruise control on 70 and came up behind a logging truck, and it was like 100 yards away. And then all of a sudden the engine started decelerating and shit. I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm like, what broke? And it's all these new sensors and shit. The fucking thing's got radar in it. When it detects a vehicle 100 yards in front of you, it slows your cruise control down. I was like, this is horse shit. Yeah, not impressed. Anyway.
100 yards away, it starts slowing down?
Yeah. I thought something was fucked up with the truck, and then I looked down at the the information display on the dash, and it was like radar activated, blah, and started slowing down, and it did it every single time I got with probably 100 to 75 yards behind somebody, and I had the cruise control on. It would automatically start braking the truck for you.
Can you deactivate it or give it a greater range?
I don't know. It was the rental vehicle, so thankfully I turned it in and got my truck back, but yeah, I had to kick it off every time and then, hammer the throttle to pass people and stuff. But it wouldn't let me pass them with the cruise control on. I was like, Jesus, dude, annoying.
Well, I just messaged Mick. Haven't heard from Dugan. I'm thinking it's time to start. And so those of you that are just waiting for Dugan, this is going to be more of a discussion about battle rifles. And I was hoping he could make it because he kind of has some cool insights. But if he can't make it, don't blame Ash. It's not his fault.
Wasn't Chuck going to hop on too?
Dude.
Yeah, he was kind of on the fence, and I just got a message back from him, and he has to go pick up the truck from the shop. Aha! Someone just joined now. Which Mr. EDC is this? Is this Mick or is this Dugan?
This is Mick.
Okay. We were ready to start then. Wow, listen to that radio voice.
Learn from the best.
I think you're going to have to start doing intros for me. Mr. EDC. Alrighty. Yeah, we haven't officially started, so I'll start it up right now. Also, those of you following along at home, there will not be a simultaneous audio podcast. There's an issue with that. So yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, and those of you also at home, that was Mick. It was not Dugan. I can tell the differences in the voices. So I know a lot of diehard fans out there. So let's see here. Time to start her up. Moving chats around. All righty. Hey everyone, Matt Landfair here with Primary and Secondary. Welcome to Primary and Secondary ModCast. This is episode 187, Gun Nerd 16. Yes, we've had 16 of these. We're going to be talking about the battle rifle. Today is March 15th, 2019. This is going to be an awesome discussion. I'm looking forward to it. Most of my experience with rifles is more along the lines of non-battle rifles. It's kind of cool to be able to discuss this and learn about it. Matter of fact, I ordered one. I have one in my lap right now, and I thought, we should discuss this. So we started a Facebook discussion. That turned out kind of cool. And I thought, you know what? We can go one better. We can have a podcast about it. Here we are. Big thanks to our sponsors, starting out with Filster Holsters. Let's see here. If you are looking for an ambidextrous, near universal holster that is compatible with a Surefire X300U, you probably need to look at the Filster Floodlight. So throw on that Floodlight, throw on a Flex. If you're not familiar with the Flex, you'll probably want to look it up. It comes in multiple sizes. It has a lot of functionality to your everyday carry equipment. That setup, it's pretty universal with, well, let's see here, pretty much every mainstream pistol with X300U. It's a very nice setup. And especially if you have a bunch of different pistols, you can have one holster with this Flex, and you're outfitted for everything you own. Also, big thank you to Walther Firearms. The episode is brought to you by the letters PP and Q. They're doing this special promotion where you buy certain models, the PPQ being one of them. You buy it. If you don't like it, you can send it back for a full refund, and they'll even they'll pay for shipping. But if you wind up buying it and you like it, you keep it. That whole thing expires June 30th of 2019. I really suspect, though, people that try out this, they're not going to send it back. Right off the bat, shooting the PPQ, I liked it a lot. It had pretty much all the features that I was looking for in a carry pistol. I did a video a couple weeks ago basically talking about balance, and I went from the extremes tiny, the extremes large, to the center, and that's about a Glock 19, CZP 10C, and then also the Walther PPQ. And I like the PPQ a bit better than all of them, just because it comes with everything I want in a pistol. Also, big thank you to Facts on Firearms. So we're talking about rifles today. If you happen to be working on a rifle project, if you're doing like a pistol caliber carbine, they happen to have a lot of parts specifically for those types of projects. Not only that, but they have replacement barrels for your AR-15s. I think they still have AK barrels. I know they have Smith barrels, and they have Glock barrels in different colors, shapes, and sizes. And I'm gonna use my favorite example on InRange TV. They did a What Would Stoner Do video. Basically, it was a series. They use a Faxon pencil profile barrel, and it worked very nicely. So check them out. Lastly, big thank you to our Patreon subscribers. If you go to patreon.com/primary and secondary, you can help support the network. Essentially what that means is you're helping me pay the bills. I'm paying some of these guys for articles and videos and other stuff. Matter of fact, there is a video and article series coming up soon discussing some very hot topics, and I'm kind of excited to see the results. It's neat to put together a project like this without really knowing what the results are going to be. You kind of have an idea, but it's going to be cool to see it on paper and see it in video, because a lot of people, they kind of discuss stuff without really knowing the facts. Kind of important to know the facts, because as I've been saying recently, the world is not black and white. There's a lot of gray, and knowing that gray helps you understand. That gets you up to mastery. I love it. Lastly, Support those sources that you have found to be beneficial. If you like what Varg Freeborn does, you need to be sharing Varg's stuff. You need to be liking his stuff. You need to be recommending it. Same for Chuck Presper, Bill Blowers, Ash Hess. All these great content creators, basically they're pumping out some high quality information that you're not finding elsewhere. And it's also especially cool that all these guys are friends. And we're all part of primary and secondary, and it is awesome to have these types of resources. Sadly, they're not getting the attention they deserve. So make sure you guys are giving them shares and likes and tell people about them, because when Ash puts out an article specifically for primary and secondary, when Ash puts that out, and if you read it and you find this answers a question you've had or gives you some information that you've been looking for, that's the time to start sharing. So let's see here. I think I'm going to stop talking now for a couple minutes. My background is in law enforcement. I don't deal with battle rifles. So for the most part, I'm just going to listen. Yeah. So Ash, how about you do an intro?
For those of you who don't know me, I am Ash Hess, M14 hater, M14 meme creator, government sales guy for a nice Armament who happens to make the SR-25, a well-known, not necessarily well-known battle rifle configuration, but a well-used battle rifle configuration. So I didn't spend a lot of time around battle rifles per se, personally. They were around throughout all my deployments. But after the getting to nice Armament, spent a lot of time on 7.62 guns, 6.5 guns, and there's some interesting things in there. And then, as we were talking about at the beginning, or before this actually started, we were talking about some of the reasons for the resurgence of the battle rifle type stuff. I was involved in some of that. Some of that I can share, some of it not. But that's who I am.
Yeah, that's close. There's a lot more to you than just that, though, I got to say.
Sometimes.
Most of the time. So in thinking about this topic, I was trying to think of who are the people that I've had good discussions with. I've read I've read their wonderful posts about this stuff. And I thought, you know what? Mick wrote he has been writing awesome forum posts, social media posts about shortcomings of certain rifles. And I thought, you know what? I need to get Mick on this. So Mick, how about your background, your intro?
Hey guys, my name is Mick. My background, regular Army, GPF, infantry guy. I did that for about 5 years. Overseas deployments to Iraq and Afghanistan, slotted as a designated marksman for both deployments. Ancillary duty as a team leader for the second one. Following that, worked as a DoD contractor, providing small arms, marksmanship training, tactics training to U.S. Army infantry. Wrote an article for SWAT magazine, and now I'm getting on the civilian training side of things.
Yeah, that's funny. And you also happen to on the side you're Solid Snake.
Much to Frank Wood's chagrin, I'm sure.
Let's see here.
That's not really anything on his face. That's actually the chip that's embedded. That way, anytime a camera gets there, it blacks out the eyes.
Fully automated. No sunglasses, just 3D.
When was the last time you were on? It's been a while.
It's been, I'd say, a good almost year and a half now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's good that you're back.
It's good to be back.
So we talked about good sources of information and people that post some great stuff. Buck, who also posts great stuff, but even better, has been on the podcast talking about various battle rifle things and experiences he's had. I thought this is a guy that I really want also on this panel. Buck?
Howdy, folks. Buck Thomas. I'm a regular dude these days. I was a former Marine Corps infantryman in 03-11, and then I spent about 13 and a half years deployed in Oconus as a security contractor. I came back to the States about 4 years ago. I've carried a couple different battle rifles over the years, and tried to use them mostly as designated marksman platforms. But that's about my experience with the battle rifle thing. So,
has most of your experience been with battle rifles or AKs or ARs in a combat theater?
Combat theater, AR for sure. I've got the most time on ARs, but several years with AKs and a couple years with battle rifles as well. And then a few years mixed, like I was carrying an AK as a primary and then battle rifle as a as needed secondary weapon, or I guess you could say. So
very cool. Then we have Marc.
Is Marc Christenson. I'm the general manager, business manager, military sales for DSArms. No MIL, no LE. We specialize in the FAL commercially here, also internationally, some law enforcement, mainly international law enforcement.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Oh, no.
We also do manufacture M4. We're basically almost all LE for that, though. And U.S. government sales as well. We sell parts for the M4 rebuild program, the PIP, what was called the PIP program, and now it's been changed its name several times. Supplying upper receivers, charging handles, stuff like that for U.S. Army M4A1 rebuilds. It has nothing to do with today's conversation, but
it's good information to know.
It's a large part of the business, so I better mention it. So
yeah, absolutely. So I already said I picked up a now would you as the DSArms guy, is it an FAL or a FAL?
I call it an FAL.
Okay, because I wonder if it's regional, but we'll find out when we talk to our next guest.
In South America, it's definitely called a FAL.
Okay, yeah. So I picked up one of those and I started a Facebook discussion talking about, hey, is this outdated? Is it possible to modernize it? Just because I want to learn more about it, and I thought, it's a cool gun. I've always wanted to have one. I always wanted to mess with it. So what better way to do this than to own it? So I think it was the day after I started that discussion, I got this message on LinkedIn that some guy wanted to connect, and it just happened to be Marc. And I don't know if it was strange timing or what, but this happens to be a DSArms rifle. And then I messaged him and said, hey, you know what? Your timing is impeccable. That I just happened to get this. I just got this rifle, and we went back and forth and talked about it. And I thought, you know what? Why don't you jump on the podcast? And so here we are. So
I think a lot of that had to do with me. I think a lot of that has to do with me, my addiction to primary and secondary on the way to work a lot.
Yeah.
So I listened to a lot of primary and secondary the last 2-3 months.
So will this be one that you skip? Because I can't stand listening to myself.
I definitely am going to skip this one.
Because it's weird to hear yourself.
Yeah, I don't like it.
And lastly, we have, let's see if I can say it. Hakan?
That's good enough.
Okay, Spuhr. So if you are familiar with high-end scope mounts, red dot mounts, basically means of revitalizing older systems, making them a bit more modern, you've probably heard of Spuhr. Take it away. I
don't have the Leo background that any one of you have. I made we had compulsory military service in Sweden in the past, so I made my months there, but that's all. And I don't have any deployments at all. I'm a gun nut, and decided at 10 years of age that I wanted to become a gunsmith. The way to become a gunsmith was tool making. So I worked as a tool maker, and now I'm full-time inventing and producing stuff for scope mounts and upgrades for G3 MP5s and so on. So that's me.
So how do you figure out what you want to do when you're making a new project? Because I've seen that you've been posting also about Lugers, and that's just absolutely beautiful.
Well, the Luger thing is just hobby. There is no way I can make any money out of that. And I totally refuse to do any gunsmithing job to people at all. I never do it. I always tell people who contact me, because I used to be a full-time gunsmith about 20 years ago, and a few things of those that I used to make in the past, there is nobody that's taken up on. So people are still contacting me. And instead of saying always no, I always tell people, I don't want money. I don't care for money, but I would like trade. So if you have something to trade, I can do the work for you. And I'm always looking for Kriegsmarine, big binoculars, real old, funny, interesting firearms, or blonde girlfriends or sisters. And as people usually never have anything to trade away, I don't do any job for them. It's that simple.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That is cool.
But when deciding what to do, the G3 project is pretty funny, because I have a G3 and I've had it for quite a few years, and I had it just standing in my vault. And 2012, I took the gun out and just shouldered it, and I felt, shit, this is stupid. This is the most awkward gun I hold. And I hadn't thought about it before, because I usually never shoot it. So I had one of those wooden stocks, original G3 wooden stocks, and I chopped it off about 3 inches in length of pull, and I chopped off the whole comb, gluing on an ugly piece of wood on the top. So I raised the comb, I raised the butt plate, and I called a friend of mine that is an officer. We went out shooting, and we both said, shit, this is fantastic. It almost feels like an AR. The recoil control was totally different, and the gun was so different. I started playing around using Magpul stocks on G3, and found some success with it. And we posted a number of videos on YouTube, and I sent it to the Swedish Army, showing what we had done. And it took a few years, and then the Swedish Army started procurement, where they stated that they must have the original buffer. And that forced me away from the Magpul stock, and I had to design an own stock that could use the original buffer. And that's where we are now.
That is cool.
We won that contract with 5,000 new stocks for the Swedish Army G3.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is cool. How would it be just to take something out of the armory and then say, you know what, I need to change this? I'd say that's the American dream, but clearly it's the Swedish dream. Well, I think the first question I have, and I'll just throw this out for everyone and whoever wants to answer it, or once someone answers it, if they want to add on to it, go for it. How do you guys define what a battle rifle is? Anyone?
I'll start.
Okay.
I'll start. So the common understanding of the battle rifle is basically it's something that's in 30 caliber. That's my understanding of it. But, you know, it was kind of came around where the 5.56 guns were the poodle guns, and it's not something you really wanted to go to war with. And then you wanted to go, you know, in it, you know, somebody said in the chat rifle caliber, so that's cool. Go with that. Mainly it's the 30 caliber when you want to do real battle type stuff. And that just comes from, we killed a lot of people with 30 caliber over, you know, because 30-06 was around forever. We started killing people with 308, and then we started going to 223. So people put it where did more battle with you know 30 caliber bullets than anything else. So that's my basic understanding of it. My question to that is, have you seen much battle? Especially for, you know, not necessarily internationally, but U.S. wise, for 308 specifically, because that's when everybody puts their battle rifle in. For 308, you know, honestly, how much battle has 308 really seen on its own? It's not in a machine gun. Because we've been killing people with 5.56 as a standard arm since, like, well, what is it, 65, 66 when we picked up the M16. So there's been a lot of battles since then with the poodle shooter. So that's basically when you say battle rifle, that's my understanding of it. Some people might want to disagree with that or whatever, but usually it's a non-scope gun from a lot of people, maybe red dot on it, but generally it's the iron-sighted. I'm going to have this, and it's going to be there whenever I'm ready to go.
Anyone want to add to that?
I would say that that's pretty much spot on with the 308 caliber full size rifle. I kind of think sometimes maybe the name came from a lot of people thinking about World War II and how they did combat during World War II with maybe, I don't even know if they really had that much longer range in World War II, but this perceived longer distance battle, volley fire, kind of stuff going on. And I think that's maybe why those 308 caliber guns stayed in that name, battle rifle. But honestly, a lot of things could be called a battle rifle, including whether it's an FNC in Sweden or M4 in the United States. It's battle, it's combat, whatever, right? So, but I think it has, in my opinion, when I think about it, I think it's like what they looked at rifles right after World War II.
Yeah, it seems all the definitions I've ever heard or read discussions about the term is focused on the weapon itself and not necessarily the extent of the engagement or the atmosphere it may be deployed. So yeah. 308 magazine fed semi-auto battle rifle. So then what, in your guys' definition, what's the general use of it compared to anything else, and where is it shining? Where is it doing better than those poodle shooters?
I think you got to ask when, because like what it was used for in the 50s or 60s or 70s or 80s is much different than what it's used for now. I mean, I see like our customers that buy these either complete weapons or complete systems, or whether they just are taking their existing inventory and updating it. Like I see some really unique applications of those compared to like what we would see with 5.56 carbines. And then on the other side, I see a couple militaries that just are going to deploy how we would most likely deploy 5.56 rifles. So, but if you look at how they did it in the 50s, or how it was going to be used in the 50s and 60s, I think it's a lot different than how anybody would probably want to use it nowadays, with this whole force multiplier, adding optics and lasers so that each soldier is more effective than they were back then. Maybe you needed 100 soldiers for objective, and now you can do it with like 10 or something. I don't know if they're outfitted the right way with nods and the right lasers and optics. Maybe some one guy in there with a sniper-ish type of setup with some DMR thing. I think I think the role is much different than it was in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah, two big ones for me are windy areas. Like, that's one of the reasons I had that G3 pistol now, is that I needed a gun that I was semi-familiar with, that wasn't, SCAR heavy priced. And my likelihood of ever shooting another human with a rifle is very, very low as a civilian, obviously. But I have a very, very high probability of having to tune up a grizzly bear, a moose, and or mountain lions where I live. Where I live and where I work are two completely different ecosystems. So I live in the western slope of the Rocky Mountains. I have to cross those mountains twice a month and then drive down into the prairie, where we legit get winds at like 85 miles an hour. 5.56 and 85 mile an hour winds is, a hope and a prayer. 5.56 versus grizzly bear is not where I want to be. 308 versus grizzly bear is not where I want to be. But it was either that or a 12 gauge or my 45-70. And if I do have to, use that thing to tune somebody up here stateside, like I would much rather do that with a G3 versus a lever action rifle or a shotgun. So anyway, that covers wind. The second one is if you have the possibility of having to engage vehicles, I do like 7.62 or 308 Winchester a lot better than 5.56. I've shot and seen a lot of vehicles shot with 5.56, and as long as you get it through the glass and tune the driver up, you're usually pretty okay. But you have a much higher, you have a better chance of stopping vehicles with 308. So just something to consider. Like working a cordon or a blocking position in the military, stuff like that. May want to consider having. Of course, the military's got machine guns, but if you're an LE guy and not even a designated marksman rifle, just FAL or G3 or a SCAR or something with a red dot on it that you can tune vehicles up with, running checkpoints and stuff, may work out for you. So,
yeah. Before we officially started, I mentioned I definitely see a role for a semi-automatic magazine-fed 308 for law enforcement, especially if you're out in the middle of nowhere. And I've been there, and I didn't have a 308. I had more of a SPR, but along with just a normal AR. But to have that capability, that sure is appealing. And to be able to throw the firepower where it's needed, and having seen the difference between 5.56 and 308 in various environments, especially with wind, yeah, you can see it. I went through a couple Buck Doyle classes where we're reaching out and touching everything from 20 yards to 1,000. And there is absolutely a difference between the two. And we're just hitting static things. But yeah, wind is, I don't think enough people get to play with their guns in the wind and see really how much fun that is.
Yeah, definitely. It's like shooting a handgun. It's one of those things that once you get a little bit of training and some experience in, like if you don't maintain that, like you're going to lose it. Like I certainly don't shoot enough in high wind, but hard to do.
Yeah. And just the ability to see it in person and go, okay, this makes sense now. I understand. Yeah. Don't take our word for it. Go and see this if you have the opportunity.
Yeah, I just want to hit. I just want to joke. Hang on.
Poor Ash.
All right, I think I'll live. So I wanted to hit the most important part of what we're talking about right here. Let's talk about energy, because that's what we're really talking about. The wind, that's ballistic coefficient. That's some stuff that I can get off a bigger, longer bullet. Let's just talk energy. So I just put this into Straight Lock Pro, nothing fancy, for 7.62 with a 26, starting out with the muzzle velocity of 2610. That'd be a 20-inch gun. So if you're shorter than that, you're not going to get there. But I compared a 20-inch 7.62 gun to my 11.5, 5.56 gun. So starting out at 100 yards, I've got, for 7.62, I've got 2,245 foot-pounds of energy. At 500 yards, I'm still carrying 1,148 foot-pounds of energy. Now, when I go to my 11.5-inch 5.56 gun, at zero at the muzzle, I've got 2,034 foot-pounds of energy. So I'm already at the muzzle. I'm 200 foot-pounds short. 500, I'm down to 880. So comparing 880 to 1,100, that 7.62 is maintaining that energy across there. That's what you really need to get effects, whether it's on grizzly bear, whether it's on a people, or whether it's on punching through a vehicle. And that being able to apply that energy is where that 308, 7.62, whichever one you want to go for, that's where that comes above 5.56. Now, what gets weird is when you get into other 5.56 bullets with different ballistic engine, the official name for it. When you get into 5.56 like 8.55A1, which has more muzzle velocity, but when you're talking about dispatching people, something like an A1 with a better ballistic engine than, say, a ball 308 round, at 200 yards, the 8.55A1 is creating more damage on soft tissue than a 7.62 ball round, even with that muzzle energy, and that's just based off of the ballistic engine. So, but that doesn't come into play when I'm punching through vehicles or whatever. So if I can get that energy on target and be able to punch through that, then that's what I need to do. I call it turning cover into concealment, and a lot of things are cover for 5.56, even with 8.55A1. They're talking about glass and stuff in the chat. That can be cover if I can't punch through it with my 5.56 round, but I can turn that into concealment if I have like 7.62. So there's a place for it, and I'm sure later on we'll get into the more military application for it. But that's something that's important to think about.
So speaking of which, so would you guys say that modern ballistics have hurt or helped overall the whole idea of a .308 battle rifle?
I think it's helped because I went to one time to an ATK test, and they were shooting through bank glass with the 5.56. They were basically kind of talking mainly about their bonded 5.56 bullets, but there was a sniper team there, a SWAT team, I should say, and they wanted to shoot their rifle and do the same thing with it. And Johan from ATK, most of you probably know him, he said, sure, let's do it. And it sailed right through that stuff just fine. And then the bullets still performed very well when it hit the gel. It was like the 5.56 went through that too, but it didn't do nearly as much once it went through the barrier. And where the .308 with the modern bullets in this case, I think it was a 165 bonded something that ATK shot out of the rifle, and then they were using a 168 tap, and it was just devastating. I mean, what you saw after he cut the gelatin open, it was like it didn't. I thought when the 168 tap with that polymer tip would hit the bank glass and the other barriers that it was just going to break up, and it actually didn't. It still maintained a lot of its bullet weight going into the gelatin. So I think definitely, and I mean that's why I was really happy about that 100. And you guys might know this more than I. The 130 grain Marc 320 or 319 or whatever. I was really excited about that when I saw that round. I was like, this is a kind of a game changer, whatever you want to call it, for 308, because now the ammo weighs a little bit less, got more velocity, bullet construction looked good, but for some reason, and you guys would know more about that than I do, I don't know why that never really took off.
Mick? Oh, go ahead, Buck.
Well, I was just going to say, yeah, I've talked to a few guys, Chuck, Pressburg, and a few other guys that have been around and seen that stuff, and they were fairly impressed with it. Marc 318, is that it? That 130 grain? Yeah. I would just hazard a guess that it's probably a bit too expensive and hard to acquire for most law enforcement departments and stuff stateside to look at.
Mick, what are your thoughts so far on any of this?
As far as battle rifles go, the only thing I would add would be at what distance do you want to effectively engage targets? As far as all the different calibers and types, anything where we're pushing past boundaries and obtaining better results is a good thing. And that's going to be across any caliber. There's a lot of things happening with 6.5 Creedmoor, 338 Lapoa, like 408 JTAC to a lesser extent. And anytime we can invest in that just to find out what the effects would be, both terminal and against barriers, is a good thing. But like Buck mentioned, I think the price point is just going to be one of the unfortunate factors as far as fielding to general purpose forces. You can have 5.56 for a dime, or you could have 338 for $1. I mean, if I had to choose between the two, I would much rather have Joe get 10 rounds as far as training goes than have one.
Just
so that's go ahead.
Sorry, Matt. I was just before I forget, if you're watching this and considering getting a 308 battle rifle, or you're a law enforcement department that's already got them, and you're concerned about cost and terminal effectiveness and stuff with ammunition, I highly, highly, highly suggest looking at the 168 grain Spuhr Gold Dot. I'm to the point now where I've pretty much pure fleeted Gold Dot across every caliber that I use. 9mm service pistols, or my CCW, my 5.56 guns, and my 7.62 guns. It's doing in my G3, my PTR manufactured G3K clone right now. It's doing about 1.25 minutes with a 4 minute of angle aim point on it. And I finally got some Swarovski glass slapped on it, but I've got 5 feet of snow in the range driveway, so I can't get out to zero it yet. But I've been really, really impressed with that load so far. So, and it's fairly inexpensive. You can find it for $13 for a 20 round box. So work the math out, and it's not quite 5.56 prices, but it's down there. So anyway, please take a look at it.
And these are perfect segues into what I want to talk about next, are the alternate calibers. So if we're talking about battle rifles, we're talking about larger frames, a little heavier. What would be some calibers that would be viable for this? Not necessarily a drop-in kit that changes it, but yeah, you might need to make a new weapon out of it. But for a battle rifle type system, what would be some calibers that you think would be an optimal use for this?
Ooh, pick me. 6.5 Creedmoor. That's a Creed.
43 Winchester, but I don't even know if they make decent bullets in that thing anymore. But
yeah, so something in there. We've been doing a lot of work with 6.5. There's some really cool people that's going to do that. The thing with 6.5, if you want to talk about wind, Jack shot 7.62 season before last in PRS. Shot a 16-inch 7.62 gun, took second in heavy. Last year he shot a 6.5, and he had to untrain himself for wind because he didn't have to think about wind. There was nothing that he had to do with wind. At the ranges that we were shooting at, wind was a non-existent. He just, the worst winds that we had, he held just off center. So depending on your use, and in modern use, what guys are using large frame guns for is mainly designated marksman sniper type roles. In that role, 6.5 is leaps and bounds above 7.62. 7.62, you still need to know how to shoot. 6.5 is almost point and click. So assuming that we're getting ready to get onto this, I went ahead and pulled up my little thingy here and pulled up my energy for 6.5. My 100-yard energy is 1915 foot-pounds. My 500-yard energy is 1092, so just under 7.62 at 500. And then at 800, I'm still like 692. But the big thing to look at is I'll pull up the other pictures here in a second. But my drop in mils at 1,000 is 10 mils for 6.5. So the 1,000 for 7.62 is 11 mils or almost 12 mils. And then for 1,000, if my 5.56 would get all the way out there, if I was even attempting to that, my energy is 466. So it's basically an airsoft gun at that point, but it's 14 mils. So, 6.5, easier to hold, faster, no wind with it. Basically for ours, it's an upper change. Well, not even really an upper change, it's a barrel change. So the easiest way to do that is push the pens, put the 6.5 upper on it. It's a barrel change. We've also been doing belt fed 7.6 or 6.5 guns, and the 6.5 literally is a barrel change on the machine gun. Don't try to switch the two; they don't work. Just as a pro tip there, don't mix them up. But 6.5 is getting ready to do a lot of work. A lot of dudes are getting ready to go to it. We probably put 3,000 rounds of 6.5 downrange this year, just in testing. It's running good. And when you get into alternate calibers, Sharp Magnet just put up, it costs more to feed. When you get into alternate calibers, you're going to pay more money for it, man. I mean, there's all these remanufactured guys. They can go get Army one-time fire brass and remanufacture ammo for it. 7.62 brass is easy. All the dies are made. You can do all that. 6.5 is still new, new-ish. Not new as in know about it, but new into mass manufacturing. But over the next like 3 years, there's going to be some place called Lake City. Some people might have heard of it, but Lake City is probably going to start ready to punch out a bunch of 6.5. And you know, as we make more of it, it's just going to get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. So yeah, Sharp Magnet. It was linked match ammo. It's great. There's some other 7.62 stuff that's coming out, but you still have to deal with wind and ballistics and all that sort of stuff. As for other calibers in 6.5, there's some stuff out there. There's some funky, weird stuff, but it just, for gas guns in particular, I mean, for bolt guns, you can do all this crazy shit, right? But with a gas gun, you have to make the gas gun run. Back older time frame, early GWAT, some people wanted 14.5 and 12.5 7.62 guns. And getting the gas port sizes right was almost impossible. But we have a commercial 14.5 7.62 gun right now, 14.5. There's, you know, Scar's got what, a 13.7 or something like that. They make for the Scar Heavy. So we're getting into short barrels. And we're also getting the weight down on 7.62 guns. But something to think about, I can also make a short barrel 6.5. And you're gonna got those same penalties, right? Because if I'm getting 2,900 feet per second out of a 20-inch, 22-inch barrel, and I chop fucking 10 inches off the barrel, I'm gonna lose a lot of velocity, which means I'm gonna lose some energy. But when you start talking about military applications and even to some extent law enforcement, ammo standardization, if I can drop bodies or do what I need to do for my average user with a 14.5 gun, and then my sniper guys get a 22-inch gun, logistically that makes more sense. So then I'm just buying one type of ammo for all that. Maybe two types, a general purpose and a match grade bullet. But you know, that's just something to think about in alternate calibers. You got 260, 260 and 6.5. They're running like neck and neck. There's some penalties that you get with 260, and there's some penalties you get with 6.5. 6.5 got a slightly tapered case, so when you're talking about belt feds, you got links that interact with the case in two spots. So with that tapered case on it, it makes links a little bit weird. We haven't seen any issues with that, but that doesn't mean we won't. And
push feed that shit.
What's that?
Said push feed that shit.
Yep. And then 260's got a straight case, so there's advantages to it. Other than 260 and 6.5, I haven't seen anything that is feasible. I asked for a 721 Tomahawk. That's a Lazzaroni round. And if you haven't ever looked at the ballistics on 721, it's pretty hot. I asked for SR25 in that, and they told me to fuck off. But the main reason was the case head is so big on what they're using to make that 721 that I'd have like no lugs on it. I'd get to shoot it once and rip the lugs off the bolt. But they said they could make it work other than that. So, I mean, you guys might be tracking something else, but 6.5 is in that role. 6.5 is the way to go.
I remember hearing in multiple of our sniper podcasts, which we have had sniper podcasts, the guys would always say, if you're using 6.5, you are cheating. And it's just point and click, just like you said.
So we made back in the, this is probably 10 years ago or 8 years ago, we did 260 and 243, along with obviously 308. And I think we even did one 7.8. But the biggest question, I think, for an FAL, and maybe for a G3, but definitely an FAL and a M14 is the gun capable of really squeezing out the accuracy of those cartridges? Because otherwise, you guys start saying, if you're gonna if you're gonna engage a target at 600 yards and you're still gonna get good hits, but you may not be able to get the same type of accuracy you're gonna get from a 6.5 because of bullet drop or wind or something like that. Maybe you want more rounds, so those spoilers, so you can use them to track back into the target. In 308, just from what I've seen, it makes a pretty, maybe it's because I'm not a very good shot, but it makes a pretty good spoiler for me to correct myself on, you know. I mean, I could shoot okay, but I'm probably not at the level of a sniper or something like that. But those rounds, when we tried them, it was fun, it was cool, but the gun still weighs the same as a 308 gun. In the case of, like, say, a 243. Yeah, the 243 cartridge is really flat, really fast, but I'm also burning my barrel up faster. And, you know, is there reliability issues? You know, a lot of these magazines were designed for whatever cartridge they were originally designed for, especially when you talk about, like, guns like an FAL or an M14. And I think on the G3, I think the problem that might come up with that is that locking wedge would need to, somebody would do it. Somebody would find out which degree of that locking wedge would need to change to come to some different caliber. I'm sure they'd figure it out. But with a FAL or an M14, it's not too hard to convert those to other calibers because you just start playing with your gas system until you get it right, unless the magazine just will not support the round, which I'm sure there's some of those that they won't because the round's either tapered too much or maybe not tapered enough. And but I would say these cartridges are out there, but I think for some battle rifles, not quite sure if it's the best thing. That said, we did recently start playing with the Creed more because, like Ash said, it is the future, and we're not going to ignore the future. We always try to move forward, no matter what our company is going through. We always try to move forward with everything, and never just say, "Oh, we're 308 only." We're going to at least look at it and see if there's something we can do with it. But it's got to make sense. That's all I'm going to say. So.
Yeah, I was going to toss out that D43 and 7mm Rod 8 thing just because it's, you know, they're both 308 Winchester is a parent cartridge. And over the years, I've seen, you know, various 308 caliber guns converted to those two calibers. But my question about the 6.5 Creed is, like, I get the benefits, but isn't that thing just straight eating barrels? Like, I've got a few friends that are in, you know, like the PRS thing. And I mean, those guys are tossing barrels when they get over like a minute. But you go to a class or, you know, get trained up on a decent training program, and shit, man, half the barrel's life's gone in a week. Or am I just crack?
I thought that's what the sniper guys were saying. Ash?
So we're getting, you know, we've got some night space magic going on. We're getting a real good life out of it. We're going to be doing a test fairly soon, basically an endurance test on a gun, and that's expensive. But the question has come up from multiple customers: how long is my barrel going to last? And we put 1,300 rounds through one, and it was still holding under a minute. But we didn't check thread erosion on it. We didn't check any of that sort of stuff. It was just accuracy based. Still running. So we're gonna, you know, one of the cool things that we do is we're gonna burn a gun down and see when it dies. And that's just something that you got to do. And when you got to hand us dude something, and they're like, "How long is it gonna last?" And you're like, "Fuck, I don't know."
I have killed quite a number of 6.5 barrels, mainly not in gas guns, but in ball guns. And what I see is that and I run them quite a lot faster. I'm running 6.5 actually improved. So that would be 3100, 3150 with a 140 grain bullet. So that is fast. But I see around 4,000-5,000 rounds as a good barrel. And if you slow down, the barrel life would be longer. I still have like a minute accuracy after 5,000 rounds, but I lost in velocity. And on a long range gun, losing velocity is really no fun. That's not what you want to do, and that's why I scrapped the barrels. Another thing I think we have to discuss when it comes to the big calibers is really the penetration. And we see that here now. Here in Sweden, we have a big discussion about the next Army rifle, and we know that 5.56 is simply too weak. The Russians have the new ballistic vests in their Ratnik system, and the 5.56 armor-piercing bullet won't penetrate, regardless of distance. 7.62 armor-piercing will penetrate, but not on long range. So I think the future is probably other calibers, and that means smaller calibers than the 7.62. The issue when running smaller calibers in battle rifles is that we need fairly long barrels to maintain the velocity. And if we don't have the velocity, we won't have the penetration. Swedish Army have recently adopted a new target for practice. And on this target, they have cut out this piece here, and that gives 0 points because that is where the West is. So right now they're trying to learn the soldiers to go for something else than the center mass of the body. And this is not easy. This is really a difficult thing to do.
Yeah, it's something I've always been concerned with too. Obviously, the shorter the barrel, you're losing velocity, but like I don't care about that. Like I can deal away with that, or I can deal with that. Excuse me, but I want temperature stable powder, and I want flash reduced powder, especially in a shorter, 308 or battle rifle ammunition, and that stuff's available. But again, you're going to pay for it, so. That and proper solid, all the things.
I would also think that there's going to need to be a longer path on these cartridges, because like when ammunition's really hot, like say in Africa or maybe in Iraq or something like that, like to agree with what Buck said, what is this powder going to do in the Arctic? That the powder that a 6.5 Creedmoor needs to get the performance you need out of it, is that powder going to be consistent in all these different parts around the world? Because that's a science that took the 308 cartridge or the 7.62 NATO. It took them a long time to develop that. Now, granted, that was in the 50s and the powder technology was a little bit different back then, but like it's a big step, I think, for these cartridges to jump to that level. Especially considering that some of these countries just flat out, they're going to look over in the corner and see, a whole warehouse full of M80 that got given to them in 1976 or something, but I think that for the U.S., I think it's the right step, and for Western countries to be looking at these cartridges. But I just think, I know, you go back and you read this stuff and you see these, you see a lot of that kind of stuff that stops a lot of advancement that happened with different cartridges in the 70s and 80s and these different programs that were done even up in the 2000s. Like we made a 6.8 RPD, auto RPD, because that was some really hot cartridge and everybody was going to possibly adopt it. I think Saudi Arabia did end up adopting it in some fashion. And so therefore we made some post-dealer samples for LWRC for that, because they were working that contract for the Saudi Arabians. And that cartridge looked like it was going to be the next thing, kind of like the Creedmoor looks now, but for several different reasons it did not become that. So I don't know. I don't know if how long it would ever take to get battle rifles really out there a lot in newer cartridges. It might not happen before the 40-watt range Terminator guns do. I don't know.
The plasma? Yeah.
40 or 40 million watts or whatever it takes.
And that's the thing that everybody's looking at, that's deep into the game, is 5.56 and 7.62 are dead. There is zero interest. I've got a machine gun that is fucking great. 14-pound belt-fed 7.62 or 6.5 machine gun. Run it around, you run it like a rifle. It's all ambidextrous. It's brand new. And the number of people that are looking at it is the number of people that aren't read onto the Army's next gen program. If they've been read in to the next gen program, they're like, yeah, that's cool, man. Could have used it like 20 years ago, but it's not 20 years ago. So in 6 years, I'm going to have something new. And that's, we're talking about battle rifles, and for the use right now, for U.S. side, there's no battle rifle use for military. Now, cops, I nicknamed it the Warhammer, that 14.5.7.62 gun. That thing is it's a large frame, so it's slightly bigger, but the chrome line, the CC version of it, is weighing, we're getting it down, it's right at about 8 pounds right now, and we're getting it down below 8 pounds with the next iteration with 14.5 barrel. So a sub 8 pound, 14.5 inch gun, even though it's a large frame, it's just a couple inches longer than your regular M4. That is something, you put a 1-6 or a 1-8 on there, and you can do a lot of work with that is in the more battle rifle type of thing. Right now, with 5.56 where it is, military side, battle, you're still on 5.56 guns, and that's why we're kind of leaning this little bit DMR, not really sniper, but DMR right now. Just because for battle, you want to talk about battle rifles, and you're talking about battle, there's nobody really using it in a battle configuration. The SCAR 17s are still around, and for specific missions, guys are still using those. There's some other programs that are getting ready to fire off, but all those are basically, you can consider all of those interim. We had our big discussion last year before on the interim battle rifle, or the what do they call that thing, that ICSR, interim something cool Army shit. My beard says I don't have to care about Army shit anymore, but they were looking at actually giving everybody a 7.62 because of the armor threat, and so with the armor threat, we talked about a little bit already, but you either have to shoot around it or you have to shoot through it. So that's what I want to talk about next, is actually shooting the battle rifle 308, that definition, versus 5.56 gun. So guy did a test, and he put can't remember what he used. I think he used the M14, scoped it up, compared that with a ACOG'd M16A4, and put sniper guys on the guns at 500 yards. The 7.62 guy got, and the average was like 6 out of 10 hits at 500 in like a minute, and the A4 guy was getting 10 out of 10 in like 33 seconds. So yeah, energy is a thing, but it is much harder to shoot a higher recoil gun in those sort of conditions where I have to shoot more than once than it is to shoot a, light recoil. 6.5 is kind of a happy medium, and that's kind of where it's at. 7.62 hits you like a hammer. I'd rather fire 1,000 rounds of 6.5 than 100 rounds of 7.62. So the getting into that, you have to be able to hit the target, and you probably have to hit the target multiple times. 7.62 is not a 45. I know a 45, if you shoot somebody with a 45 1911, it's instant stop, and it like eliminates their entire family bloodline. But 7.62 is not that. Shot people with 7.62, shot people with 7.62 machine guns, shot people with 5.56. If you hit them in something important, they die. If you don't hit them in something important, they don't die. And that's the same on critters, and it's the same on two-legged critters. So you have to look at actually shooting it and actually getting hits, because none of that shit matters if you're putting, whatever the number was, 2,200 foot-pounds of energy into the dirt beside them. It doesn't do anything. So if you have to shoot multiple times, for the average general purpose user, the other calibers are a way to go, at least U.S. side. Now, when you start talking about the armor threat, though, that brings it up in there, because what's my penalty? Because I go from we'll take a 6.5 pound M4, then I add lickies and chewies onto it, and it turns into a 10-pound M4. So I take that and I add all those same lickies and chewies onto my 7.62 gun that's 2 pounds heavier, so now I'm at 12 pounds. And now I can carry, basically 20 rounds of 7.62 equals 30 rounds of 5.56. So I cut down on my ammunition load that I can have. All these penalties that I have to pay the price for with that 7.62 gun, is it worth it for what I have to do? So if I have armor threat and I need 7.62 to punch through it, my 5.56, unless I shoot him someplace else, isn't going to work. Now I have to pay that penalty. So this is all open source shit. What the Army is going for is they're going for a more powerful than 7.62, but lighter than 7.62 type caliber. And they're doing that in 400 different fucking ways they're trying to get there. But so they need something, because for Army use, we're wanting to drop targets at 4 and 500. So I need to be able to punch through armor at 4 and 500. Definitely need to be able to punch through it at 200. So now I have to pay the price for this other thing. But if I design a new gun and a new caliber and a new thing that I can demand what it weighs, and somebody can build that, now I don't have to pay that price of that extra shit to get that capability. In the meantime, and this is why it was the interim combat service rifle or whatever it fucking was, they were looking at just buying a whole fucking shit ton of 7.62 guns, which, being the government sales guy for Knights, yes, buy them all. Give everybody one, right? But being a soldier, there you go, snarky overmatch. Being a soldier, I was like, fuck you. This is dumb. And the infantry said the same thing. And so with the help of, a lot of people bitching, a little bit of a subversion with primary and secondary, we got it up to a lot of people and we brought it up. And Colonel Bohannon was instrument in it, in getting ICSR killed. Bad for business, good for Army, right? So because it wasn't worth the price, because we were only gaining about 100 meters of lethality. And when you're going from 0 to 100, that's cool. But the 7.62 isn't punching through armor past like 150, 200. So even their highest speed thing. So now I've got less ammunition, I've got more weight, and I didn't gain anything with it. I actually lost because soldier load, I can't get guys where they need to get to shoot people because they're already overweight. So there's a bunch of things that go into this. And then you got to think about logistics. And the Army, and its infinite wisdom, to have a gun in a squad that had 7.62, that had the ability to penetrate this armor at 200 or 300 yards, whatever it's penetrating at, they bought this SDMR gun, 7.62. It's a spin-off of the CSAS gun, and they're putting one in every squad. Now, here's the problem. And Mick had this problem. You got one guy in the squad. So you got 12 dudes out there, 11, 12 dudes out there with the medic, maybe more, but you got one dude with the 7.62 gun. If you're lucky, you brought a machine gun with you. So you got two guys with 7.62, but one of them's belted, right? So your machine gun that you're feeding 7.62, and he's doing machine gun work, and you got a guy over here doing DMR work. The DMR starts running low on bullets, or the 7.62 belt fed starts running low on bullets. You got to balance the bullets between those two dudes compared to the rest of your squad that's got 5.56. So logistically, having one weapon system that's a different caliber in your squad is fucking stupid. There's no way around it, because if you got guys and he's cut off and alone, and 30 seconds out, no one's coming to save you, you're all by yourself out there. And we ran into this. We had a squad got into contact. They had a 240 with them. They had a guy with an M14, and the guy with the M14 was doing whack-a-mole. And he had, 3 magazines, because that's what he got issued. 3 magazines with him. So he had 60 rounds, and he was whack-a-mole, and he was doing good work. Dropped about 10 or 15 dudes. And he goes, hey, I got one mag left. So you're like, okay, do I take ammunition out of my machine gun? And everybody knows machine guns do a lot of fucking work. Take ammo away from him, or do I have this guy stop shooting in the middle of a firefight? Just because of that logistic thing. So the price of having that battle rifle at the time in that configuration for that squad was too fucking high. And that's not even kind of the M14 ran, and that's not even talking about the stupid scope and the stupid stock and the fucking M14 itself. The 7.62 gun ran and was doing whack-a-mole. And it was still a stupid fucking decision. Because if that kid would have had a 5.56 gun, he probably would have got more hits. And he would have been able to grab a magazine from the dude beside him and fucking continue to do work. So there's a price to be paid for this capability. And that's why the battle rifles are not in general purpose use. I don't need that. For the general purpose dudes, until this armor threat came up, I didn't need it. We've been in Afghanistan and Iraq since fucking 2001 and been laying fucking waste with 5.56. We fucking kill people in fucking Bosnia. We kill people in fucking everywhere. I mean, how many, you look at Somalia, and Paul Howe was very vocal about his view on 5.56 in Somalia, but look at the death toll that we created there. And yeah, there's some other things in there, but dudes are not dying because they're carrying 5.56. People are dying because guys are carrying 5.56. So when you look at what I gained with the battle rifle in general use to what I have already, and there's no fucking point in it. I mean, it's cool for nostalgia and all that sort of stuff where you start talking about military applications and that sort of stuff. The average time, don't got a need for it. But just throwing this in here as a plug, if you need one, I got you.
For free?
No way.
I think that. Go ahead. Sorry.
Throw out that I would set fire to a busload of children refugees for a 6.8 RPD. Like, just throwing that out.
80% of the power with 308. That's what it says, at least.
I invested heavily in 6.8 when it first came out, to the tune of like 15,000 rounds and 2 different guns, and shot it all and then sold them. So anyway,
it's completely off topic, but that gun is so controllable because we put I'm just 1 second on it. I came up with a buffer system that reduces it firing rate down to about 525. So with 7.62 39 or with 6.8, and boy, that's where that gun I think needs to be, a little bit lower firing rate so it doesn't burn that barrel to pieces, But anyway, on the 7.62 NATO battle rifle thing, I agree with what Ash says on the modern deployment of it. But so then maybe the first question of what a battle rifle is should be revisited a little bit, because in most of the countries I go to, they're using what we call battle rifles, but that is their rifle. And so like even in Argentina, where we just we had a big day with the president accepting the guns or whatever. They are saying we are not going to adopt the 5.56. We are staying with the 7.62 NATO. And yes, all those arguments about ammo and all that stuff's 100% true. I totally see both sides of it. But for them at this time, they don't have to buy new magazines. They don't have to retrain their people. They don't have to buy new spare parts. They got brand new guns that they can modify with our parts. So with paracarriers and paralowers and all that stuff to scope mounts, rail handguards. And honestly, I believe that this year because of what we're doing down there, will probably be the first military, at least outside the United States, that will have adopted an M-LOK platform on a rifle, because that's what they're looking at is changing to the next time around, away from the 1913 Picatinny to the M-LOK. So for Argentina in this instance, and I can name several other countries that do the same thing, I don't think they're seeing it in the same. They're not having the same exact conversation about the cartridge. I think they're having more of the conversation of, it's our gun, and it happens to be a battle rifle.
Yeah, and just for them, it sounds like it's the exact opposite. If I put a 5.56 gun in their squad, it'd be the same fucking problem that I had 7.62 in mine. Yeah, and that's the standard issue. Whatever the most of the guys in the squads carry, that's what everybody else needs to be carried. And whether 7.62, whether it's 7.62 by 39, whether it's 5.45, whatever it is, just logistically, that just makes sense.
Yeah, and in Africa, it's the same thing. Go ahead.
The question is if you really can look away from the armor threat. Is it okay to do it? Currently, yes, if you're fighting sheets, then it's not a problem. But we know that the armor threat is going to get bigger. Same thing for police use. It's not that difficult to get a hold of a level 4 West. Then you have the armor threat again. I don't know.
And the armor threat's not going to go away. And they were talking about it in the chat of, it might be overrated. It might not be. It might be overrated today, but every couple of years, armor gets lighter, armor gets stronger. So they've got enough of our plate ceramic type stuff, and they're working hard enough on it because they're not developing new guns, they're developing armor, and that's why this is becoming a threat. So it was estimated, it was just tossed out there, and it was in an open source document that in 2025 5.56 will probably have a 0 meter effectiveness against the armor plates that are being generally issued. Because with armor we have the X-SAPI, and nobody likes the X-SAPI because it's heavy, but now I've got X-SAPI capability weighing as much as the old SAPI plate that was only 5.56. So that it's just getting lighter and it's just getting stronger. And the lighter it gets, the cheaper it gets, the more people it's going to get to, because the Russians love selling their shit, and they love giving it to fledgling country that they want some oil from. They're just like, hey, here's guns by the millions of them. Here's some fucking armor plates, and how hard is it to, and we all know that AR 500 fucking plates suck. We know that, but if they're cheap and you're wanting to do some fucking terrorism and you can get a hold of those, then that could cause a fucking problem. And it's really awkward when you deploy dudes to somewhere and they drop in there and they start trying to fucking lay scunion and they're not getting effective hits. And that's happened. Some dudes went into a place and they shot some guys, and the guys weren't falling down because they were doing this cool center mass stuff, and they were like, oh shit. And they had to switch gears, and they had to start doing pelvic shots or head shots, and they did the fight, and it worked out great. But not everybody can do that. When you're talking about professional operators at high levels of skill, and then you throw, a kid that just came out of basic training that fucking didn't even get taught fucking ballistics at all, and he comes out of basic training, and you put him into that same fucking spot, and he doesn't know to aim for the head or the pelvis because his drill sergeant told him not to even shoot the 300-yard target and to save his bullets for the close range stuff. Then you see where that starts getting into, for general purpose, that starts getting into fucking problems. Then you throw combat in there where you're not presented with a full size target, and a dude's probably protecting his fucking nugget, or all you can see is his fucking nugget, or he's thinking he's Billy Badass like fucking U.S. soldiers do, and they go, oh, I'm going to use this stance so I present my plates to the threat, because we've all heard that fucking shit before. Then you start getting into problems, and then it comes back to the shoot around or shoot through.
Yeah, speaking of armor, my last gig, we got our plates from some Afghani-owned company in Kabul, I think, that was cranking out armor. I mean, I'm sure they're NIJ rated and shit, of course, but yeah, I mean, if they're selling to us, they're selling them to fucking Taliban too, so.
You can probably buy them on ARFCOM.
Yeah, no shit.
They're real cheap. They're real good too. So we've been talking about the general purposes, a little bit about calibers. So I'm thinking on this next little change of topic, I'm thinking we should probably just focus on the G3, the FAL, and the M14. Because as we said before, Mark 17's fairly new. The 417 is fairly new. The SR25, despite what people said, that's still fairly new. So we're talking about 50s, 60s technology with those first three. What are some of the downsides that you guys are familiar with any of those systems, being the G3 FAL or M14?
I think all three of those suffer from a very similar issue, and that's getting good cheek weld is a problem with most of those. Having sights that are in your way on a couple of them is a problem. That they're rock-in magazines, or they're not magazines that just want to fall out and pop in, beer can style, like of most Stenag stuff. That's a problem. It's not a problem so much for a lot of my customers because they've already trained around that. But I remember, and then there's also a lot of problems that aren't necessarily thought of. When we sold 349 guns to the just standard 21-inch guns to the U.S. Marine Corps for them to take those guns and then go to Africa and train soldiers there. They wanted to have their own guns because what they found out when they got there is if they had to train off the guns that were already in Africa, half the time they'd spend 2 weeks just getting guns to work. And they really couldn't end up training the training that they were supposed to go there and do. So, but everything went well with that contract for us, except for they called us up and they're like, we can't get these things to feed. We're like, okay. And we flew a team out, and they were using LR118, which will not feed in an FAL magazine. 175 grain bullet will not feed in an FAL magazine, and because there was no 175 grain bullet in 1953, and all the way up into the 60s. And once they got a hold of whatever the old 168 that they still had at Quantico, they were up and running just fine. And then they said they also use M80 ball and stuff like that. But because the M14s that they were building for matches, they would run the 175, and because the M110s and maybe I think they even had some of those older, I think they're Mark 11s or something. Because all those guns, they ran that fine. They were like, they just didn't understand it. But 175 will literally not even fit in the magazine of an FAL. And so there's some of those things too that happen, not to mention the twist rates on most of these older guns. They don't want to support those kind of bullets very much. So there's a lot of those kind of things. Are they train arounds? Yeah, there's workarounds for all that stuff. And for some customers, it's not even a workaround because they're already very used to those things. But, some of these older guns, they're very durable, but then people don't necessarily want to weigh. They don't see that as the benefit over the weight of some of the newer systems. I would say that some of the newer systems just flat aren't proven. I've seen some of the newer systems in other countries where might be just fine for Navy SEAL dude, and in the other country it's broken plastic stock. So it's just it's a lot different than I think we're used to around stateside or even our troops deploying stateside. So yeah, there's some downsides to it. There's some upsides too, but yeah, that's my 2 cents on the downsides.
That's cool. That's very cool.
I have never seen any issues with bullet weights, and that's simply because those countries around here that I say, they're running 147, 150 grain bullets for older 7.62. They're running machine gun ammunition. So, and I have never even seen 185 or 175 grain bullets used by snipers here. So that in my part of the world, that is really a non-argument.
Something that sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I would like to show what I see as the biggest problem with G3. And the biggest problem with G3 is the stock length. The length of pull is really, really terrible. And even someone that is really long, still the length of pull is really terrible. And soldiers, they work around this. And the common way to work around it is that they actually put the the support hand around the magazine instead of on the forend. And that means that they are usually supporting the gun really poorly, especially if they go into automatic fire. The reason why the G3 is so poor as it is because the Germans, they chose to put the sight very low. On M16, they put the sight 1.5 inch up. They got a straight line stock, and they got a very comfortable gun. But the Germans, they thought high sights are ugly, so they put them very low. That meant they had to put the calm very low as well. So here's a giant gap, and that is forming a hump. And each time you're firing the gun, especially in prone, the hump is actually smashing your face. And it's pretty painful after a while. So to compensate for this, they extended the length of pull. And that was bad in the 60s. But today, when everybody are using body armor and stuff, it's even worse. They tried a few times. Well, here in Sweden, they're cutting the stocks off a little bit, but still it's really no good because then you have this hump problem in the face. So that is the basic problem as I see it around the G3. Otherwise, it's an amazing gun. It just works and works. Sweden adopted the G3 in 65. They're running just fine. We adopted the FNC in 85, and they are really at the end of their lifespan. They need to be changed now. Thank you.
That's cool.
Yeah, one of the major issues I found with 7.62 battle rifles is that, at least in the States, obviously we're not really using them these days, or the military is not using them these days. So the support gear, magazine pouches especially, have not had the same level of development that 5.56 weapons have. Most of the, I'm sure like most guys, like I've been using them long enough that, or kit long enough that I'm very kind of set in my ways and what I need. And for any rifle magazine pouch, I want a low cut, open top magazine pouch just for speed reloads. Most of the 7.62 stuff is not platform specific. So most of the magazine pouches that you get are, 7.62 battle rifle pouches. They're not an HKG3 pouch or not an FAL pouch. They're kind of a, mix of all three of those weapon systems. So the only two that I've really found that I like are the HSGI tacos and the goddamn, I just got something new here a couple months ago.
Blue Force
STAC. STAC. Blue Force gear. I haven't used their 7.62 pouch. It's just the old 10-speed 5.56 stuff, but which is great. But for like a single belt magazine or a single belt mounted magazine pouch, like I don't want the thing to flop. Like I want it low cut so that I can get a, for lack of a better description, a firing grip on the magazine and rip it out without, having to screw with, mag pole, the original mag poles. I don't want a bunch of shit in the way. I want a clean, presentation, and I can get my hand. I've got small hands, so that's something I've had a major issue with. I just found STAC, ESSTAC. They've been around a long time.
Oh yeah.
They do a low cut 7.62. It's a nylon, pouch with pals on the back and a Kydex insert that's working really, really well for G3 stuff. So that's the major issue I found. But the Krauts can't design sights for shit. So angle grinder your fucking G3 sights right off of that thing. But as far as I'm trying to think of any other goofy things, like G3 wise, like I'm running a lot of aftermarket stuff on mine. I'm still playing around with it, but cut and recoil, it's not a huge deal, but split times is. So I'm a battle comp guy on most platforms if I don't have to suppress the gun, which I'm not screwing with this one. So right now I've got a Surefire War Comp open tying on it. Still playing with it. The ting is annoying. It annoys the shit out of me in that gun. Aftermarket match trigger can't think of the guy's name who cranks those out for the G3. I'm having good luck with mine so far. Extended cocking handle, like my FAL time's about, I don't know. I'm about 7 or 8 years out of date with those. Like, I'm sure there's all kinds of new stuff that I haven't screwed with, but yeah, magazine pouches. Fuck me.
I remember that
agree.
was also one of those topics that we had with, what was it? We were talking to, as a matter of fact, it was more Chuck, when basically the whole topic was 308 sucks, stick with 5.56.
On the mag pouches, you really like this. You just have to have them almost custom made for that gun, because the mags are bulkier. So like if you go with these off the shelf ones, they're sized for everybody, and they're kind of, because of that, they're bulky on top of it. I think it is better experience with just getting your own made, and I know could be potential problems with that too, but yeah, it's a support issue. It's a 5.56 country. The 16 is the sweetheart of everybody here in the United States, and there's less support on that. As for things to do to guns, man, we've tried just about everything from full on pick, the entire gun being pick rail, no sights on the front or rear, so people could run a co-witness standard AR-15 co-witness sights with like an EOTech. We just got done with our newest side folding stock design, to try to get that cheek weld right and to allow you to have lots of adjustment. This particular stock here, it adjusts in a flat fashion and in an angled fashion like a scar. So that depending on if you're wearing a helmet or not wearing a helmet, you have a scope with a huge objective or objective lens or whatever. We've done everything to try to update guns too, because if you're a battle rifle company, or maybe you're a military and all you have is battle rifles, if you don't do it on your own, it's probably not going to happen, because it's not a large enough market like an AK or an M16 or something like that. So that's why we did our own charging handles and M-lock handguards. Originally the Picatinny handguard, ambi mag releases, all that stuff. We did every once in a while. Somebody will come up with like a grip, like Ergo do like a grip for an FAL or a G3 or something. But you really, if you don't design it and do it, like we designed the stock ourselves, it would have never gotten done. Because it's just not a large enough market for Magpul. I wish Magpul would have made Magpul mags for the FAL, but they probably looked at that thing and said, "Oh no, we'll only sell 1 million. We need to sell 300 million," and that's why they didn't do it. That's why we're moving forward with our own modern magazine. And so yeah, the support is a real thing out there, and it's made it so that we have to sell every single part on this gun, because where are people going to buy the parts? And that's kind of sometimes a good thing, some kind of bad thing, because there's so many different manufacturers of these FALs out there, and it's also a very, very hard gun to make, But if you don't supply the support out there, and if that was a customer looking at a rifle, like let's say you're not talking about FALs, G3s, or M14s, you're talking about like there's a few others like a SIG AMT. Or a P57 or something like that. And that's a battle rifle. It's a Swiss battle rifle or whatever. Or there's been other ones too, BM59, the Italian BM59 rifles. And let's say you went out and bought one of those because you love battle rifles, you want to get one. Now you're really boxed yourself into a non-support, because you don't have the support that the G3, the FAL, or the M14 have. So I think if you're looking at those three and you're looking at a legacy gun, you're looking in the right direction. Then you just got to kind of narrow it down to which one fits you the best, or whatever your needs are, or whatever you want to do to the gun. Maybe there's options you want to do on one gun. It's not offered on one, but it's offered on the other one. We know the chassis systems on the M14 is kind of a interesting topic compared to like just throwing on a Magpul stock on a G3 or a DSA stock on an FAL or something. It's a quite a bit different situation throwing on a stock or throwing on a 10-pound piece of aluminum.
Yeah, another big one's armor support for those platforms. Like, how many guys are still alive that know how to work on an M14 or a G3 or a FAL? Like G3 or FAL in the States, if you have an issue with it, you're sending that thing you know, you're sending that thing back to the factory, the PTR or DSA or whoever. Like, there aren't any, at least that I'm aware of, there aren't any Department G3 armorers out there. I bought every piece of armor's knowledge I could find on that thing, and I'm still like fucking Kraut space magic. Like, I'm sending that bitch back to the factory. So, anyway.
You know, I think I want to hear from Mick specifically about his experience with bringing the M14 to a much more modern era and how it didn't work. Oh, you're muted. I know whatever you're saying is awesome. I know, I can feel it. There you go.
So basically, to touch off what Buck said, what kind of armor support is there? For the M14 and the United States Army in theater, there was none. Zero armor support. Not even the 913 Alpha small arms warrant officers were trained on how to repair that weapon system. If it became deadlined or even if they needed parts replacement, there was no parts replacement. It had to be shipped back stateside. And there wasn't a fleet of reserve weapons to be issued for you when that happened. So basically, we were left with two options. One, run it till it breaks, or its accuracy deteriorates, so it's no longer quantifiable as a battle rifle, or field like 80% of them to people and leave 20% as a reserve pool to be issued when they break down. So yeah, that's where we're at. There practically was no parts replacement, partially because there's just not people manufacturing that many parts anymore. And the other reason is just because the U.S. Army inventory system is not ideal, especially for legacy weapon systems such as the M14. I would say my biggest takeaway, the M14 was essentially pressed into service as a battle rifle because we already had the M14 weapon system and we didn't have to procure more guns. We ended up spending more money to aftermarket kit it up to be a viable option than we would if we just like purchased SR25s or if we're speaking modern day M110Ks. If you look at the Sage EPR chassis, and like a dumbass, I bought one because I was issued an M14, so I wanted to have my service rifle to train on my own dime and time. It's about several $1,000s just for one piece of equipment. And all that stuff adds up. What's another thing?
I remember you have some great forum posts on primaryandsecondary.com/forum.
Yeah, that was my big Afghanistan AAR. That was another point of them.
Oh, yeah.
So we're talking about armor support. We're talking about lack of spare parts.
I remember I think it was you that brought up you could have it zeroed and everything's all set. And then when you look at it funny, it's no longer zeroed somehow, magically.
Yeah, Ash will be able to talk about this as well. Essentially, its accuracy degrades over time. Partially, that's just because of the M14 platform. Another is having to be bedded into the chassis. So, especially in Afghanistan, if you're jumping over 8-foot mud walls, or if you're just like trying to do free flow CQB indoors, like your weapon system is going to be banging off stuff. And that's going to affect the optic as well as the gun itself. So you're essentially on a timeline as far as, do I have an acceptable level of accuracy or do I not? And that's one of the reasons why I am a firm advocate in having a range wherever you are. I don't care if you're at a large forward operating base. I don't care if you're at a combat outpost. Build that range, confirm zero. Ideally, you would confirm zero pretty much every day.
Okay, Ash. Your moment. Yes.
So my M14 rant is going to slide into what you already said with the next segment was improvements. So we got issued these M14s, right? And they all came as this kit, and it was pretty badass, and everybody was excited, right? No shit, there we were. And they all came into the arms room, and they had the M14s, and they had the mags, and they had the scope, and the scope had a fucking target with it, and it was all serial numbered, and it was fucking great. We put them all together. So I was very involved with the arms room at the time, and a platoon sergeant. So I cherry picked the best shooting M14s that came with the test targets. So I found guns that had guns that printed a minute, according to test target. And I knew I didn't have any 118 LR. They weren't going to issue that. I was going to be using machine gun ammo, so I wasn't expecting a minute out of it. Then we promptly took apart our M14s to clean them. What nobody told us was when they put it into this fucking Sage chassis, once they torque that thing and they get the accuracy out of it, with an M14, when you play with the torque on all the trunnions and all that shit, you lose your accuracy. So what we did is we took 1 minute guns, and before we even did anything with them, we fucked them up. So there was no way to put, because I didn't have fucking torque wrenches. I didn't have fucking things. I didn't even have a note that said, don't take this motherfucker apart. If there'd have been a note in there that said, don't take it apart, I would have been down, because I hate fucking cleaning guns. I hate cleaning guns with a fucking passion. So I would have been like, just leave that shit alone, shoot them till they fucking die. Cool, I got this note right here to support it from fucking Redstone or whoever built these motherfuckers. But no. So we took them apart. So we took these great guns, great 1 minute guns temporarily, and we fucked them up. Now, then we took them to theater, and just like Mick was talking about, there was no support. We had fucking 3 magazines per gun. How we got more than 3 magazines per dude was we got issued 2 guns, and we took 1 gun out, and we took the magazines from that gun and gave them to the other fucking guy. So what we did is we took going all the way back to the M14, what they did with the M14 is they took an M1 Grand and fucked it up, right? And even John Garand was like, that thing is an abortion, right? He didn't even have anything to do with it. He was just like, get that fucking thing away from me. And he probably said it in those words, but it's hard to quote him on that. But so we took something that worked, the M1 Grand, and fucked it up. Then we took that thing that had been sitting around for years, put it in another chassis, and fucked it up again. Then we took it to theater. Now, when they were designing the M14 and where we were operating at, and the intended operating area was the known as the Fulda Gap, and there's not a lot of sand there. So we took these M14s to a nice sandy area. And if you've ever seen one, if you haven't seen one, Google a picture of it. It's an open action. So all the sand goes right in there. And then what do I have for Army lubricant? I have CLP. What does CLP do with sand? It turns it to mud. So I have this open action, and I'm throwing all this shit in there, right? And that's just the M14 as designed, right? So here we are in theater with once upon a time 1 minute guns that turned into fucking 3 minute guns, putting machine gun ammo through them, and they're just eating themselves with the fucking sand. And when you talk about armor support, we didn't even have fucking -10 support. Literally, the -10 that came with my M14 was printed in 1967. And it was like, use grease. You're like, what fucking kind of grease? So me being the guy of liking research, what I did was I started asking people that I knew, hey, what's up with these M14s? What do I do with them? How do I maintain them? What's the best way? How do I get all the shit out of them? What am I supposed to do, not supposed to do? I ended up talking to Fred from Fred's M14 stocks. And Fred he's the Appleseed guy. And this guy loves M14s. He is an M14. He was the best subject matter expert on M14s that I could find. And Fred was like, you're going to do what? I'm taking M14s to theater, man. And he's just like, don't. I was like, well, I don't have a fucking choice. And he's like, well, here's what you got to do. So he gave me a 2-hour long over the phone M14 class. So our M14s ran for the deployments. Now, when somebody said it earlier in the chat, I don't need 1 minute accuracy for a battle rifle. Wasn't going to get it anyway. So even a 3 minute gun with machine gun ammo through it, the price of that gun was fucking worthless. Now I'm going to talk about a little bit about the actual kit that they bought. The biggest fucking problem with that thing was these assholes didn't bother to talk to anybody. They bought the cheapest scope they could find from Leopold that met the fucking requirements, and it was like a 3.5 to 10 power. This thing had 1 minute clicks up and down and fucking half-minute clicks left and right. And it was a mil fucking scope. So if you're ever zeroing something and it only adjusts in 1 minute increments, you're like, oh, I'm 3 inches low, or I'm 6 inches lower at 300, or fucking 8 inches low, something fucking weird. So you're like, oh, I can go here, or I can go here. I just moved it 3 inches every fucking click, and then half minute on the fucking win. So then they didn't include a scope that you could fucking do holdovers with, because if I could do holdovers with, but had a nice little tree in it, a H59, trimmer 3, whatever, if they'd have put one of those scopes on it, fucking cool. Zero it, fucking put witness marks on the fucking turrets and fucking hope for the best. Nope, didn't have that shit, just had a crosshair scope with fucking mil dots in it. So none of my shit fucking mattered. So if you knew anything about shooting, you knew this thing was fucked up. If you didn't know anything about shooting, you couldn't do anything with it because you were fucked up and the gun was fucked up. So the best upgrade for your M14 M1. Take the magazine out, load a magazine, take the magazine out, take 7.62 rounds out. Take 7.62 rounds, put them in SR25 mag, stick it in SR25 and be done with it. Or any of the other brands that we've talked about tonight.
Like a FAL.
Yeah, FAL, G3, something like that. Take the M14, take it out to your boat, put rope on it, use it as boat anchor. That's the absolute best use for M14s.
Just to jump off what Ash is talking about, TACOM, Training and Authorization Command, was the authority behind the M14 EBRs. And their Leupold scope, 2.5 to 10x, was BDC'd, spec'd to a round that was not 118 MLR. It was spec'd to a round, I forget the nomenclature for it, but it was essentially stopped being made in the 70s. So the round that optic was spec'd for was no longer in use.
That's quality. And
Amazing.
I got go ahead.
Amazing weapon system that is.
So, I'm hearing some of that groupthink. Or is it that people from different backgrounds with different experience are coming to very similar conclusions because there's just some underlying truth going on?
It is. I think it is what it is. I mean, I think that for my customers, fantastic rifle. They love it. They love to throw the accessories and stuff like that on. I think like if you want to make a sniper rifle, I mean, I don't know. It's, and if you want to, I want to run all the latest, greatest, faster optics. Well, meaning like EOTechs and ACOGs, and those are all designed around the AR-15 platform. So you're going to have some cheek weld issues unless you get some kind of stock on it. That's why we had to go out and design different stocks. And I think that for some people, they want that action. They want that nostalgia, or maybe it's the only rifle they have. That's all fine. But, I think that, is there a reliability factor over other battle rifles? That's always an arguable point, especially I think the company that the rifles we're all talking about here now, I don't know, unless maybe the M14 is that bad. I think that most of those are pretty reliable guns, everything we've talked about, but maybe the original M14 was probably pretty reliable too. But when you put it in these chassis and you don't lubricate it and you have no parts and you give somebody 3 magazines, which means the second 1 magazine's down. Now they only have 2 magazines. They have 1 reload. And it's kind of a weird situation. I agree with that. But I think that maybe you start talking about the gas piston direct impingement argument on some of them, or the roller lock over the gas piston, or the roller lock over the direct impingement. I think that's probably where your arguments will end up being more. And then you talk about a long stroke, like let's say a Galil in 7.62 NATO, compared to a FAL being a short stroke gas piston, and what are the benefits between those two? Or I know there's Serbian guns that are battle rifles too, 8mm and 3. They made 308 caliber AKs. That's probably more of the things that you talk about more than say, is my M14 as good as a SCAR? Because I don't really know if that's even necessarily an argument, you know?
Yeah, we didn't even discuss like the Bren and.
Right. There's a lot of and then there's the Bren, the new Bren CZ.
Yeah.
There's ARX and stuff. But then again, that's that new age, new generation stuff where I'm down in South America and I'm like, oh, those are great broken stock guns.
That's right.
So there's that factor too, because it'll take a while for some of those systems to where they're saying, hey, we just got this report from Colombia, and apparently they like to put their rifles in the fire while they eat or something. And it's like, oh, it didn't last. So, you know, it's always something weird like that. But, you know, if you're talking about U.S. forces, some of these are, I think we're going to pretty much probably be in a lot of agreement on a lot of these things.
So the fact that you used that very specific example tells me that might have actually occurred. They put their rifles in the fire when they eat.
I've seen some weird stuff, you know, I mean, yeah, I think that's a whole nother, and I know that I'm not going overseas as combat arm. I'm just going overseas as a salesman. But, you know, I've seen some things that I never would have thought people would use rifles for, or how they would take care of them, and actually even tactics sometimes surprise you. Like, oh, that's a way of doing it. I never thought that the 308 was better because they had their street lights in Brazil have a type of metal on them that the cop can't shoot out the lights unless they're directly underneath it, because the 5.56 will bounce right off the metal that they use to protect the street light. So they have to use their FALs for that application. I would have never really thought of that until you actually hear it. And then you're like, okay, well, I guess there are some, you know, some things about, I mean, I'm not trained combat guy, so I just learned these things.
Yeah, that's cool. Hakan. We've been talking about G3, or we've been talking about upgrades. I know you have some upgrades, and I know you have some stuff nearby.
Yeah, that's correct. Here is the one. That is the stock it had ended up with. So I basically got rid of the hump. There is a little left, but that hump is not disturbing at all. The original stock length of the Swedish G3 is about this long. And that is where we end up with having the support end on the magazine, the so-called rookie grip. But I usually always shoot with the stock as short as possible, and I could put my support hand very much forward. And the head or the cheek actually comes here. And now the gun feels like an AR-15, a bit heavier. That's the only thing. Another fun thing is the reactions I got for rebuilding G3s or supplying parts for changing G3s, is that so many Americans seems to think that G3 is sacred. You shouldn't touch it. You shouldn't do shit about it. It should look like a radiation gun, and that's it. And if you fuck about it, then you're stupid. You're doing something really wrong. A lot of those people, they're buying a PTR. That's good, with the Picatinny rail on, and they think that is sacred. And I can't really get a hold of that. I can't understand it. A new gun with a Picatinny rail that never have been there. What is sacred about that gun? It's just a gun amongst others. It's nothing special. If they had a 1959 G3 prototype gun, yeah, I would certainly understand it. Or a gun that actually was used by the Rhodesians and in a decent condition. Yeah, that's a collectible gun. But yes, the standard run-of-the-mill aftermarket G3, I don't understand what is so sacred. And at the same time, as it's perfectly fine to spend all those money on M1A or M14s, and that is usually basically a useless rifle after it's modified.
Are there any other modifications that you like to do to your rifles?
We put a new forend on, and we have made a forend that is proprietary. The forend, it's basically of the same size as the original G3 forend. The weight is like an original G3 forend in plastic. So it's very thin, it's very light, and we have our own interfaces to it. The reason why we are running our own interfaces instead of running an M-lock system is that our interface, it's basically made for optical systems. So we have the same interfaces here on the scope mounts. So anything that goes on our scope mount, that goes on our forend. M-lock or key mod would never ever work on an optical system. There is simply no space for it, and there is not accuracy. There is not accuracy in M-lock or key mod for an optical system either. The point is here that we can put on like a picton rail and put on a laser, and it will stick there. It won't move. But the other systems, they are not made for that level of accuracy. Then we just bring that on to the forend as well. And apart from forends, we also make ticketing rails. And that was quite funny because I was away a few days and we had some drop tests on both our gear and competitors' gear. They drop tested the guns on 2 meters straight into steel. None of the others, they could do all the drop tests that was required, because usually the first thing that came off was the picketing rail that come through the air. And another thing that also failed was the stocks that broke down. I was a bit more lucky because our gun, it went through all the drops and it worked just fine.
So on top of
look very well though. Yeah.
On top of G3s, are there other systems that you are toying with modifying and upgrading?
MP5s. I have also made upgrades for HK417 and G36, but that is not so much a topic of today.
So you're saying you have something for H&K?
Yeah.
Kraut Space Magic.
Word.
So let's see here. So we've discussed what exactly a battle rifle is. We discussed the old school ones, what the general use is, where it's shining, advances in ammo, that slight discussion about barrier penetration, vehicle use, alternative calibers, some advantages. What about clones? What are some good examples of clones of these main 3?
I think on the G3 end of things, stateside, it's obviously PTR. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm using these days and having really good luck with it. That's all I got.
Yeah. And I don't even think we need to bother talking about the M14. Marc, is there any specific brand?
Well, we've been making the FAL for 30 years. The gun's 70 years old, almost 70 years old at this point. It's an extremely hard gun to make. We had the best reputation at it, and we've had struggles too. And we've had to work back from those struggles as well. And we're at a point now where we're looking really good. But these guns are hard to make, all these clones. I've seen every one of these. And I don't even like to so much call us a clone, but I guess in some way, we're always going to be seen that way, even though we have the TDP for it from Steyr, from when we bought all the tooling, rifles, parts, everything from them, blueprints. But for this conversation, I'll say that, and you got to make sure you have a company who's going to be there to support you on it, because I've seen every one of these companies making legacy systems who's done fantastic at times, never messed up, and then it's like something happens and then they got to go back to this. And what it comes down to a lot of times, I think, is these guns were hard to make in the original configurations, because it was done in a time period where you had, this old dude with a Geppetto hammer hammering things away, and you had one guy, he would get it off one mill and then it would go to another mill and they'd file it. That's why I think the Pakistanis can still make really good guns, because they still make their guns that way. And when you're making those legacy guns, that's a great way to make it. Well, for us, so when we have somebody that retires, or we've had employees die recently, they getting that tribal knowledge to somebody else, it can be tough, and what we found is we had to do the opposite of what how the original guns were made, with a lot of people relying on skilled craftsmen, things like that. And we had to eliminate more and more and more and more of the human factor, because unless you have perfect human factor, when you're making these legacy systems, whether it's a Italian BM59 or a M1A or a FAL or whatever, you have to really make sure you do that. And some companies, they get lucky at certain times and they come up with a great crew and they have a stellar reputation. And that's where we were for quite a while. And then we had to get back there, honestly. And that's why luckily we had a good accessory line for modernizing parts and modernizing some of those guns. There's gives and takes with that stuff too. It doesn't fit on every single FAL because there's different manufacturers. It doesn't, these guns were never meant to have some kind of scope mount like that. So there's gives and takes on some of that stuff. And it was us constantly working at it. And so if somebody's looking at clones or whatever we want to call them, just, really look into the company you're going to buy it from, and how long they've been around. That's usually a good sign. Do they sell spare parts? Because some of these companies, they don't even sell spare parts. I think if they're willing to sell spare parts, then they're probably willing to be there for you. Do they still answer their phones? That's something we've always done. If we have employees and have good customer service staff, I mean, it's because you need, with a gun like this, like our gun, just for example, you got to have good people there to tell people how to adjust that gas system, because it's not intuitive. It's something that is a great feature. On the original FAL, they needed it because the Canadians, when they tested their ammo, they had to close their gas regulator all the way. The British ammo, they had to open it all the way up because it was extra pressure. And the American ammo was kind of in the middle somewhere. So it's a great feature to have, especially when with this gun, they were trying to get this worldwide adoption with all these different countries having this stuff and ammunition on and environmental conditions all over the world. So it was a good feature. But we have people raised on the M4. And they don't understand this unless we do our job to explain this stuff and explain that these magazines are not optimal fit for this gun or whatever. Or we also have to keep an eye on that too. We have to keep an eye on those things, because it's not like some plug and play gun like the M4. And I don't think most of these older legacy battle rifles are like that. They take skilled people to do it. Ash he's set in a good spot because that gun, the SR-25, it's got a lot of lineage to a gun that was designed with this dimension is 0.250 or 0.250 and stuff like. It was really designed from the get-go to be, dimensions that are easy, parts that won't interchange, all that kind of stuff. M14s, FALs, G3s, it's not the same thing.
I like your term so much more. Legacy systems. Modern legacy.
I like calling it a legacy system, just like I like 1970 Chevelle.
No, let's not go. Let's not get overboard. It's cool to look at this and to study this, specifically when I got this specific FAL, and the first time I've ever really messed with one, to see the various influences of where we are now and just compare. It's cool stuff, and it's still functional, and there's still a purpose. Sadly, also for this specific episode, we haven't had enough gun noise, but you know, it happens.
It happens.
One.
There we go.
You hear that war comp just hanging?
So I want to hit on something that is just to pick on the fucking M14 people. I never dispute what the G3 and the FAL have done, you know, across the world, but the M14 people. So I just want to throw this out there. So in about, I'm thinking 97, 98, some high-speed operator type dudes got a hold of some SR-25s in the Mark 11 category, and they started doing work. And then we had this thing start with the global war on terror, and a lot more of those guns got put into use. The EMCs, we've got EMCs in the gun room that have bodies on them from some really cool customers. Then in 2007, we put 6,500 M110s into service. And you know, that's counting just the Army. So we've got basically, the 110's got what, 11 years of service, 12 years. The SR-25 has been doing the entire GWAT, and beforehand. I would argue that the SR-25 platform has as many or more bodies on it than the M14. So, and that's in several different configurations. That's in sniper configuration. That's in the EMCs were straight battle rifles. They were just straight there. Yeah, and they were 16-inch guns. Now we're getting into 14 5-inch guns. So that's just my argument for the M14 lovers. But when you have a different platform that has, you know, freaking 19 years of dropping people, and you look at the M14 as an actual standard service rifle, started getting phased out for the Army in 65, 66. And a lot of the big fights for the Army were on M16s. By the time that 67 happened and 68, all the Marines were on M16s, except for handfuls of dudes. So the M14 was regulated early in the war to, you know, support roles or dudes that wanted to carry 7.62 guns. So I would argue that there's just as many or more in that category. So, you know, looking at that and just leading into, and yeah, I'm the Knights guy and Knights whatever, but even if I wasn't the Knights guy, the SR-25 is closer to an American battle rifle and has done just as much or more work as the M14. And that comes from the, you know, basically everybody's trained up on the M4, M16, Armament SR-25. It's a bigger version. Yes, there's differences in it, but you understand the manual of arms with it. And I can do the same sort of things. I can put the scopes go on the same way, you know, all that sort of stuff. There's enough standardization in there. And yeah, there's intricacies on how to put it together and that sort of stuff. But that's why it's closer. AR-10 platform, if you want to get off the naming convention. So that's just something to think about if you're looking at a modern battle rifle. If you're not looking for a legacy system, you're looking for a modern one. You know, look at what's been working, what's been doing work, and a lot of people have AR-10 platforms. Not saying Knights is better, but we've been doing it longer, and you know, just something to think about. Get something that's on an SR-25. You know, works with SR-25 stuff. LMT, and we've got a good working relationship with LMT. There's a reason, if you look at it, the SR-25 has angles on it instead of being rounded like the DPMS pattern. There's a reason for that. Because if you look at the old AR-10s, they were like that. There's a reason that those are there. So yeah, and DPMS is cheaper, blah, blah, blah. I got it. I understand all that stuff. But at least look at an AR-10 type platform, and you would be benefited by looking towards stuff that works with the SR-25. Then mags. If they're not using an SR-25 mag, if you're looking at an AR-10 platform, if you're not using an SR-25 mag, I mean, everybody's making Magpul makes one. We make one. A bunch of knockoffs make one. Yes, ours are expensive. Got it. I work at nights. Trust me, I see all the fucking prices. You don't have to tell me we're expensive. But for the support, like we talked about earlier, in the support side, your magazine pouches, all your stuff that's designed for the Army is going to work with an SR-25 mag. And pretty soon it's going to work with this fucking HK mag, whatever that thing is. Oh, yeah, by the way, if you get a new CSAS gun and you got an H&K, don't put your magazine on the ground. I had the HK guy was cussing at me in German because we were debating bipods, and he didn't want to put a bipod on the SDM gun. And I was like, well, can I put my magazine on the ground? And he was like, 9, blah, 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 rattles off in German, which is pretty cool. Just to have him custom like that. But so that's just things to consider. Because you sure as hell can take that Magpul 25 rounder that's a little bit longer. I was just a little short for it. But you can sure as hell take that Magpul one and put it on the ground if you're needing to. And like I say, we've got 14.5 systems coming out. The CC is chrome lined, and the lighter version, not quite as accurate, but chrome line barrel. If you're a guy like me that doesn't like gun maintenance, it's going to last you for a really, 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 really long time. The non-chrome lined ones, the M110 has a service life of 5,500 rounds is what's requirement on it on the 7.62. So that's what you're going to get with high quality stuff. You're going to get 10,000 rounds out of it. And in America, and like I say, unless you're looking at a legacy system, go towards AR-10, get all that support, get all that sort of thing. The HK guns are, they're cool, and they got all that sort of stuff. And just for argument purposes, I know they call it direct impingement, but all ARs are piston guns. It's just an inline piston rather than a piston across the top. But that's just that's just words there, just to antagonize people.
Words mean things.
What's that?
Words mean things.
Yeah, they mean things. And then somebody talked about it earlier. Being able to shoot capabilities. You got target size, target distance, and shooter capability is always your limiting thing. So if you can't shoot, go learn to shoot. If you don't know how to shoot, learn on a fucking 22 or 223, learn on something that you can manage, and then step up to it. Because there's nothing worse than going to the range and seeing a dude with a 7.62 gun plastering bullets fucking everywhere because he can't handle the recoil and he can't do those things. So, I just wanted to hit on that. And when you think about going into, legacy systems, the SR-25 is new, 94, 93, when Stoner and Mr. Knight got together and did that. But the AR-10 is 58. AR-10 was right there side by side. So you got to dial that back. And the AR-10, the original platform, trust me, I can go upstairs and look at the original AR-10. And the original AR-10 has the same problems that the legacy systems has. It's got this cool fucking 1958 carbon fiber type handguard on it that I can't mount anything to. It's got big, god awful, goofy fucking sights on it. And believe it or not, the original one did not have the little trigger thing on the top. That's not the purpose for the carry handle, but that's just the thing. So it had those same design parameters that the legacy systems had. It's just aged better as technology comes along, because with all the legacy guns, you got to do modifications like Marc's just talked about, having to build all their shit. and that's cool that you guys got hemlock and all that stuff, rails, and that you guys are making for that legacy system. But the AR-10 is just aged better, I think, and that's because it led to the M16 doing that, and they were able to apply that to the AR-10 when they came back to it in the 90s. So that's just some things to think about. And when you're building a battle rifle, have your mission in mind. If your mission is a cloning, and we love the cloner guys, that there's whole groups of cloner guys that are building, taking a brand new gun and chopping it up and turning it into 110. And that's cool, but we learned some stuff since the 110 in 2007. You take a 2018 gun and take it back 10 years. That's cool. That's what you want to do. Cloner side, there's a bunch of stuff out there, and those guys are good to us. But I lost my train of thought when I started thinking about the cloners, because they're weird. They're weird guys. We love them, but they're weird guys.
You lost me at a lack of $3 magazines.
Yeah.
I would like to show a few things on the G3.
Please.
Because there is a giant, or there is a constant discussion about free-floating barrels or not. Here is an early G3 where the tube sits together with the barrel with the front side post. This is not free-floating. And when we add the forend to it, there is a pin sticking through here. So it's not nearly free-floating. This is just as terrible as most other guns. The later G3s, they look like this. And the front side post is attached to the barrel only. And the tube is not touching the front side post. It's actually moving here, as you probably can see. So when we attach the forend, it goes to this hole that is in the top tube, and the barrel is free floating. This is, of course, very good for accuracy. So Sweden have taken back the G3 and used it as a sharpshooter's rifle. Of course, it would be better to go for a 110 or for 17 or some other gun, but this is what they have, and they are continuing to use it, and they got really good results out of it.
That's cool.
I think on the I'm muted here now. Let's see.
No,
I think on the I'm good. Okay, on the legacy stuff, at least, like as weird as it is, sometimes it's good to like write down the things that you are that each gun has, because they have something different. For like an FAL, some people really want to have a bolt hold open device where the bolt locks back in the last shot. That's not something that a G3 really has. But on a G3, you don't have a gas system to clean and to adjust. So for some people, they may want to have the bolt hold open device, or they may not want to reach really far forward of the gun to charge it like you have on a G3. But for other people, they may not want to mess around with the gas system. For some people may like the idea of that a magazine can be inserted more straight up, like it can do with the G3, though it's actually still better to tilt it a little bit. Some people may like that the FAL, for example, tips open like an AR-15. Maybe they already own an AR-15. They like that cleaning procedure. That's something that you get with an FAL that you don't really get with a G3. But the G3, to take it apart, it comes into sub-assemblies faster. So maybe you like to clean your gun in those sub-assemblies, and maybe that's something. I don't like to clean any gun. I'm kind of like Ash on that. But let's say that's something you want to talk about. Some people like to suppress their guns. Some work way better suppressed than unsuppressed of these legacy systems. Some of them are harder to do different modifications to, like on an M14, for example, where that bolt stop is. That's not much of a bolt stop design as it was just a bolt catch. Some people like the idea of on a G3, they actually prefer the charging method. So I think you really got to because all three of these guns that we're talking about, and we're kind of leaving out a lot of the other ones like the Swiss guns and some of these other ones, but we're just talking about the big three because I think that Ash is right. When you talk about the M110 type and all the newer iterations of it, I think you're talking about America's newest battle rifle. And so it's kind of like not leaving that out of the discussion. I just think that people already own M4s. They know the benefits of that. We're talking about if we're just talking about the legacy systems, you should really probably look at all the features of each one of these because they all uniquely have something and/or lack something. On a FAL, the sight pictures. I shouldn't say that. The sight alignment for iron sights is really good. And if you put an optic on there, you don't have to even remove your sights because everything's down lower. But like Jim was saying, the G3 has a free float barrel. So maybe inherently there could be more accuracy on that system than an FAL. So that's what's kind of fun about these legacy systems is you can kind of weigh the benefits. Let's just say this too. I'm Norwegian. My family's Norwegian. If I wanted a legacy system, maybe I would want to go with that country's, or maybe you're from Italy and you want to have their battle rifle and you want to go with the BM-59. Maybe your dad or your grandpa or whatever served in Vietnam. He did use an M14. Maybe that's why you want to have it. Maybe your family is from Peru and that their service rifle was the FAL, so therefore you're going with it. I find that the legacy systems, just like everybody's kind of said here, very emotionally based. Just purchasing decisions happen with these guns. It was in their favorite movie, or it was in this, or it was in that. It's in my with us. We have the OSW here, this 11-inch gun. It's like the video game gun of all time history. So some people buy it literally because of that. It's an 11-inch 308. It's not for everybody, and I think that that they all work well when built well, when maintained well, when operated well. So you got to kind of weigh all these things for some people, they don't like the grip feel of one or another, So, I think that that's what's so fun about the conversation. But as for military applications, that's a whole nother one, or federal police, or particularly internationally we're talking about, because I don't really see the U.S. military adopting 100,000 G3s, but they will need to know how to use them. Obviously, that's why I've sold them to the military. To both the Army and the Marine Corps bought at different times hundreds and hundreds of guns from us for just the purposes of training, because the world's full of these things.
So I got a question for you as a manufacturer, and you guys are building legacy systems. Are you still looking at improving the system?
Oh yeah, all the time. Well, we would like to improve some of the internals of the system, but then we are not going to have the backwards compatibility to the original systems. And every time we've tried to make those machining differences that will make the system what we know would be better, there's some compatibility thing comes up, magazines or something like that, and it's just not as easy. So what we've decided to do is to mainly look at the last manufacturers of the rifle, which there was 13 manufacturers, counting us, and we found which things worked better for other people. Like our mag release is based off the Dutch design. Our rear sight is based off of the US M4 with the aperture that flips back and forth and a windage drum. We saw that the British sand cuts hands down helped reliability in dusty conditions and stuff like that. So we use the saw grip off of the M249 because it fits and it's a less of a abrupt angle. That abrupt angle was used on the original FAL for bayonet fighting, grenade launching, all these things that we would never do off of a rifle so much nowadays. And we kind of did that. Like our gas system, we don't use just a regular tube that's threaded in. We solder it in place like the Austrians did to seal up that gas system. Because if you don't install the gas system, the gas tube properly, it will leak, and then you'll have all kinds of reliability issues. I wish there was because we would love to just redesign the keep the adjustable gas system, but redesign it in a way where people could understand it easier. Because hands down, it's our number one call or return. As people return a gun in, we get the gun in, they said it doesn't function. The gas regulator's turned all the way out. So there's absolutely, I mean, it's all the gas is going right up into the air. And that's our number one return, has been since I've ever been working with the FAL. And then the complexities of just making the gun on top of it, like I mentioned before. We're using a trigger guard very similar to the T-48 that the U.S. military almost adopted. So yeah, we do look at improving it, but the gun has so much history that we seem to find out that a lot of the improvements are actually things that were done before, and we're just putting a spin on it, except for when we talk about like the M-LOK handguard or the new stock. Those were dedicated projects. The stock took 2 years to develop and to get the tooling and stuff like that, because we are kind of like knights when it comes to that. We like to buy all of our own tooling, make all of our tooling, do everything on our own, because it just makes more sense a lot of times. But that takes time and money and investment, and it also can distract you sometimes as well. So I think another good conversation about the guns is, and I know that Buck probably can speak to this, is some of those legacy systems, you see how beat they are in other countries and they still run. I mean, I've seen M16s are good like that too, where on the flip side, I was in Central America and they had M21s, the sniper M14. There was absolutely no way they were ever going to get those things up and running again. They were trashed. They're done. They're over. They might as well just burn them down or whatever, because that gun did not age well in the jungle in these conditions, where the FALs were still working but beat up. The M16s were still working but beat up. AKs were good. I've seen AKs literally that were buried in the ground, just like the old wives' tales about it. But I don't know. I think that the SR-25s, those will be good, because I've seen M16s do very well in long, bad conditions where they're completely white, no finish at all. The most beat guns I've ever seen. But some of these new plastic extruded guns, where they're using these aluminum extruded uppers and plastics for lower frames and this and that. And I mean, it worked good for the Steyr AUG, but I've seen it not work good for very recent guns, actually. So only time will tell, because, it's not like it's a handgun that's in your holster most of the time being protected. Rifles get thrown on the ground and ran over, and people stack them up and they fall over them or whatever. I don't know. So
good stuff.
That's my rant. Sorry.
Yeah, no. So Buck, yeah, in your experience, what have you been seeing? What's been holding up really well? And if it's all of the above, hey, that works.
Yeah, I mean, the SR-25 is obviously, it's basically ran by the U.S. and, I'm sure a few other countries, and you're not finding those in Turkmenistan, that are 40 years old or anything. So obviously can't speak to that. But yeah, G3s and the FALs, like I recall seeing a few FALs here and there in Iraq back in the day. I don't remember seeing any in Bosnia. I'm trying to think if I've ever saw one in the stand, and I don't think I did. So yeah, most of like the legacy systems and, legacy battle rifle systems that I ran into were the G3, and yeah, they were all pretty good to go there. I mean, they're still functioning. It's, when you get down to it, it's a pretty simple gun. Like, you can feed it, whatever 308 you can find, and it's gonna function. It tosses brass into the next county, and with the exception of magazines, like you do find some pretty beat up, especially the steel magazines. They get dented, and is what it is. But yeah, I was the one that I had the most experience with was the G3, and I was pretty happy to have it. I'm also kind of weird, like, just the way my face is built and stuff. Like, I think I'm the only person in the history of the internet that thinks that the G3 does not affect me recoil wise as much as the FAL does, even with the gas tune. Like, it's just something I'm the same way with AKs. Like, I feel a lot of that recoil in AKs in my face and sinus cavities and stuff. So anything with a straight line or a fairly straight line stock with low sights, Like the G3 usually kicks the shit out of me, but for some reason the G3 doesn't. And I don't know. And I mean, in its non-modified form. So
It's
yeah,
the beard.
sure, yeah, it's just something. Yeah, fucking caveman skull or something. I don't know what's going on, but that's about all I can think of off the top of my head.
Okay. Now, sadly, Mr. Spuhr needs to take off. It's
before he does,
early.
I want to do a PSA, and I want Buck and Mr. Spuhr and everybody to jump in on it off the PSA. And hopefully, I'm going to try not to cuss, so maybe it'll be something you can cut out and use for later. Right now, and the entire time that I've been at Knights Armament, we've been trying to hire CNC machinists. So what I challenge people to do, and we've talked about it, we've talked around it, and we've actually hit on it in this conversation. People need to stop worrying about going to getting a bachelor's degree in underwater basket weaving, and people need to start looking at doing machinist type work. These legacy systems, these legacy systems, Knights Armament that has new systems. We got CNC machines and we got automation. We got all sort of stuff. They can't build the legacy systems. There's dudes that need jobs. There's dudes that need, or people that need to go work and do these things, to build these things, to keep these guns coming, to keep companies like DSA running, keeping Knights Armament running, keeping everybody running. So if you're to go out and learn a skill, a trade like that, then you would have jobs and you would be able to do cool things. So I just wanted to hit on that while Mr. Spuhr was still here and while everybody's still here. So maybe you guys can dive on that and fill in what you're needing for skills for just people working and building guns.
I fully agree about the CNC thing. It's really difficult to find people. It's extremely difficult. And another problem that I think there is also when it comes to gunsmiths is that many people go into it far too late. They first want to go on several deployments and they want to suddenly become gunsmith when they're 45 years old. That's kind of late. So the earlier people start with something, the better it is. And I would like to see a lot more people to learn both gunsmithing and CNC machining, and people are simply not.
I just absolutely cannot agree any more than that. It's been the bane of my existence at my company, and I know the owner too. Lots of lost sleep over the years, and we just cannot find people. I talked to Reed Knight about this personally once too, and he was having problems years ago with this, and it's just, and same thing with the gunsmith, because that's just as skilled too. We can't find enough people. So when we lose people, which has recently happened, it can be just devastating for the company. And you know, as a matter, that we moved all of our U.S. government work down to Florida just because we had a crew down there that could still do it. And we were, working with somebody else's company who was on the panel here on a couple things too, just for regular M4 parts. And we were having problems just trying to get enough people to run the parts up here. We're like, with the quantity we have, we're going to have to move this to our other facility. And because at that time there, they at least had qualified people. And it's been a struggle recently to keep that place with enough qualified people. You could have a really good career, a really good job, do some really good things. You don't have to go to college to get to be an accountant and be another 4 million more accountants that we may not need. You can go into something like maybe the military is not for somebody, or law enforcement, or all these things. But there's lots of avenues to do what you want to do. You want to be into guns, just go chase that dream down, become a gunsmith or become a machinist, do something like that. Because I guarantee, well, close to guarantee, if you're good at what you do, that you're going to probably find yourself in a pretty good spot. And especially in the next 5 or 10 years, when, I mean, right now I'm looking at our staff, great guys, but time is time. And I'm thinking, I'm going to see another revolution of this if we can't get some more people in here. And it's tough. And it also can be tough too, because in the commercial market, honestly, the prices have been driven down so low on some of the import parts that come in for people building M4s and some of the inexpensive methods that hiring somebody for entry level in the gun industry, it really is sometimes an entry level job, and trying to get them to stick at it, it's hard, but it's worth it. If they can stick at it, I guarantee it's worth it. But, it's a tough situation. I'm glad it was brought up because it's a daily thing.
Another thing that I think it's important to point out is that the workshop does not look the same today as it did 30 years ago. 30 years ago, there were sharp metal things all over the place. There were coolant all over the place. It smelled terrible. Today, all the machines, they are built in. In our case, we invested a lot in robots. So our factory is actually running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even with no personnel. Yes, because it's so difficult to find people. But that also means that all the sharp things, they stay inside the machine. We don't have it on the floor. So the workshops today, they are so nice compared to what it looked just 20, 30 years ago.
Good stuff. Well, I know you need to go to bed because it's either super late or super early over in Sweden. Before you take off, where can people find you? Do you have any final thoughts that you want to share?
Well, the easiest way to hook up on me is probably to send me a message over Facebook. If it's business, of course, email. So Hakan at Spuhr.com. That is the easiest. But otherwise, if it's just some chat or whatever, find me on Facebook. That's best.
And then you're also on Instagram?
Yeah.
Twitter as well?
Very vaguely. Very little. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So it's mostly Instagram and Facebook.
Gotcha. And then any final thoughts?
No, not really.
Okay. Well, thanks for joining us. This was a great talk. And I think you're going to have to come back.
Thank you very much.
That was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
We'll see you.
Bye-bye.
Well, let's get those final thoughts and those final plugs going, unless anyone has another topic they want to talk about before we close up.
Just to riff off what I just about earlier. I'll go ahead, Buck.
I was just going to say 6.8 RPDs. Marc's my hero, man.
You got to come over and shoot it. You have to come to our place. Now, we're in Illinois, so it means you're shooting 17 yards in an indoor range, which isn't very fun. But, maybe we can hook up somewhere else, man.
Yeah, all good. That's awesome, man.
Yeah, that carbine, with the buffer system and with the shortened barrel plus the rail handguard, we did throw a grip pot on it because it kind of made sense, and it's a really cool system. But we are almost done manufacturing all RPDs. All we're going to be doing is just that conversion kit, which I've sent out samples to Africa because that's countries in Africa still have them. They have a lot of RPDs.
Yeah, they're still out there. Every country I ever worked in still had them. Maybe not widespread, but mostly with contractors. But there was a time, probably 2009 in Iraq, where basically the government of Iraq got scared of, Western contractors carrying medium machine guns. And so they came out with a law basically that said that it was basically illegal for Western contractors to carry 7.62 machine guns, or 7.62 NATO machine guns or bigger. So everybody started freaking out. And they're like, what the fuck are we going to do? And I was like, I'm telling you, man, you get those RPDs sitting in the, in the armory next to the shitter with no toilet. I'm like, bust those things out. I'm like, so I kind of started working on a PIP program for those things. It never went anywhere, but they're still out there.
Just chop that barrel down and you got a pretty cool gun.
Oh yeah. Do you guys still manufacture the railed handguard for them?
Oh yeah, we still make those. Yeah, we have those. That's something we're going to continue as a rail handguard in the entire lower assembly, in barrels and receivers.
Nice.
But the small parts, not really. It's actually a very easy gun to work on. But if you had to sit down and make all those parts, we just ended up ourselves in another FAL situation where possible, but you got to do it. You got to handle it right, and because it's one of those old school file on this. Do this, throw some pixie dust in it, and then you got a good working gun, But it's really underrated. I know it's not really a battle rifle discussion, but it's actually really underrated machine gun. I mean, I know you're gonna burn the barrel up, but that's also why I reduced when I worked with that buffer system, is to reduce the firing rate a little bit, give you a little bit of life left in there, because some of them can run pretty hot, pretty fast.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I've got I've got a chopped semi built gun from Project Guns. It's a huge piece of shit that I need to get back up and running. But one of my plans when I was still in Afghanistan was I was sitting there like finally locking flaps with a Gerber because I had no tools and shit. So it was ridiculous, dude. But yeah, long story short, I wanted to chop a bunch of them and get your guys' handguard system, bipods, all kinds of shit for kind of a lightweight assault machine gun. But yeah, I didn't know if you guys were still making those, so now I know, and I'll
yeah, we're still making those. That's fine. It's just the like I tell people, we make the best semi-automatic closed bolt RPD ever made, which means it's no longer an RPD in a way because it's now a closed bolt gun and it has all those complexities. Our full auto ones, when we sent to the Marine Corps, we had zero problems except for initially because they took them all apart. Because they take everything they get in, they take it all apart, and they run through a magnetic particle inspection machine. Well, when they did that, can you imagine taking 389 RPDs apart, throwing all the parts together, and then they went to go put them back together, and guess what?
Yeah.
The flaps have to be in the right gun.
Right.
Or they have to be fit. So we had to pack up our stuff, go there, and refit all their guns and mark serial numbers on each one, which we should have probably marked the serial numbers on before, but a lot of the originals were, and some of them weren't. We had no idea they were going to put everything in big buckets, all the flaps together, and run them through a magnetic particle machine. And if we would have known that, we would have never done that. But those were great guys at Quantico. We spent like 7 weeks there working with those guys on those programs, and they struggle with those programs because they got PKMs from some countries that like broke right away, and AKs from some countries that just like totally shit the bed, and they never even got the SVDs they wanted. And then they were trying to ask us if we could make anything else, and we're like, we can't make an SVD, and we'd have to tool up and all this other stuff, and but they were just trying to get guns, and they had a heck of a time. They were calling us, asking us questions on how to get the Sterlings they bought from someplace running. But they're great guys. And then that's a hard job to take in all these foreign weapons and make sure they get them all up and running so that I guess maybe expeditionary forces go and train people with them. I don't know. So.
Cool.
Good stuff. Well, then let's get those final thoughts, the plugs, where people can find you and all that other goodness. Let's see here. Let's start with Mick.
I guess my final thought would be one of Uncle Pat's favorite sayings I had was everyone is a victim of their frame of reference. So whenever someone is an advocate of the M14, I always ask them, all right, what'd you do with it? Like we recently had some comments on Facebook reference that. And especially working as a contractor, doing designated marksman training, you realize that a lot of these guys that have such vociferous opinions on the M14 platform really don't have much combat experience with it. And granted, I've only done 2 combat deployments, but I have a couple dozen bodies under my belt with various M14, SR-25 that was on loan from our friendly neighborhood ODA or the M110. And you start to figure out what works, what doesn't, and why, and how you could better go about it. So people that have less of a frame of reference tend to be more dogmatic in their views. So I guess that would be my final thought.
It's a good final thought.
Experience matters.
And do you want to plug anything or yourself or anything like that?
Not yet. That's going to be a few months down the line.
Okay. I'm waiting. It's coming.
It's coming.
Ash, how about you?
So yeah, just have, anytime you're buying a firearm, or regardless of what it is, have the purpose for that firearm. It could be fun. It could be I want a Tiffany blue freaking Glock 26. Cool, whatever, doesn't matter. Have a purpose for it and buy to that purpose. Make sure you fit it, play with them like we talked about, play with them, fit it, and buy something for that purpose. And buy something that you can support. And as for battle rifles, there's times when you need 7.62 to do work. And there's times when 5.56 will do the work. So that's what you got to wait to. And that's where finding that purpose for it is. I need to be able to do X, Y, and Z, and what's going to fill that role. Because what you're going to end up with is, if you buy a quality firearm, or hell, cars for that matter, anything that you're doing, you're going to have something that you love and really enjoy. So, and that's what we all want. We all want to have the cool stuff. Things to plug. Tonight, I'm going to hit this little guy right here. This is a compensator from Control Solutions. Jeremy Kahn is running that company. He sent me this one. This one's probably I've been tempted to put this on the 11.5, just so everyone hates me. That'd be cool. And that leads into my other thing. We got a match coming up at the end of the month in an arena training facility in Georgia. It's going to be a pretty cool little gas gun match. Jeremy sent us 4 certificates for prize table for these compensators right here. He sent me one so I would have one to show and start using. So that's just with this match. We're not doing like a Uber prize table, but some people jumped on with it. There's still time to sign up for the match. Like I say, it's going to be a lot of fun. Going to be gas gunny thing. It's going to be doing some hard shooting. We're making the 5.56 guys. The bonus stage is we're shooting out to 1,000. Well, it's going to be. I lazed the target the other day because it's a UKD. It's going to be like probably 1050, maybe 1100 for the 5.56 and 7.62 guys. You're going to get 10 shots at it, and then it's a 1450 target for the open, which is anything other than 5.56 and 7.62. So we're doing that match, and some people are supporting it. Armageddon Gear is doing some support. Magneto Speed's going to be doing some support. Jeremy Kahn sent those. It's going to be a lot of fun, and that's just the things that I want to hit. And support your local matches, and get out there and shoot whatever toy it is. And there's other guns in an SR-25, but it's kind of my job to get everybody talk about SR-25s because that's good for business. And so I appreciate you guys for using those letters on it. But there are some other outstanding companies out there that do that sort of stuff. I've got all sorts of guns.
What about your websites or Patreon or anything?
Yeah, you've got so you can find me on Instagram, the Twitters. The new thing is the Patreon. That's been going about 6 weeks now. Starting to get a little bit of momentum there. What I'm doing there, just so you understand what I'm doing with the Patreon, I'm not running classes right now. So what I'm doing is I'm putting the information that if you were to come to one of my classes, all that information is going to end up on the Patreon over the next few months. So what that is allowed to do when I start classes, then when you sign up, go to my Patreon, even if you're only there for a month, go learn all the shit, because I'm not going to teach you these things because you need to go there to learn it, which is going to speed up classes, which would be kind of cool. So that's the new thing. Apparently it's hard to find. So I guess the easiest way to find it is to go to my Instagram, and I put the link to go straight to my Patreon page on my Instagram. As people say they can't, when they search through Patreon, my name's not popping up. I don't know. I haven't figured that out yet. But yeah, that's there. I made it fairly cheap, and yeah, I'm just, like I say, I'm just doing the stuff that I've been doing in classes, and it's supporting the content. And what another thing I'm doing is the money that's coming in, I'm being completely transparent with it. I'm telling everybody at the beginning of the month what I'm buying with their money to provide better product for them. So that's something that's going to be kind of cool later on when more people get there. Then, you know, your money went to do this thing, and this is the thing that I'm doing. So I don't think I'll ever get to be I was reading something on it. There's a Patreon that's got 4,400 subscribers. They're bringing in $8,000 a month. I don't think I'll ever get there, but that would be really cool because I could buy some really cool shit and show it off. So, but I don't think I'll ever get there. You know, it's on my pro page has never even hit 1959 yet. And that's the number somebody was asking about earlier. When my Facebook pro page, which is /pro page, it's really hard to find. When that hits 1,959 likes, then I will do a class running an M14. And as far as I know, Dwayne Liptick is still going to send his to my FFL so I can use his gun. So I already have the rifle all set up for it. That's been 3 years waiting, and still haven't had to load a single round in on an M14. I don't think my Patreon will ever get there because Facebook's free. And if they won't show up for free, they're not going to pay to show up.
I will AI that course for free.
Awesome.
Nice. Buck, what you got? Final thoughts, things to plug.
I think I pretty much said everything that was asked, but yeah, I'm just a normal dude. Nothing to plug, man. Except I don't know, buy more fucking gasoline, I guess.
That works.
Other than that, about it. I'm kind of in a transition phase of my life right now, so I'll keep you posted when that changes. That's about it. Good times.
Yeah. Marc?
Well, obviously I agree that if you know what you're looking for in the gun and you research and you buy the gun for you, whether it's a battle rifle or anything else, your experience is just going to be better. So just don't buy a gun that doesn't fit your role, because you're not going to like the gun. You're not going to like the experience of shooting it. This goes law enforcement, civilian, military, whatever. You know, there's a really good role for the FAL modern rifle. There's a really good role for a Glock 17. There's a really good role for all these things. And if you do that, you'll be happy. If your role is just as a historic gun or a fun gun, you'll be happy. If your role is I want a modernized legacy gun, you'll be happy. I guarantee it. You know, it's just make sure you just don't buy it and say, what, my 11-inch 308 OSW can't shoot up to 1,000 yards like my buddy's Lapua? Yeah, no, it just can't. So, you know, I mean, that's
video game.
Well, yeah, video game, that thing's unbeatable. The Mexicans think it's unbeatable too, because we sold a lot of them there. But that's what I would say for final thoughts. Battle rifles definitely have a role, but put them in the right role. Plug, of course, I'm gonna plug my company. You know, please give us a chance. I think you'll be really happy. We've been around for 30 years, and we're going to be around another 30 years. We're not going to give up no matter what until they make us give up. Hopefully that doesn't happen. And we have a lot of models starting at pretty affordable prices. We did recently get rid of our most inexpensive gun. That's a good thing for the customer, though, because now the entry-level gun is a better gun for them. And but that's covers a lot of bases on that. And if you are looking for a high-quality M4, I know has a lot of good options there. At least look at it. Where you can find the company, we go to the NRA show, which is coming up in April. That's a little ways away, but not really. We are also the top sponsor at the Patrol Rifle Carbine conference in Michigan, which is a 2-day conference of speaking, particularly talking about Sandy Hook, Parkland, all that kind of stuff, emergency response, the role of the carbine in that. It's a training conference. And then it has a competition on the Saturday. And that competition is, I heard, pretty rowdy. So we're going to do the main sponsorship on that. And the reason why we're doing that is not because any other reason that we are 99% law enforcement on our M-Force. That's a lot of that has to do with our location being in the Chicago area. There's 30,000 police officers in this area. And by the numbers, it ends up being a lot of guns sold. And we have a great warranty that helps. We have a warranty just like Sons of Liberty Gun Works. We started doing that 10 years ago now. With your gun gets shot, we'll replace it. Your gun gets stolen, we'll replace it. That same type of, that's where you can tell you're a good M4 company. If you're going to stand up for your product like that, especially to law enforcement, because these guys are buying their guns. They lose their gun, and for whatever reason, you want them to go out there with the gun they bought from you and not be scared that it's going to get hurt or something like that. They know you backing them up. They're just going to use it, and we want them to use it because we rely on the product. So we'll be at that conference. Maybe there'll be other companies or even trainers from primary and secondary that'll be there. That'd be great. Myself, I'm on Instagram, but I just started it, so it's not even worth talking about. Nobody even find me probably.
But DSArms is on Instagram.
Oh yeah, we're on Facebook, Instagram. We're on Facebook, Instagram, and our website as well.
Good stuff.
It's usually just under DSA or DSArms Inc. usually.
Cool. Well,
thank you.
Oh, thanks for joining us. And don't take off yet. I'll do the sign off stuff and then have a couple things to say when this ends. Big thanks to the panel. Awesome discussion as per the norm. I think a couple of the panelists probably feel a little relieved that they were able to express themselves and get some things off their chest about M14s. Big thank you to our sponsors, Filster Holsters. So, that whole flex thing, you probably need to look it up. If you carry appendix, what the flex does for you, and this is through Filster, basically it's adding a little bit more comfort. It's also adding a little bit more stability, and it's also adding an entire panel that you can attach additional equipment to. And it's nice. It's fairly inexpensive, comes in multiple sizes. You probably need to look at it if you carry appendix. It's also compatible with most holsters, at least not most of the ones that I've messed with. Then let's see here. Facts on firearms. AR-15 barrels of different sizes and gas lengths. Pistol barrels are available in different colors, shapes, sizes. And as per the norm, InRange TV did a great video series called What Would Stoner Do? And they used a Facts on barrel, and it worked really well. Also, this episode is brought to you by the letters PP and Q, Walther Firearms. Yeah. Basically what they have is they have this deal where you can buy the PPQ. If you don't like it, you can send it back. They'll refund it. They'll even pay for the shipping. Likely you're going to keep it because it's a good gun. Matter of fact, I recently had someone contact me saying they wanted to check out some of the firearms, specifically Walthers. And yeah, if you happen to be nearby, I am more than happy to loan these out to you. If you go to a range and you've never handled a PPQ, see if you can rent one or at least try it out. It's worth your time. They're nice pistols. Lastly, big thank you to our Patreon subscribers. If you go to patreon.com/primary and secondary, you can help pay the bills. Ash is one of the writers. So is Caleb, and we have several other people. We have content primary and secondary is pumping out, and Patreon helps pay for them. It helps pay all kinds of good stuff. Let's see here. And I say this at every podcast, support those sources that you found to be beneficial. If you like what Ash has to say, he has that Ash Hess Pro page, you probably need to be liking it and following it. If you like what Chuck Pressburg says, if you like what Varg Freeborn says, Bill Blowers, all these guys have excellent content, excellent pages. Also, all of them happen to have Patreon. One thing that I found is I'm using my Patreon perks from all these pages, including InRange. This is better than cable. This is quality information, which also is entertaining at the same time, which I'm getting way more out of. So you might want to check this out. It's good stuff. Make sure you're supporting them, because we do have friends of primary and secondary who provide awesome material that just are not getting the recognition they deserve. And I think they might be close to leaving. because it's ash. Okay, maybe not. Let's see here. We do have a couple episodes that we are working on right now on for the future. Don't know exactly which one it's going to be or when it's going to be. We do have a website at primaryandsecondary.com. If you look at the left-hand side, there's a menu. Through that menu, you can go to our forum at primaryandsecondary.com/forum. It's nice to be able to go there, especially if we get these service outages on social media, because the dark web NRA operatives are removing our connection. We can all go and regroup over on the forum and discuss things freely without having to worry about 30-day or 33-day timeouts or 30-day timeouts. Also, we can buy and sell gun stuff. It's kind of nice. I like it. So yeah, hopefully, if you like what you had, if you like what you heard, if you learned anything, please make sure you subscribe, share, like, all that good stuff. We definitely appreciate it. That's all. I think I'll try to figure out what we're going to do next week. Talk to you later. Now, if you guys want to keep on talking, I'm going to officially end the audio part right there. But if you guys want to keep on going, I know we have someone that wants to jump in and join us, Matt. Unless everyone needs to leave right now and go to bed.
I'm good. We did it.
I'm going to crash for too long, but I'll stick around for a little bit.
Cool. Yeah, and so this is basically the after show where this doesn't make it to the audio version, but this will stay on YouTube. So just be aware we are still live and it will be recorded. So don't give any trade secrets or anything like that.
I typically give trade secrets at trade shows by accident usually.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy. Like the one place where you don't do it is the one place I always slip up and say, "Oh, damn it, why did I say that?"
Hey, Marc, question for you.
Yeah, man.
Would a para FAL handguard fit on Matt's rifle? I can't tell what he's got.
He's got the short gas system gun, so yeah, you could we make short handguards in the M-lock and in the Picatinny that will go on that one, but a regular long one, no. He's on that short gas system at this point.
Okay, so when I had one several years ago, I ordered a Picatinny handguard from Brownells, I think, or Midway, and the order got fucked up, and they sent me 2 of them. So I have a spare, brand new in the wrap, man. If you need one, it's Picatinny, and I believe I have 3 or 4 magazines still laying around as well. So on Facebook, message me or mail an address, and if you want them, I'll get them out to you.
Oh, I do.
All you, man.
I'll take everything I can for this because I haven't even shot it yet. I haven't even had it a week yet.
You got the manual I sent you, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. It's really the gas system thing you got to study, you know.
Cool.
That's the vein of the system.
That's going to be the cool part of learning about this. And this will be shot first in an indoor range because that's what I have immediate access to. Why is the magwell? Why are there walls only on one side of the magwell?
That was actually we didn't get into the history of the FAL stuff much because there was so much stuff to cover, but that's actually a guide. So like if you're a right-handed, the gun was meant to be operated with leaving your right hand, your shooting hand on the gun at all times, on the pistol grip at all times. So you always left your hand there, and you could get the magazine out, you could hit the bolt stop, and you could charge it all with never leaving your hand. So the reason why it's cut out on that one side, and by that I mean the right hand, not necessarily not like me where I'm shooting off the left side, but and it's actually a guide to help you get the magazine in position.
Okay.
To make it somewhat faster to reload, but it's because it's a Rock-In magazine, it's never going to be quite as fast as other guns, but there's techniques that are pretty fast for it if you train for it, and yeah, it's kind of like. It's like the last gun. One of the guys on Instagram said it's like the last gun that they said, "Hey, we're gonna make a gun. Oh, it's got to look really good too." And that's I think that was like a part of it because it was. I think it was. I'm not sure who said it on one of your other podcasts. It wasn't a government project, man. It was like a commercial project, and because it was a commercial company, they had more freedom to like say, oh, we want to look good right here and do this and do that. Where sometimes you do a government gun, you get M14, you know, with a government gun. And like I remember when we were in the SAS trials, and I wasn't at the company during the SAS trials, but I was there right after it happened, and we were like everything they wanted done. The Army, we kept on doing it. Oh, they want this, they want this, they want this. So we did it, and we kept changing the gun. I wasn't there at the time. They kept on changing the gun over and over and over to get this SAS program. You know, their 5th Special Forces Group, or whoever was doing, I don't know. And fast forward several years later, I'm talking to Reed. He probably doesn't even remember who I am, but I've talked to him probably like 5-10 times. And we said that. It's like, well, yeah, that's where you messed up. You don't, with a government program, you don't tell them, or you don't keep on doing what they want. You got to, like, in a way say, look, we've tried that. It didn't work for us. This is why we do things, because this, and this reason. But if you keep on chasing their tail around, you're chasing your own tail around them, because you just keep on trying to modify everything to what they want, and then you end up kind of screwing your own gun up. You know what I mean? So that I think that the original FAL benefited from not having to worry about that as much as other programs have.
Makes sense. And I was going to harass FN to make sure that they had someone on, and I thought, no, I think we're gonna talk about the legacy stuff more. We can save that for another day.
Scar rifle's good rifle.
Yeah.
I want a Rhodesian FAL.
We know somebody that can help you with that.
That's probably our number one. Anytime we post anything Rhodesian or South African, like all of our Instagram stuff starts going through the roof. You know, it's like everybody's like, oh yeah. But honestly, what that stood for back then, don't agree 100% with what that stood for, obviously, but like it was like an anti-communist type of thing. And, you know, I think there's a lot of people that look at that and I hope they see that part of it, and maybe not other parts that weren't probably as healthy. And, people love that Rhodesian stuff, man. They really do.
I'm talking like that'd be, I'm not one of those guys that has like guns in my safe to commemorate, you know, acts of history. Like that doesn't bother me. But that's one gun I could really dig having, like genuine furniture, an actual like circle milled Belgian receiver, even if it's a replica. It'd be a cool gun. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I think it's kind of like that one podcast you guys had with the AK or the comm block weapons, and some of the guys on there were just saying, I don't
want the commie weapons. I want the guns that refuse the communists.
Well, I agree with that, but I think it was like Chuck said to somebody one time, why would you even buy an AK nowadays or something like that? You know, why do it and stuff? And somebody else said
on it more because I was in environments where I might be able to do a battlefield pickup. So it's kind of like, but it's like, I know how to run the stupid thing. Like it's not.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
It's made for essentially, you know, illiterate farmers. So,
well, one of the guys that was on it said he wanted to have an AK because his dad hadn't used an AK in Vietnam against people, because it was like, it was like more about the idea that they liked the idea that people would pick up the enemy's weapons and use them against the other guys. And I thought, you know, it's like that's kind of like why people buy FALs, is that whole history thing, kind of whether they buy AKs, I suppose, too.
Hey, AKs are cool.
They really are. I like them. No, I just don't know much about them.
They're cool, but they take a lot more effort to build.
I went through Rifle Dynamics and built the 74, and it was an awesome class.
But not everybody has a press in their freaking basement.
No, they don't.
Well, shit, round in the chamber.
And we have our first ND on a ModCast.
Yeah, shit, right?
And there goes primary and secondary.
Fucking boot the fuck up, staring at me.
Go down like a certain other person we know.
You're gonna go viral tomorrow. Those guys are playing with loaded guns.
Yes, we finally got more than 100 viewers.
Because we don't all carry loaded guns on a regular basis.
The AK is really hard to beat, though. When I was in South Africa, we sent down like a stock set to this guy. He was a Portuguese. He was in Mozambique and all that stuff, and Angola, and they had literally dug up AKs, and the stocks were rotten. They didn't even replace the springs or anything. He just wanted to get a new wood stock on it. Put the wood stock on it. It was a Russian gun, and we shot it at the range. Worked perfectly, absolutely perfectly. I mean, it looked like crap. It was all pitted and didn't even replace the springs. It just ran.
The biggest problem with AKs, and I'm sure Buck can, back me up on this, is it's not that AKs don't work. I have a problem with American-made AKs, unless they're from Rifle Dynamics, that kind of stuff. The general comm block stuff is actually built to spec. It's good shit. It'll perform about on the same level as a rack grade M4.
Yeah, exactly. Like the Warsaw Pact spec for pulling an AK off the line and sending it back to for depot level overhaul was 5.9 minutes angle.
That's considering it's steel case Ruski ammo. Not bad.
Not bad, dude.
Especially that fucking, what was it? What AK did you dig up? The Packy cobbled together in a fucking cave.
Which one?
What is the name of that valley out in Pakistan where they basically hammer guns into spec?
Oh, the Khyber Pass.
Khyber Pass, yeah, that Khyber Pass AK that would punch a minute.
Yeah, it was ridiculous, man. I saw several of them like that. Like most of them wouldn't do that, but every once in a while, you find one.
Even if they do 3 minutes, I'd be astounded.
Yeah, the one of the coolest things, if anybody's still watching this and hasn't heard this story before, I had over 2.5 years there in Afghanistan. I had, I think it was almost exactly 4 terabytes of data, pictures from everything from the Type 1 AK, made in friggin' 1947. I had 8 or 9 of those still running, all the way up through basically the AK 100 series and more modern 7.62 guns.
I still wish you'd produce a book of shit.
Everybody tells me to, and I've got maybe 80 pictures left from that. All that data, I lost all that data. I had, failures on year and make and manufacture. I mean, everything you could think of. And which parts are interchangeable from which years, from which country, everything you could think of.
Dude,
but
you've got the Mike Panon, AK book in your back pocket if you just sit down on a computer and start chugging away at it.
Yeah.
Dude, people buy that stuff because they want to relate stories to these guns nowadays. That's why that Rhodesian gun's so popular. They want to just relate a story to the guns that they own.
That's not even it. That's a supplemental manual for guys to carry into the field, like the AR-15 book that Mike built with.
Yeah,
that's something I can carry and throw in front of my armor and go, look, fucker, fix my shit because this is what's happening. Here's the reference material.
Yeah, that's exactly what my intentions was to do something like that and get it out to guys that get butt fucked and got stuck in the same situation that I was in. Because I knew how to run them. I'd used them before, in both training and operationally, and was carrying them at the time. And, I went through over 1,000 guns in about 2.5 years. And it was so frustrating trying to find, quality
800 of them are battlefield pickups.
Yeah, dude, hundreds of them were. It was something else. But
and on top of that, I was amazed at, because I hadn't been exposed to the variety. I had the Ruski AKs, the Chi-Com stuff, and then you had the Iraq stuff. And you can recognize it just by how shitty the machining was, and it was it was a 15-footer. Oh, that's an Iraqi AK.
Yeah,
or a Tabuk, or a Al Khadija or whatever. But when you had the good stuff, I'd never seen the Hungarian stuff. you know, the 2-chamber brake and the forward mounted, you know, black furniture, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, huh, that's freaking cool. Like, I wonder how it shoots.
Yeah, there's I don't know, man. It was I've forgotten so much of that crap, and I mean, you know, like detailed notes and data that I'll never get back. But yeah, it's just super frustrating. But it is what it is.
The benefits of a cloud, dude.
Oh yeah, tell me about it. I'm dealing with the same shit with my phone right now, so you think I'd learn, but yeah, horrible.
Either you got to go whole solid state and just, you know, protect it, or go whole hog on cloud.
Yeah, right. Probably get ITAR butt fucked for going on the cloud. But...
they got more fish to fry.
Yeah.
So much that stuff's public knowledge, but then not really some of the things you're talking about. But I think you'd probably be okay. Do some kind of lessons learned book or manual, or even something you can even like a bigger PDF type of file or something like that you could send out. Yeah, there's a need for that stuff, especially on those guns like you know, there's different versions of the RPD, even reciprocating charging handle, not reciprocating charging handle. People don't know that stuff. You know, they don't know that stuff. And I suppose the same thing with Dishkas and some of that stuff too. I mean, that's got to be a whole nother area, you know?
Yeah, there's not a lot of like open source stuff on, like, that was one of the issues I was running into, was like random old ass machine guns and stuff, you know, like Chinese manufactured SGM machine guns from, you know, pre-World War II. And I'm like, how the fuck do I headspace this thing, you know? Like, yeah, you know, just goofy stuff like that. It was, yeah. There's
not only that, but like more modern stuff. It's kind of like, sorry, I'm trying to fucking, okay, it's underneath the, yeah, never mind. I'm trying to roll out my feet with a lacrosse ball. Anyways, but stuff like that's actually valuable for guys that are doing, you know, any sort of, I mean, there's the low level guys that are scrounging whatever the, you know, the hell they get. And then there's the guys that are getting supplied. So it's like being able to recognize, oh yeah, that's a legit Chi-Com brand new AK off the line, or that's came from this era, yada yada yada, is probably produced in this plant, that kind of stuff like that. I'm sure there's databases for that kind of stuff, because that's a legitimate line of intelligence you can track.
Kind of seems like they ignore the small arms things a lot of times, though. They're too busy worried about, you know.
No, they don't.
Because, like, I bet there's a problem in Syria right now with that, because they got, like, Sturmgewehrs from World War II over there, and there's a lot of different FAL over there. There's, like, the Israeli FAL that we...
Where the hell were those Sturmgewehr, you know, containers sitting? Because
I think that was Iraq. They
had millions of dollars worth of Sturmgewehrs sitting there that they could have sold back to museums, and they sold them to the Syrians. And on top of that, where's the ammo coming from?
Probably PPU.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the only modern manufacturer is PPU that I know of.
Was it 8mm by
7.93 by 33?
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Because they have, I saw a picture the other day, and they had a guy with a metric FAL, like a Belgian FAL, standing right next to a guy with an Israeli FAL. A lot of those parts don't interchange between those two guns. So like it's probably like, I guess there is no quartermaster there for what's going on there, but it would be like a nightmare for that guy to try to interchange all these things. I would imagine that Sturmgewehr, because it was an early type rifle, I bet you it's not nearly as interchangeable as like an AK, or it's probably like each bolts for each gun type of situation, you know?
Yeah, right.
And it's, but I don't even really know anybody over there, so I don't know. I just see the pictures.
Yeah, there's definitely. I remember seeing a few over the years. Like I was in Iraq from 05 to late 09, and like even in the short time I was there, like there were still, you know, STG 44s and stuff popping up in use there, and that was, you know, before the Syrian clusterfuck hit. And God, there seems to be thousands of them. You know, it's pretty neat what you can find. Like I got a picture floating around somewhere, but just doing a lot of internet research, and I basically went into the Connex box one day looking for a couple of AKs to get up and running for some guys. And I walked past this long row of guns and I see something shiny. And I was like, what the fuck is that? Like, it's in a dark Connex box with no lights in it, you know? And it was the crown on an AK. And I was like, holy shit, I found one that isn't a, you know, like a rusted shit box. So I pull it out and it's a legit Type 1. And I'm looking at it and I mean, it had 95% of its original finish left. I was like, holy shit. So I pulled it out. The wood stock was a little beat up and somebody had been killed or wounded while carrying it at one time. You know, had a little blood spatter and pitting from blood on it. Wasn't bad, but so I mean, long story short, I pulled it out of the pile, take it back up to my room, start pulling it apart, and it's got like Cosmoline in the fucking trigger mechanism and stuff. And I contacted like every AK aficionado that I personally knew, and then started posting some questions on forums and stuff. And yeah, it turns out it was a legit like Charlie Wilson, you know, PLO terrorist gun that the Israelis captured. So it was manufactured by the Russians in like 1948, eventually given to Iran as military aid. Iran tried to smuggle it to the PLO terrorist. And then when Israel did that ship takedown and grabbed, you know, like it was like 50,000 weapons or something and held on to them. That particular gun was one of the ones that Charlie Wilson negotiated to get smuggled into Afghanistan for the Muj via the Pakistani ISI. I was like, holy shit, like the history on that gun, you know. I was like, somebody in the agency, like, get a hold of me before I fly out of this shithole country and stick this thing in a museum somewhere, you know. Like, it was amazing, the kind of stuff that I found.
Sorry.
We just started working in North Africa, and that's just going to be a lot of that too. But they dealt a lot. They bought a lot of the Belgian FALs, and there'll be all kinds of G3s. It's kind of like not, and plus there'll be a bunch of AKs. Those smaller countries, they bought like whatever they could get a hold of. Like I've been in, especially in Central America, where they have like Colt monitors still, like in arms rooms, not really using this stuff, and like original AR-10s, crazy variations of FALs, sample guns, and then you'll see like a World War II submachine gun, like a UDM-42 or something, that Marlin submachine gun. It's just all that stuff's out there, but it's like there's no way to like centralize it and put it into good museums, I guess, you know.
Yeah, my last year contract, and I was kind of deciding if I wanted to hang up the guns and come home or not. I think it was like 2014-ish. Somebody sent me a link to some company that was bidding for a contract in Nigeria, and they were looking for basically armorers and people that had experience with like stuff like that, and like everything from small arms, from handguns all the way through like, you know, ZSU-23 anti-aircraft weapons, armor, personnel carriers, everything. Like, I don't know if that contract ever got let, but if it did, like, yeah, just talk about a good gig, man. Just basically trying to teach them how to not only do their own armor stuff on them, but create, you know, the logistical systems and backbones for all that crap. Must have been a hell of an undertaking.
I actually know exactly what you're talking about. I was in Thailand about that same time period. We were doing a trade show there, and I met a French guy, and he was over asking me questions on FAL, and that's exactly what he was doing. I don't know for sure if it was Nigeria, but it was definitely in Africa somewhere. And he was showing me all these pictures. I don't know most of this stuff, like, you know, 14.5s, this and that, and Orlikons, and then all these small arms. And he was like, I basically just go there and train them on how to take care of these guns, and even some basic tactics on how to use them and stuff. And he was a Legionnaire, something like that. So
you're right. Yeah, I think it was Nigeria. It might have been South Sudan. I can't remember, but yeah, regardless, somewhere in Africa, you know. Yeah, that would have been a hell of a cool gig for a gun nut.
I bet you there'd be a State Department. A lot of State Department paperwork might be hard to get a hold of on. You know what I mean? Because some of those countries that want that work, I bet you wouldn't get approval to go do that work.
This was actually for DOS.
That one probably was, but that French guy, I think that's probably why he was doing that though, because I'm pretty sure it wasn't Nigeria. It was probably more like Liberia, something like that, you know. But
hey, Tim,
there's work like that out there, definitely.
Hey, Tim, longtime Facebook friends, no talk.
Hey guys.
Is it Thom? Do I have that pronounced right?
What's up, all?
Hey.
What's going on?
Nothing.
How you doing, Marc? Good job today, man.
Oh, well, just doing what I could do.
It's a hell of a podcast, man. There was a lot of interesting stuff today. You guys touched on a lot of subjects. It was a good time.
Yeah, I don't know how you can really touch on some of the stuff. It's so vast, you know. It's like,
I know.
You know, I mean, like there's things on the FAL that like I couldn't even really, you can't really fit them into a conversation. Like, you know, like for example, like down in Argentina, they had great success with the gun, but you know, they know that all those scope mounts, they're going to get that wear because the FAL was never originally meant to be scoped like that. You know, there's things like that in that whole discussion of modernizing battle rifles didn't really get touched on, that even when you modernize them, they're still great systems, but you got to like be prepared that it's not a freaking AR-15 with a case deflector and all that kind of stuff. You know, it's gonna chew things up here or there or whatever, or like on a G3, it's gonna, you know, ruin your brass or whatever, you know, and you just got to kind of figure out what you can discuss in those things. I mean, how do you put 60 years of history into like, you know, a couple hours on three systems too, on top of G3 and 14 plus the SR25 stuff.
Did you say boat anchor or M14?
They were going off on the M14.
I was in the comments section. That was a trip.
Yeah. I mean, I've shot it but it's just been at a range, you know, just shooting. I've never, you know, really even ran any type of drill or anything like that. And as a rifle, it was fine for me, but I'm not lugging this thing around like these guys are, you know? So. Yeah,
man. The Grand was such a great platform, and they totally screwed the pooch when they did the M14. Yeah, well, you know, they had a lot of reasons why they picked the M14 too. I mean, it was a pound lighter, had way less parts, and it didn't have to have adjustable. They were worried about training people on the adjustable gas system. It says it in that book, that last book that they made. Well, that's the same thing you and I struggle with every day, is trying to train the people on the gas system. You know, you said earlier it was counterintuitive, but realistically, I think the FAL gas system is intuitive. It's just the fact that you can regulate the gas, which you don't necessarily on all the other platforms. The G3 especially, there is no gas regulator. So
yeah, the G3 use like you change those wedges out, but like that, the only time you really run into a problem like that with G3 is some weird ass ammo you probably shouldn't even be using anyway. It's actually a very reliable gun.
And when you try to suppress the G3.
That's the thing, suppressing them.
You definitely need to change the locking or the cocking angle.
Locking wedge. I think it's called locking wedge or something like
locking
that.
Wedge, yeah.
That's something I'm having problems with right now, is trying to find like depot level armor information on changing those fucking things. Like, you know, like if I go talk to Tim and be like, Tim, I got to slap this can on this fucking G3K. Which piece do I need? And he's going to let me know. But finding solid information on that particular system, the 9mm shit's all over the place. But the fucking 7.62 stuff, I can't find solid info on it anywhere.
It's funny because inside the U.S., when people think HK, everybody thinks MP5. Outside of the U.S., everybody thinks G3. Because that was the standard infantry rifle for so many countries. But you can find, I actually found a lot of that stuff on HK Pro, just doing a couple searches. And HKparts.net will actually list the actual, you know, this is what you need for a suppressed you're running suppressed.
Like number 32 locking wedge or whatever. Yeah. Especially if you have one of those shorter ones, like isn't yours like a 12-inch or something like that?
Yeah, mine's like 4.89 or something shit like that.
Yeah.
I think that changes everything too.
Yeah,
I've seen there was a guy at the Knob Creek machine gun shoot where he had the barrel cut to where the bullet was sticking out the end of the barrel, and it was on a G3, and it was still running. It was cycling like normal. I mean, he had done some crazy stuff with it, but he got to work.
Yeah, I've had access to a real, actual pre-86 Mueller sample G3K, and dinging steel 300 yards offhand with the iron sights is no problem. And PTR's got what Buck has, the 12.5-inch barrel, and that thing calls my name every time I look at it. But it's like, and then you go and buy another 50 magazines because they're so damn cheap.
That's the thing.
Yeah, I'm finally settled on that 168 grain gold dot for mine, and I've only shot it out to 200 with that, so I've got some more ammo coming. And as soon as I don't have 5 feet of snow in the yard, I'm going to go see how far I can get reliable hits with that setup. So
the snow finally melted up where we are. DSA is in Lake Barrington, but I'm over in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin is where I live. The snow just went away. I can't wait to get out to the range, man. I've been itching.
It was 81 degrees here in Tampa.
Dude, see, why do you even have to say shit like that? That's just fucked up. I think, it was like 50 yesterday, and it went back to like 30 today. Wisconsin weather's a crapshoot.
Yeah,
we can make solid hits with the 11-inch 308 out to 500. So that 12, you'll be totally fine out to 500. Yeah,
I'm not worried about it at all. I just want to see what I can pull off with it. It's kind of a new setup. Like I ran it with a name point on it for a long time, and now I've got some El Suaro glass and better bullets and shit.
Yeah. So. I took
I can't wait for the Badger and the Unity mounts for the variable optics. Like I'm fucking pumped for that shit.
Yeah. I ran a 21-inch R1 clone, South African R1 clone in one of Larry Bicker's battle rifle classes in 07 and 08. And the guy in one of them right next to me was running, a mid-production OSW FAL with, you guys have like a 13-inch and 11-inch?
Yeah, we do a 13, yeah.
Yeah, well, he had the shortest one. And I swear to God, it was like getting flashbanged every time that son of a bitch pulled the trigger on.
Oh, hell yeah.
Dude, I had a 24-inch 300 Win Mag to my left and 2 6.5 Creedmoors at 22 to 24 with 2 chamber brakes to my right. Me and Stefan were getting pummeled. And we're both shooting suppressed, like civilized people at this.
Yeah.
Like civilized people.
At a Kalen, precision rifle 2 class, and we're just getting it felt like I was actually shooting next to a Barrett 50 cal. Just getting like you literally see it occlude your sight picture because the amount of dust that was going in between your optic.
Yeah.
I was furious. Like I was like, dude, that's like at that point it's like, okay, you're at a level 2. Like you should have said like, okay, maybe you should have actually bought a suppressor between the year that you actually did this. Like you're fucking everybody up.
Well, what's crazy though, when you're actually shooting the rifle, you don't feel it near as much as you do 12 to 16 inches behind you or to the side of you.
Oh yeah.
The 300 Win Mag, holy fuck. That thing went off. I'm like, am I shooting next to a M107? Like, I looked to my left. I'm like,
so
what the hell was that?
So when you guys do your special run of R1s, tell me that you're going to actually have some where you cut the South African crest out of the receiver.
We've already done that.
Leave the hole in it.
Yeah.
Leave the hole in it and make it like a challenge coin and leave it in the box.
We've already done some of these. Yeah. We just started running them. We haven't marketed them yet. But, if you guys are looking for, as close to an R1 clone as you can get,
Yeah.
We can do them one-off for people right now, but we've been working progressively to come up with the right roadie production clone.
Yeah.
But we can do all those things now. We actually did a series for. I didn't even know this was a thing, but there's actually Bush War reenactors.
Oh yeah.
Blew my mind to find out that there was actually people out there doing that.
There are Finnish Bush War reenactors.
Yeah, I never even heard of this shit. I thought it was just a thing, and then all of a sudden I'm getting like these groups.
Yeah, so there's this picture online of this young guy like looking up in the sky and blessing the rains in Africa as it's raining down, and he's got this, camouflage FAL. That's a Finnish reenactor.
Are you serious? Because those are probably the most popular roadie pictures that get shared right now. That one? Yeah,
I mean it's a Finnish reenactor.
That's crazy.
I've been waiting I've got a bunch of painting I need to do on gun parts and shit. And I'm just waiting for it to get warm enough to order one of those Rhodesian kits, and I'm doing a Rhodesian fucking baby poop chainsaw.
So my
that's awesome.
My R1 clone that I did is a 2004 2005 vintage STG 58A, which is the all Austrian clone Steyr barrel. Took the stall flash, hider wire cutter combo thing off, put a standard Belgian flash hider muzzle brake on, sourced Rhodesian non-bipod cut handguards that still somebody had actually taken the paint off of them. They had been painted, but somebody had taken it off, and used a G1 walnut stock that I bought new in the wrap from DSA back in 1999 to put it on there. And that's my R1 clone.
Yeah, dude, I saw pictures of it, man.
So it's one of those things where, and I tell people all the time, and in preparation for the battle rifle thing, it's like, listen, nobody's saying go buy an FAL, go buy a G3 over a well set up M4. I mean,
that's not true, because I'm literally telling everybody here to go buy an FAL. Buy an FAL.
Not over top. But once you get your practical stuff set up, once you have a one or two, preferably two or more M4s with good optic, light, sling, you got your practical shit covered.
Yep.
Go have fun.
Hell yeah.
Because I'm a huge history buff, Bush War buff, so G3s, FALs, AKs, VZ58s, there's more to life than just an AR.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, and then the pleasure you get from actually building a gun that isn't an AR, that it's pretty much like a jigsaw puzzle.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother story. Actually learning about the FAL, the G3.
I have a buddy up in Virginia that he's a master machinist, and he took one of those Century Arms 60% forgings, FAL receiver forgings.
Yeah, I've seen a couple come on the market.
He actually did all the machine work, looks fantastic. And that's why I know it is such a nightmare to machine. But he built that thing up into a 9x58, or 358 Winchester, which is 308 blown up to 9mm.
Holy shit!
Yes.
I think I saw pictures of that going around a while back.
And the serial number was he just called it Mjolnir.
Millimeter
hammer. Yeah.
That's not for Thor's hammer. Yeah.
Yeah. Because you're smacking dudes with 250 grain 9mm bullets at 2,500 feet per second.
Jeez.
Holy shit.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, that was a bad round, man.
Yeah. I mean, that's something that was an old school, bear round.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Which reminds me, I need to dig something out of the safe, actually.
So.
You actually got bears out by you, Buck?
Yeah, dude.
Yes and yes.
Yeah, I've got an old 348 Winchester. So
yeah.
Only made about
I'm the guy who comes out to Bears or Buck's place and feels underarmed. I've got 9 mils and 5.56, and if a 44 is going to be basically wiped on my course or on my corpse by that grizzly, then 9 mil and 5.56 is basically going to be laughed at.
Oh my God! One of the funniest things I've ever seen was 3, 4, 5 years ago, something like that. I had a bunch of folks from all over the U.S. out to my place to shoot gophers during the summer. And Montana, they like any fucking chipmunks through prairie dogs are all called gophers, right? There's 8 different species. Yeah. Fucking. Long story short, Scott and Evan Hill from Hill People Gear show up. And, they're they brought the bear guns. They had the fucking bear guns locked down and on point. And I'm like, we're getting ready to roll out the first day. And I'm like, what are you guys shooting gophers with? And they were like, oh, fuck. Evan Hill was walking gophers with a 45-70 because he forgot his 22. It was
not much of the gopher left.
No.
So, as much as I like PTR and anything basically post 2012, the PTR builds should be good to go. Did you guys see the picture that I took of their G3 that they're going to be bringing in the country?
Yeah, I did.
Dude, it's the most historically correct G3 down to, it has an actual grenade ring on the barrel the way mill G3s did. I'm super pumped. It's I've already got a few, but I will have to buy one of those.
They have me on the fence about it, man. That's probably one of the more beautiful things that I saw coming out lately.
Yeah.
That's the G3? That's the G3R, right? Or is it not without the R though? It's I think I saw it's got their steel lower still.
Well,
right?
Yeah.
It's got the steel lower. It's got the proper flash hider with the indexing on the barrel and shit. How it has that. It doesn't have a crush washer. What it has is that ring that has all those splines that are cut, and then the wire interacts with that.
The only thing that has a crush washer is PTR, I think, on their 5/8 by 24 flash hiders.
Modern stuff.
This is and they do that, and I understand why PTR does it. Same reason you guys do some of the things you do is because if somebody wants to put a muzzle device on their rifle, they're far more likely to find something 5/8 by 24 than by 15 millimeter.
Yeah.
So, at Dead Air, we make stuff for everything because we're gun nerds, and we make our flash hider mounts.
You make an RPD one.
We do. And we make flash hider mounts for inch pattern FALs and for metric pattern FALs. And we make them for H&K 15 millimeters and make them for 13 millimeter and 14 millimeter and pretty much everything else.
On a side note, Marc, there's some cool shit on the way to us.
All the cans wise, yeah. I was working with Silencer Co. a few years ago, and I did some trades with him for RPDs. It's like every time I do trades in this industry is for RPDs, and we did some trades for with Silencer Co. for some of their cans, but we barely ever even ran them. And I don't even know if even. Oh no, I did. I ran them down in Florida, and I didn't have any problems with it, but it was. Yeah. I don't really know. I'm stuck in Illinois, and I have no mill experience, so my experience with cans. Right. So my experience with the cans is pretty much non-existent because I'm stuck in a communist state and I never served. So I have no matrix of knowledge on any of that shit. So to me, the Silencer Co. seemed just fine, Yeah.
We're not talking trades yet. This is just for you guys to run for a while. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty cool. But I'm super pumped. It's I'm a battle rifle guy, and with the Brownells AR-10s, with the new, your guys' cool. Israeli, FALs and anything else you guys do, and then the Zenith G3s. It's well, there goes all my money.
Yeah, right. There's so much cool shit hitting the market now.
We really are in a second golden age. For all the bullshit that we are putting up with. I'm an old man. This shit used to be red, and I started working the industry when I was 16 years old. I was a range rat and counter monkey for an indoor range. I was getting paid under the table by the guy who owned it, who was a former lieutenant colonel in the Army. Kept a locked and loaded Steyr Madi AKM hanging from a peg on his office door because he served in Vietnam at a time when the M16 shit the bed, and he would never have anything to do with an M16 after that. So he kept an AK there. But, you know, in the 80s, I remember, you know, imported FN, Springfield Armory, you know, G3s, FALs.
The Greek ones, too, from Springfield?
Yeah. Yep.
Those are good guns.
Just picked up another one.
I used to buy every one of those I saw and turn around and held them for a couple of years and turn around and sell them. You always made money on those.
Yep. Oh, and Buck, the guy you were talking about doing a trigger job, that's Bill Springfield.
Yeah,
Bill
I can remember at the you know, during when I was actually talking. But so far, so good with that thing, man. It's nice. It's probably, I don't know where my trigger pull gauge is missing in action somewhere, but I'd guess 5.5 pounds. But who's importing? You said PTR is importing a G3 from somewhere?
No, Zenith.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the Turkish. Yeah, so
are they
so
built? I'm sorry, are the Zenith guns built with hammer forged barrels? Or are they?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're talking cold hammer forged barrel, grenade ring, 15 millimeter thread pitch. I mean, it is a classic G3.
You know, we've been waiting forever for more of their MP5s. It takes there's like major delays with that stuff.
Yeah,
great guns, great people, but
yes, and I talked to them a little bit about that, and here's what happened: the coup happened. The attempted coup got a lot of people in trouble over there, and they basically, the government, because MKE is partially government run, government owned, they went in and arrested everybody that knew what they were doing, and that held up everything things for a whole year. And so now they're posting pictures. They're getting their new shipment in. So 2019 should be good to go. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm one of those guys that really, really loves old platforms like the P210. It's one of the best gems of a handgun that a lot of Americans have never experienced. But there's certain things that suck about it.
Oh yeah, it'll make you bleed.
Yeah, but
it'll make you bleed.
There's certain things that, you know, like are amazing about it if you would bother to adjust like a millimeter here, a millimeter there, and add, you know, a modern release.
Yeah, but when you do that, people don't want it then people don't want to buy it. And we did the same thing with the FAL. We tried to do that with the FAL because it was smart for us manufacturing wise, or it'd make the gun better. And people be like, what'd you do that for? And it's like, oh, jeez.
But the same thing. It's like the G3 or the FAL. It's like it's a good platform. It's a good mechanism. But if you would bother to update certain ergonomics, certain things, and I understand you guys have, you know, obvious issues with respect to your client base. At the same time, it's like, man, if you just, you know, move the magazine to a finger index instead of a, you know, Euro mag release, suddenly it's like an amazing, you know, update in terms of ergonomics.
Sure. If you take a look though at the current SIG imported P210, the Sig Sauer P210 versus the old SIG.
Oh no, I've shot one of the Legend P210s. Yeah. And I was like, I need one of these in my life.
Sure, but for people, and I grew up lusting after a 210. I finally got one and sold it in 2 weeks because it made me bleed just way too much. So I have like Wookie paws.
Yeah, I got small hands, so I don't have that problem.
Yeah,
I have other problems.
Yeah.
I can't reach the fucking trigger problems.
Yeah.
So do I.
But you know, you have that. You know, it's the same thing with guys into AKs. You have basically three camps of people into AKs. You have the guys that get into AKs because they think an AR is a piece of shit because their dad or granddaddy's uncle or whatever, roommate served in Vietnam and it didn't work and it shit's where it eats, so they go for an AK. Then you've got guys that like the historical aspect of it and, want an AK. And for them, it's got to look just like a real AK. And then you've got guys that get into it and they want to modernize it, and run it for whatever reason. And that's cool too. But that first group of guys and that second group of guys, a lot of times they don't want to pay more than $500. They just don't understand that, AKs have to, we're not getting them made by Chinese teenagers anymore the way we were in the 80s, or Romanians that, would sell their mom for a Snickers bar after the fall of communism. These guys, people need to get paid and you're going to have to just pay it. I never thought I'd see AR-15s go for less than an AK.
Yeah, no kidding.
AK, I think everybody's learned now that those AKs are hard to make, man. They really are hard to make. The trunnions and all that peening and the back of the bolt carriers getting peened up, and it might have been made by simple people in like some kind of underdeveloped country, but that gun was made a certain way.
Out of curiosity, because I'm not an AK guy, is the AK more, from an AK to an AR-15 standpoint, the AK seems like it's actually more conducive to a platform that is easier to make in terms of mass production. Which is
I was about ready to say it. The AK was designed at a time when, just like the FAL was, just like the G3 was, all three of those rifles are not designed to be screwed together. They're designed to be built in like General Motors factories, and especially the AK where you had, command economies where, they would just employed whoever they needed to, more people than they needed to, and those things just kept getting built and built and built and stacked up. But that was done on an assembly line version, assembly line. So like Buck can tell you, you can have an AK that's built by a 12-year-old over a camel dung fire and at the Khyber Pass, but that doesn't mean it's going to work. It's not going to hold together.
Or as in Buck's case, where it'll print a fucking minute. It's like there's a wide variance of actual standards that can actually be effective.
I think it was about metals. I think with those AKs, just like with FALs and stuff, the metallurgy had way more to do with it than like an AR-15 and stuff like that. Like you go get an AR-15, it's made out of, because we've been making them for years. We used to make 80% of the parts. Now we only make about 40% because you can buy everything now. Got quality stuff. But
thanks, global war on terror.
Yeah, it's like with an AR, it's 7075 T6 aluminum. It's pretty, or maybe it's 8620 Carpenter. Those are all really easy to acquire steels. That's why Stoner designed it that way. Where the AK and the FAL, it's all about metallurgy, man.
So in the 50s and 60s, forged aluminum was a strategic material that only a first world country really had access to.
Yeah.
Whereas the rest of the world could stamp out sheet metal very easily, and that's why they went back to the drawing board. Stoner went back to the drawing board and helped develop the AR-16, which became the AR-18. And they had the idea, Armalite was like, man, we'll sell this to the third world. Anybody that can fold sheet metal can run this. Unfortunately, it was the Cold War, and anybody that raised their hand saying, I hate America, would get AKs. Anybody that raised their hand and said, I hate communism, Uncle Sugar was right there with M1 carbines, M1 Garands, and M16s. And then you had countries in Africa and Central and South America that would literally just buy FALs, or G3s, and
or make them.
Yeah,
like in Venezuela and Brazil, they made them. I think Brazil made like 700,000 FALs.
Yeah. And so did the Argentinians. The Argentine FALs are some of the nicest on the market.
200,000.
Yeah. In fact,
it's so crazy though.
That's how Dave Salvato got his start, was bringing in Argentine FALs.
So I was down at that plant 2 years ago with my rep, and we're in Argentina at it's like an old government plant, and you walk in there and it's like you're going into some kind of like World War II prison, type camp situation where like every building is separated from another building. Like, man, this is such a weird place. It's like, we designed it that way in case we got bombed by the British or somebody. They couldn't take out the entire factory because every building is a certain amount of feet away from another building. And so it's like the most inefficient way of probably running a factory, but it was done that way because they were worried about being attacked and the industrial complex taken out.
And there's a lot to be said for that, because look at what happened in the 90s when NATO bombed Zastava. Okay, took out the Serbian, small arms network, and now they're right back up and running. It only took them a few years to rebuild because they were compartmentalized and they survived.
And we were looking at actually importing their stuff last year or the year before, but we just didn't have the time to focus on it. And honestly, I just don't know the product very well, and I've heard good and bad things. So anytime you hear both, I'm like, Yeah.
So if you're talking about the Stava stuff, the AK stuff, yeah, man. Like, I'm fairly well known for hating, Yugo.
Buck loves him some Yugo.
Oh, dude, man, you wouldn't believe the shit that like the guns now are worse than the guns that they manufactured pre-war, like by far. And the guns that they manufactured, pre-war were not that great either. But they're middle. So let me back up a little bit. There's two countries that can build a no shit 100% 2-spec Russian AK, and that's Russia and Poland, because they're the only two countries in the world that can get that grade of ordnance steel to produce those barrels. Everything else is close, but not exactly the same.
What about the Bulgarians?
No, theirs are different as well. Stuff. Don't get me wrong, like, the Bulgarians, they built very, very good AKs, but it's not, I can't even remember the name of the steel that Russia is, uses for their barrels, and same with Poland. But so long story short, like Zastava stuff is it's fucking just garbage, man. Like, they cannot heat treat anything. Their barrels are shit. They're fucking, like, the hammer retarder springs break, like the receiver stretch are just garbage, man. But
you gotta wonder, why would they go to the added expense and of making their service rifles on RPK stampings? There's got to be a reason they had to do that. Why make them thicker? Why have reinforced trunnions? Well, because they're being made out of softer steel.
Yeah.
So in order to compensate for that.
Was their PKMs just as bad too?
Their older guns were pretty good.
Like the PKMs, because I know the U.S. government was going to buy, is still actually trying to buy their PKMs.
Yeah, PKM-84s.
We bought a shit ton of them, and the M84s, their PKMs, and their modern AKs, and turned around and rearming the Afghan NDS, the APPF, and a couple other Afghan organizations. And I didn't deal with those, but all the soft guys that I talked to and contractors that were working that fielding plan, like, we're just having massive issues with their PKMs, mostly headspace related.
And to get them back to the whole battle rifle thing, I've owned several of their 308 AKs, and the build, and these were all pre 1989 or 1990 built rifles, before Yugoslavia ceased to exist. And the build quality was really nice. I mean, just a really nice gun, but they were also made for the commercial U.S. market. Having said that, I would burn a village in Serbia to get one of the milled AKs and 308, the M77s. Those things just, I'm an American civilian. I'm not going to shoot the thing to pieces,
Right.
So
one of the cool, like weird and kind of cool things about the Yugo AKs is they were some very forward-thinking people. Like one of their early milled AK rifles in 7.62 by 39. Everybody's familiar with their bolt hold open magazines now.
Yeah,
their original gun had a no-64. Had a bolt hold open on the fucker.
Which they then
function with those magazines.
Which they then had to deactivate when they started making the standard M70s because the magazines weren't compatible. So, if you wanted to stick a Chinese magazine in there, it wouldn't work. So,
Hey, Buck, you ever try those? What about those Iraqi AKs, the actual Iraqi-made AKs?
They were terrible.
Yeah, they were for the most part
terrible.
I thought the Pavlik sniper rifle was actually fairly decently done.
What, the Al-Qadisiyah?
Yeah, I actually
no, they're terrible.
I mean, they're not going to shoot the Western.
So it depends on what you would actually determine as good for a sniper weapon. If you're looking at battle rifle, totally acceptable. If you're looking at SAS standards for even close to the U.S. Army, nope.
No.
Yeah, I when I worked in Iraq, I had all U.S. weapons, and we basically kept comm-block stuff around to arm our static guards, the guys that were guarding the embassies and stuff like that. So I wasn't really directly involved with that other than training, like weapons training. So, I would train guards, how to fight with them and then shoot our qualification courses, that kind of thing. So I wasn't doing the armor thing on them. But, with the limited amount of experience I actually had shooting them and stuff, wasn't hugely impressed. So bit of history for you with the Iraq stuff. When we bailed out of Gulf War I and left the Kurds hanging, the Kurds kind of ran a lot of the folks who worked in Saddam's weapons factories and then more importantly munitions factories were Kurds. So they were like running their own Fortunate Son program and intentionally spiking a lot of the small arms ammunition out there. I ran into that, I think, 3 times, if I remember correctly. Like once in an ISMAS or Russian manufactured AKM, once in a Chinese gun, and then once in a Iraqi manufactured AK, where they all 3 kaboomed. And it was like we started pulling around, and they had like 2.5, double powder charges, sticks stuck in the fucking cases, like everything you could think of to try to kill Iraqis.
But there was that video that came out mid 2000s of some jihadis in Iraq, and they're doing a mag dump, and all of a sudden the gun just fucking vaporizes in their hands.
Separates into 5 different pieces.
Yeah.
So weird because like you see how rough they look, but at the same time, like, so we have Polish RPD parts and then we had Egyptian RPD parts, and the Egyptian parts look like holy freaking hell, but actually they went together and worked even better than the Polish ones, even though they look like crap. I mean, they look like they were chiseled, but they function wise, I think actually worked better than the Polish. I think the Polish stuff was actually too finely made on that gun. So it's like, I saw those Iraqi guns. I was like, they look really rough, but I wonder if they're like really good guns, Nope.
Yeah, I had in Afghanistan, I was walking around one day and I look at this AKM and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I went over and grabbed it from the guy and picked it up, and it was a North Korean Type 68. It was an AKM manufactured for export by North Korea. Same deal. Shit. Looked like absolute just garbage. And I was like, I got to shoot this fucking thing. So I basically, I gave the dude my rifle and took it up to her.
I need to play with it.
Yeah, and dude, that thing, I mean, it looked like ass. Like everything on it looked like ass. Like the quality was horrible. The were horrible. but dude, that fucking thing shot like lights out. Like it's weird, man. Like,
you know, the Peruvian police bought a bunch of those things back in the 70s or early 80s, and they're still running.
They still have them.
Yeah.
Dude, I've been to Peru like 15, 20 times for the company. They must have bought every fucking thing that somebody ever showed them. They had like Daewoo, they have Daewoo's, North Korean AKs. Like I was doing a demo with the police for our sniper rifle, and they had MSG 90s, PSG 1s, SG 1s, and the HK 33 types with the sniper version. Like you fucking name it, they already have it.
Well,
like they're like, oh yeah, we'll take 20, we'll take 50, we'll take 1,000.
Yeah. And if you've traveled any place in Central or South America, that's just the way it is. You know,
it is. It's everywhere like that.
Everybody has everything, a little bit of everything. And I never understood that. I would imagine that if I was a poor country, I would try to, you know,
at least consolidate calibers.
Yeah, I would try to streamline everything. And apparently it's now, I'm just assuming that a lot of it is just who you talk to when you go down there to sell something.
Yep.
And
that's what it is right there.
If that one individual dude likes it, it's like, yeah, I'll take 200, you know?
Yep. That's what it is.
And that's what they end up, you know,
it's like
with everything.
What you want to dine them into.
Or it's like what you give. Yeah, it's what you give the guy who's buying it. You know?
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's been so hard for us to get any sales down there, because we're Americans. We can't do that corruption shit. But like everybody goes down there and does all kinds of even the European companies you think would be on the up and up, they're just as bad as any of the other ones. Yeah. So we're the only place where it's different is in Chile. They're like all about standardizing. Like we're going to buy all German armor, all British ships, all U.S. fucking air. So I was down there and they to try to get some assault rifle business, and they had given us the RFQ. And I looked at this thing and I was like, must fire 60,000 rounds, must do this. I said, the only thing that's going to pass that is a fucking Galil. And sure enough, like 3 years later, that's exactly what they bought. That's exactly what they bought was a fucking Galil, because nothing would have ever passed the standards they put out there. It was impossible, except for, I guess, the Galil.
But
the Galil's a great gun.
Yeah, but you also look at what they're dealing with as far as the guys they're getting into their army. I mean, you're looking at indigenous people that might not even speak Spanish, you know, getting in there and just treating their rifles like crap.
Well, and they're also like way outnumbered by their enemies, but they always seem to kick their enemies' ass too. So it's kind of messed up, you know. But I think when I was down there, they just got F-16. I don't know, Block 50s or whatever the hell it was. Like it was the first time the U.S. government's ever sold that F-16 advanced to any other country or some shit.
What, Chile?
Chile, yeah.
Yeah, so they actually, I mean, they bought SIG, 510s.
I know, I've seen them.
The most expensive battle rifle ever made. You know, and there's Chile with them. And FEMA had the license to produce the 540, which, the Canadians can have, but we can't, and that is a Kalashnikov-based battle rifle, Kalashnikov bolt system, but wrapped in a Western package, it's one generation behind the current SIG 510. I'd love to have one of those things.
Oh, man, who wouldn't love to have a SIG? The SIG assault rifles are like, we got a couple of them at work, that are post-dealer samples, but they literally, people, everybody always says, oh, it runs like a sewing machine. Those damn things actually do run like a sewing machine. Like it's like perfection in an assault rifle. It's got that AK with the right amount of like Western stuff done to it to make it like the best 5.56 ever, But then again, maybe it's not, though, because you can't really mount optics on it without some weird height over bore issues and all that kind of shit. But like as an iron sight gun, it's awesome.
Right. And it's a legacy system, just like the FAL, just like the G3, just, before countries actually started thinking about giving every soldier an optic. That, nobody ever, in the 70s, who was going to put optics on the stuff?
Well, with the current stuff, and I brought this up to a friend I was discussing this with today. It's like, are you building another category of weapon? See, a battle rifle, assault rifle. What's in between that? Because that is what we're trying to figure out.
And that's where the 6.5 and 6.8 fall, right?
Yeah.
Actually, you know what I think that is? You know what I think is in between those? It's like what Buck has. What's in between the 5.56 and a battle rifle is like actually usually a chopped down battle rifle. That's actually in the middle of those two weapon systems is like the 5.56 lightweight carbine type of thing, and then the full-on 18 or 20-inch battle rifle, which also can be a DMR or some kind of squad bullshit if you believe in the mag-fed stuff of a squad gun. But like what actually seems to fall in the middle there is like actually a short 308, because I think that is the gap between those two, I think. But
as long as you're willing to deal with the downsides to that.
Yeah.
You know, massive muzzle flash, massive, you 13 inches is about as short as you ever really want to go for 7.62 by 51.
So I'm a little bit of I'm trying to pull it back to where we're like, I'm a 5.56 advocate. No questions asked.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I dig 6.5. I dig the 6mm. I dig what was actually done a couple decades ago in terms of finding a decent compromise between the two. The issue I find is, while I get 5.56 is applicable. I'm sorry, I gotta pull off the mic. I get 6.5 is applicable for what we're trying to do, but at the same time, it's like, will we get to a point where armor is actually more viable of a technology than the ammunition we're actually trying to fire?
That's one of the things that really surprised me about the 6.8 was so I bought into the 6.8 when it first came out on the civilian market in like 2004. Like the only gun you could get was a fucking DPMS.
Yeah, the 6.8 SPC, right?
Yeah. I did that mostly for hunting purposes, but I was just really intrigued with the cartridge and stuff, and like I'm all about a better mousetrap, and I'm not convinced 6.5 is it. I get it, like it, you can reach out and touch the motherfuckers of that thing, but you're also putting a weapon system in somebody's hand that's going to use it as a battle rifle, and it's got a 2,000 round barrel life. Like that's two classes, and then you gotta get another upper or new barrel or whatever. Like whereas 6.8, dude, like it's got 5.56 barrel life. So yeah, I was kind of surprised that, if you look at like Doc GKR stuff that he posted on the terminal effectiveness of that round versus 5.56 and 7.62, like I'm really surprised it didn't do better than it did.
Well, you had.
I wonder how it's going in Saudi Arabia. I mean, they got 40,000 LWRC 6.8s. ATK made the ammo. That's why the Magpul magazine exists, is because of Saudi Arabia. I wonder how that's going out, how that's working out for them. Or, you know what though, I've seen those guys shoot though. A lot of times they like put down at their hip and just like spray shit. So probably not
over their head, start tossing.
So you said,
I'm sure they got badass elite guys, but
so you said they have about 40,000 supposedly.
I think that's what it was.
That's what they're saying.
So we have to.
How many of those are?
No. What we have to consider with ballistic gel, with Doc GKR and whatnot, is that ballistic gel is a medium.
Yeah.
To experiment with rounds that's consistent. And if I'm puffing it up, it's because I got a lip coating, and there's
no bones in ballistic gel.
Yeah, all it is a way to experiment with a consistent medium to experiment with.
Yeah, exactly. It's a benchmark. It reacts to the force similar to flesh wood.
Yeah.
However,
sack of saline is essentially what we're going for.
Yeah. Yeah, but ballistics gel is a good way. It's a benchmark to measure everything.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's. I'm not trying to discredit anything that Doc GKR has done at all. What I'm trying to say is, when it comes to ballistics gel, it's a way to measure performance in a vacuum, essentially. It's a way to consistently, if it's done properly, it's a way to consistently measure performance in a way that allows us to digest that and produce that for general consumption for that ballistic performance. It goes that way for pistol rounds, et cetera, et cetera. So it doesn't mean that it's not more effective when you actually practically apply that round to car doors, car windows, anything that is an intermediate barrier on top of, flesh barrier. So,
yeah, I know a couple of the guys that went on the fielding program. They're the training package for that fielding program for the, LWRC PSD guns, and they did it right, man. I think they ordered something like 2 or 3 million rounds of 90 grain gold dot, and how many guns did you say? Like 40,000?
That's what I heard at one time, but I can't confirm it. But it was a massive.
Yeah, I heard that too.
And the Jordanians.
I guarantee those dudes are turning dudes up with it, but.
Yeah. And the Jordanians.
Some of those guys I know are pretty good, and some of them I'm not sure about their regular troops, but like I've heard some of their guys are pretty well trained at the same time. They go to the Qassad over in Jordan and train and shit, and I'm sure they're tuning some dudes up. They have no choice. Well, right now aren't we supporting them for the Yemen thing or something we're doing? Like we are supporting Saudi Arabia in an insurrection, and I want to say it was Yemen or something like that. So maybe so maybe actually the 6.8 is getting actual combat use right now. We just don't know it,
So that's the other question is when it comes to these new intermediate rounds between a assault rifle and a battle rifle, if we're gonna call that, like intermediate rifle, I guess is the new kind of thing we're looking at collectively as a community. So if intermediate rifle calibers are what is the new thing, I see kind of like, okay, is it effective? So what's the new, the same kind of thing that you have to look at with, like, for example, the FBI going back to 9mm after they birthed the 10mm and they birthed the 40 Smith & Wesson.
The only reason they went back to 9mm are two reasons. Cost and ammunition has improved exponentially over the last 10 years.
Well, yes, but they also looked at the human performance aspect of it. So they looked at the human performance aspect of...
Yeah, exactly.
For pistol calibers, what is the actual, base level performance that we're looking for? And on top of that, what is actually, what are we getting out of this? Are we getting anything from 40 Smith & Wesson we're not getting from 9mm?
Not anymore.
So if you look at 5.56, I see the concurrent arguments being, if we're looking at 5.56 versus intermediate cartridges, and I'm not talking about battle rifles, I'm talking about the stuff in between that people are talking about. Okay, we're looking at the human performance aspects of 5.56, meaning I can get more rounds on target faster, more accurately. Okay, got it. So what's the effectiveness of these new rounds, especially when you factor in armor?
You know what I really think it is, and I don't think
it's almost a new category of rifle. If you really,
I think it's actually not even like you talk about the Saudis buying the 6.8. I think some of this shit has nothing to do with anything more than from like giving confidence to your military, your troops.
Like I'm carrying a 45. I got this shit.
Right. I think that because when you compare it on what it does to all these new plates and stuff, just like they were talking about tonight, it actually doesn't really. There's probably not much reason to do anything different. I
don't know, because it's not the pistol realm of fight is like, okay, I understand.
Well, here, let me ask the question. So Buck, if like you were in, let's say there was another thing and you were still in, or let's just say back in Iraq, and the Army was to say, look what we just gave you, dude, this new caliber and stuff. Would you think that would do something for morale or something like that?
Yeah, that's a damn good question, man. I think for some people, yes, but I think for the guys who are already gun guys, probably not. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I mean, psychology is a big deal with lots of folks. That's a fuck, man. I don't know how to answer that one, basically.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to throw it at you. But I was
you're good, man.
Hey, good questions are good questions.
Because I was like in South America, a lot of times we go in and we try to do these rebuild programs, but there's always those people that say, no, because if we do that, we're just showing our neighbors that we're not good enough to buy something new.
Yeah, that's something I've noticed in a lot of countries overseas is that Iraq and Afghanistan especially, like, you've got 10 Afghan soldiers standing there next to 10 American or 10 Western soldiers, and they're looking at all the lickies and chewies that the force multipliers that we have access to, night vision goggles and fucking IR lasers and all the shit that we hang on our weapons now, and they've got an AK which they believe is a more reliable weapon, but they can't mount any of that shit on it. So they want to come in on the winning team and get the new stuff. So that's definitely a thing.
Because down in Argentina, that's why they decided to do the rebuild thing, is because they were doing all these maneuvers with like Chile or whoever they're getting along with and stuff like that. And they were like, no, we're not going to go do these things with all this outdated stuff. So what they decided to do is they have like a military of like 50,000. So they decided they're going to take like 15,000 to just give them everything good. So, modern rifles, modern water purification fucking centers, everything is, but they just decided we're just going to slice out the smaller area and we're going to get really good at this.
So consider this, those kind of militaries aren't working on an international stage.
That's true.
I mean, they might get pulled to do some UN guard duty in Lebanon or something like that, but they're not, or Africa, but they're not getting sent to Syria.
Yeah, they're not getting intermixed in international conflicts where you've gotten multiple. Sorry, Thom, I muted you. They're not getting intermixed in international conflicts where there are multiple countries on top of multiple countries, interested in the outcome of said conflict.
Yeah.
So I get it as far as a country wanted to, looking at their relative, defense issues and saying, we just want this. And that makes sense. Fiscally, that makes total sense.
Yeah, because if they go and do maneuver, they're not going to be able to even have
it's not going like
where's their ammunition interchangeability.
We could go toe to toe with China or Russia or any of their proxies at any given moment.
Yeah,
and that's kind of what the U.S. is dealing with right now is, and frankly, it's kind of like no duh. How many plates have fallen off the back of trucks over the past 15 fucking years, and they've kind of got, oh, fancy this, thanks Terry Taliban, you've delivered us a ex-Sappy plate from the trucks that were trying to go over the Paki border.
Right.
And we kind of we're gonna reverse engineer this shit and figure out what they've got from 30-06 AP, or whatever the armor value is for that thing.
That's when you just all that workers in a SHOT Show, man. You get anything you need.
Right. Yeah, especially the Chinese, where they filter like 1,000 people to take photos in SHOT Show, and they're not even fucking trained, espionage people. They're just basically people that are paid by the espionage people from China to go just take photos.
Yeah,
we'll pay you for the photo.
It's kind of like I kind of just think
they're just people.
But doesn't that kind of just prove that NATO is just really not doing what originally it was supposed to do? Like we're not standardizing cartridges, we're not standardizing rifles, we're not standardizing like I guess the magazine is still standardized at least, but
it
not really.
It doesn't prove that NATO's not doing what it's supposed to. It just proves that NATO's not evolving fast enough.
Yeah,
Flaps and red, white, green.
And the magazines are not standardized. You've got Germany and Spain and a couple other countries using G36s. That's not compatible. That's not STANAG.
It's true.
You know, so the ammo more or less is standardized, but that's about it. But going back to Marcus, you were saying that the intermediate between an assault rifle and a battle rifle would be like a short barrel 308 or shorter barrel 308. Call them like a heavy carbine or something like that. That stuff, it's not a new idea. H&K has had the G3K for decades.
HK51, yeah.
No, not the 51. That's an 8-inch barrel. And that was an American guy named Volmer.
Yeah.
Here. The Germans tried to get it shorter than 13 inches, and the guns just don't last. And so it's such a violent action. I mean, you look at the engineering that went into those roller lock guns, and you can understand that, they're Kraut space magicians, and just all the engineering to balance the locking and unlocking and all that. But getting back to
those short barrel 308s, they take a lot of work, because we did actually one of the reasons why we ended up having problems with making magazines was because we were working with FN, and they said, well, we should just make the magazine together. So for their SCAR rifle. So we made the tooling for the SCAR rifle magazine, and we were going to also use that same tooling for the FAL magazine. Well, in between there, those two designs changed quite a bit, probably because they were still working on their design, because this was 2007 or 8 or whatever. So a couple years later, they needed it really bad, and they ended up doing it on they ended up doing it on their own. But we ended up making the SCAR mags on our own. So we went to Crane Naval Special Warfare Center to test our magazines. This was 2010 or 9 or something like that. So I'm shooting their 13-inch and their 16-inch, and their 16-inch full auto, which, by the way, SCAR full auto is really controllable. It's like really low firing rate and shit. But on their 13, they said you can only shoot 3 full auto magazines at a time. Now, I was used to shooting our FALs testing magazines. I was ripping through magazines like crazy, but they would stop you and they'd say, FN says this gun cannot be hammered on like this.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
Fine. I was going to do it no matter what, but they were really adamant about that. Now, those were like at Crane, the guys who run some of those things, they're like contractors that actually run those range events and testing protocols. Are not like Navy dudes or anything like that. And but they were adamant on the 13-inch gun that it can only take a certain amount of pounding compared to the 16.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean,
but H&K's had the G3K 13-inch 7.62 NATO for decades, and then you had FN never really went below 17 inches on their FAL on the Para, the 5063. And then you guys started knocking them to 16, and the South Africans started cutting theirs to 16 or shorter, and monkeying with the gas system to make it reliable. But I mean, that stuff has been out there. LMT has got a 13-inch barrel on their monolithic 308. As cool as it is, and I think it's super cool, I don't know how practical it really is. If you need something, if you need 7.62 NATO, you tend to need all the power that it offers. And the 13-inch, you're approaching 7.62 by 39 ballistics almost. You still have more ass behind it, and you're shooting a heavier bullet. But I don't know. I think the job could still be done with, if the choice is like a 14.5-inch 5.56 or a 13-inch 308, and I've got to hump this, I'll take the 14.5-inch 5.56 all day.
Well, I think it's like more about like, you could do it with a better cartridge, like maybe 6.8 or even, I don't know about that 6.5 Grendel, but let's just say one of those cartridges. But like, if you already have the 308 ammo,
Sure.
it's really easy just to say, oh shit, well, we have M80 right here, or we have black tip right here, and we'll just take this kind of thing because it's like right in the middle. Not that any military is really doing that, but as a civilian, like just looking for their defense gun or whatever, same thing kind of holds true. You can go and get some trophy bonded bear claw Cabela's and shit, where you go and you want your fangled new freaking cartridge. You're like, yeah, that's great. It fills all these roles, but dude, I can't find the ammo anywhere, or I got to make my own ammo, or you got to do all these, or the magazines are goofy, or the C products one doesn't work, but the D&H one does if you bend the feed lip in this direction or whatever. And it's like, it's like, fuck all that. Just get like the proven system and I mean, okay, yeah, more muzzle blast,
it's
more
awesome
this.
That the fact that you have a D60 with good available ammunition on tap.
Yeah.
It's like, I've got, for the threat I expect as a general civilian in the United States, good to go.
Yeah. Now, if like Buck, if you're somebody that lives out in a country where you legitimately have a pretty good chance of running into something bigger and meaner than you, wildlife wise, then it makes a lot more sense. But for the average suburban guy, 16-year-old, AR.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. If I didn't have to deal with critters, like I'd be rocking a 12.5-inch AR pistol right now with a D60 in it, full of gold dot.
Exactly what I got.
Good man. I liked you for a reason.
Hodge defense with a T1 and a D60.
Yeah.
Nothing's
walking and don't get me wrong, I love battle rifles, but at the end of the day, their time in the sun has passed unless you're a country in Central or South America or in Africa and you've got these legacy systems, and that's when they turn to companies like DSArms to upgrade what they have.
Well, that's kind of why I wonder where it's like, do we need so we stop arguing over battle rifle or assault rifle? Is this something now that we have to actually say, okay, this is an intermediate rifle? Is this something that has to be a change in terms so we can actually classify it and start arguing over finer points?
Yeah, people like to argue. I when you say intermediate, I immediately think 5.56, 7.62 by 39, 6.8 SPC. Those are intermediate.
I know that's the best I got as far as the way because as far as my what I'm actually talking about, the 5.56 is my baseline.
Yeah.
So for me, an intermediate is somewhere in between a 308 and the quote unquote colloquial battle rifle, and something like between those two.
Yeah. How about heavy carbine?
It needs a new name.
It's still better. It still brings up we'll argue over terms.
Yeah.
They're definitely fucking heavy.
It's funny though, when I talk to people in the States, civilians, even some ex-military or whatever, you say battle rifle, they still don't know what the fuck that means.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's almost the status quo. I hate to say it, but battle rifle is an outdated term to begin with.
Well, it was something.
It's not outdated.
It was a term coined by civilians in the States.
No, assault rifle is an outdated term if you consider where it originated from.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like the whole heavy carbine thing, man. Do something with that because it kind of makes sense. It kind of really makes sense in a way. It's like
I'm open to royalties.
But even if you think about it, even if you think about like
a bunch of old men arguing over fucking minutia.
Seriously.
Well, but even if you think of like what Ash was talking about with that 14.5,
that's a heavy
carbine. It's a heavy carbine. Yeah. What these really should be called are heavy carbines. Now, they shouldn't even be called battle rifles. Like, how many people? Here's a good one. Just think about this for a second. So if somebody is thinking about buying a battle rifle, they're probably looking at like a Scar 16. That's like a 16-inch barrel, or maybe they're looking at Ash's gun, or maybe they're looking at like the gun like Matt got the 16-inch short foul. We're all talking about 16-inch guns. In a way, that shouldn't even be called a battle rifle anyway, because a battle rifle is like a 21 or a 22-inch barrel or some shit. Yeah. Really, I think what we're really talking about here is heavy carbine.
Yeah.
We're talking about a heavy carbine. Nobody really goes out and buys, unless they want a historic gun, nobody goes out and buys a 21 inch. They go and buy some 16. Like, Buck, if you were going to buy like a rifle, not a pistol version of the PTR, you probably would have chose a 16. Maybe.
Laws notwithstanding, like, I would probably still stick with, for my use, I would probably still stick with the G3K length, 13-inch gun, but with a fucking no shit fixed stock and not a pistol brace.
No, but let's say you didn't want an SBR. You had to buy a rifle. Would you have chosen 16?
Oh yeah,
18,
I would get a fucking 14.5 with a pin and welded flash hider.
So like heavy carbine. That's really what we're talking about. Is heavy carbine.
Yeah.
So I picked up one of those Springfield Armory SAR 8s that is post-import ban gun, and they pressed a fake flash hider over top of the muzzle.
Yeah.
So that it's right at the muzzle, and then they pinned and welded it. It looks funky as shit. I'm going to send that thing off, chop the barrel to 15.5 inches back where the front sight is, where they can still thread it to put a flash hider on, pin and weld that, and have a G3K with a 16-inch barrel and full-length handguard.
Yeah, like I know, like I was Picketeer brain, Tim, as you remember. Like, my hang up on the PTR clones was that I basically wanted, that 5/8 24 muzzle threading, so I can put,
anything you want on it. Right.
Yeah, a more updated, U.S. manufactured muzzle device. I wanted a fucking, fucking paddle magazine release.
Yep.
And man, when they did that, they did those two things, and then did the welded Picatinny rail for optics. I was like, fuck, man, this got my name written all over it. So, yeah, I think I was our target market for that thing. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I still want one.
No, they did good. They actually, I got to give it to PTR on that one. They did good market research on coming up with some of those models, because like they fixed the first thing that nobody wants to go and buy a $300 mount, and that's kind of what you had to do with the G3. You had to buy that $300 mount that got you like 4 feet in the air with your optic. And like they were like, screw that, we'll fix this really good. And they were smart about it, but like there are those guys that want them a little bit more refined, like they want bolt open, this, that, and the adjustable gas system, and then they have the FAL, but it's a lot of value. It really is. Those PTRs are a lot of value.
When you can get a standard GI or G3 for right at $1,000.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really hard to argue that, and they can do it because of stamped sheet metal. They're not having to machine anything except the bolt carrier.
Yeah,
in the bolt.
I'm still on the fence as far as like, okay, what's the dot mill going to adopt to fix? Because 5.56 was the battle cartridge to fight the Viet Cong. Like that was the thing. So what do we do from here? As far as the talk about intermediate cartridge to defeat rifles, rifle armor.
But it's kind of like what they said earlier. Like even if you do that, it's like you're not going to build they're just going to come up with a new type armor, and then a new type armor, and a new type armor.
I know, but that doesn't matter. Like that's the new thing.
Yeah, for me, I'm just sticking. I've got, I have my practical stuff in 5.56, but then I have 7.6. I have multiple 7.62 by 39 platforms.
I mean, for all of us fucking widgets in the civilian context, it's fine. But when it comes to the dot mill, like what's the new that there's a new category that's going to be filled.
It's got to perform enough. It's got to be, and this is what people have been saying for the last decade. It has to be better enough to justify it. That's why the SCAR 16 never succeeded, because it was kind of neat, but it didn't do anything better than the M4. Enough. And the same thing with calipers. So until they come up with something that is going to really outperform enough, then there's no justification for spending billions of dollars that there will be. Of course, you could probably outfit the entire U.S. Army with new carbines and ammo for less than an F-35.
But guys, it's going to happen. It's going to happen probably this year or next year because they got the USS Ford is done. It's built. That aircraft carrier is done. The F-35 project is done. Yeah. They got all these really expensive programs are done. So now that's why they just bought $50 million more worth of Barrett shit. Like, what was it, last week? And then just bought a bunch more of Knight shit just a while back. They're replenishing the M110s, even though it's like not the newest model. And then they're gonna do this no matter what because they're done with all those huge projects.
I don't think they're gonna do it. I honestly think 5.56. I think all the hype about their new cartridge and what they want to do, I think it's all bullshit. It's not going to be financially feasible. And I know, they finished a lot of their projects and they're looking to do stuff, but that stuff is already out there. Every other nation in the country is shooting 5.56 or 7.62. That's just what's out there. And as far as
they're already doing it, man. They're moving forward with that 338 Lapua machine gun. They adopted the 320. They're pushing the 320 into the fucking Air Force and all the other areas now. So they're gonna spend this money. And I don't know what we're gonna get. For all we know, it's
change in respect to airframes.
Yeah.
Change.
I'm in Tom's camp, and I've got $5 that says it's not going to happen for at least 5 years.
Yeah, minimum 5 years.
That's a cop out. Like, not saying
5 years is 5 years is like standard operating procedure for them, though. So it's
but they announced it 5 years ago so far that was going to happen. So they got another 5 years, so 10 years in the making, and it'll probably only outfit 18% when it goes out. Well, I mean, realistically, I can't see them changing it. There are massive stockpiles of 5.56 and 7.62 out there.
Yeah, I can speak for our company and the amount of orders that they are doing to rebuild the M4s, and then they just bought those Colts. They just put the order in for those Colts like a month ago.
Yeah.
But like if you added all that up, plus the $50 million last week from Barrett, plus the money that Knight's got 2 months ago for more M110s, I just add all that up. It was like 1/100th of the cost of the USS Gerald Ford aircraft carrier that now is done. They have a ton of money for this stuff. They're probably going to do something time with the new cartridge and the new rifle, because like even if they just go around and throw money around, or even if we got some kind of like liberal president that starts all these new programs, they still have a shit ton of money because the F-35 is over. The F-35
what people don't realize is like, yeah, you got another Obama presidency. Guess what? He's actually going to funnel more money to covert shit because he doesn't want to fucking have the problem of having it in front of the news.
Yeah, no shit. Absolutely. Dude, I couldn't agree with that more.
Clinton did that. Carter did that. All the fucking Democratic presidents are down for fucking... Dude, he's just the president.
Maybe...
Stop freaking out about it.
Maybe it is the time, because we are pulling back a good amount, not just Syria, but we are pulling back a good amount of our outside forces right now. So maybe a retooling is in order.
Probably.
Yeah.
I kind of wish I was part of it, but...
Well, I do too. Fuck.
You know how you solve these problems is you abolish the fucking NFA. Because literally...
That's what I've been saying.
Dude, every single, massive leap forward in fucking small arms weapons design was not built by the committee.
It's hindered by the NFA.
Yep. Yeah. It was some fucking redneck, working for, a fucking company, Tommy Boy's fucking brake manufacturing division and building fucking the AR-15 in his garage. I don't know.
AKA Eugene Stoner.
Can you guys believe the sheer amount of manufacturers out there for M4 AR platforms? Like how fucking exponentially it's grown?
Yes. I can totally believe it.
I guarantee you, I learn 10 new names a week of somebody putting out ARs.
Oh, no. Think about this. The amount of people. So when did you get into the AR industry? And I'm not an expert on this.
DSA?
Just in general.
Oh my God. I mean,
Well, we got into it first. I'll talk this. I know this.
No, go ahead.
So we first got into this because we sold the Israelis all of their M4 rebuild packages because they had all those M16A1s. That was 10 years ago, and we sold them upper receivers and then the entire stock assembly. They would not buy anything but a Colt barrel, so they didn't even want to look at our barrels. And then we sold them various other parts like hand guards and gas tubes and shit like that, so they could take all those old M16A1s. Even though the Tabor is so great, they wanted to rebuild all their fucking M16s and M4s. That's what got us into the market. That was 10 years ago. And then about 2 years after that, we were like, well, we could just start making uppers. So we started making uppers and we started nitriding them because this was before nitriding was really hot. Then everybody figured out how cheap nitriding was. So then everybody started nitriding, and then we couldn't compete anymore. And they were like, well, then we were like, fuck it, we'll go to Chrome Line. So then we went to Chrome Line and we sold that shit for about 2 years. And then it was like that over and over and over. It was like this cycle of like we would go and change and we were doing this when other people were too. And then after a while, we were like, screw this entire AR shit. We're going to keep making this stuff, but we're not going to spend money on marketing and advertising a loss leader because it was like everybody was doing it.
So that has been the AR market in the United States for what, 30 years? 40
Probably,
years?
Yeah. I think it's worse the last 15 years.
Probably.
No, I'd say since the assault weapons ban went away in 2004.
1998.
That's when you saw the explosion of builders. You know, before that you had ABC, you had Armalite, Bushmaster, Colt, and then
that was it.
You know, but after 2004, it just exploded.
Yep.
So anyway, guys, I got to cut out. I've got to drive tomorrow, and it's coming up on 3 a.m. my side. So,
yeah, you're driving like fucking what, 6 or 7 hours tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm halfway up to Charlotte, so be in Charlotte on Sunday. So,
catch you later, Timbo.
Hey,
all right, brother.
Buck.
Good talking with you guys.
See ya.
Hey, Buck. One of these days, we got to link up with me, Rob, and Jace.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, I've got a pretty open schedule these days. I basically work 2 weeks straight, and then I'm 2 weeks off. So,
okay, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll get it worked out.
All right, dude. I'll catch you later.
You jamming? Fucking weak sauce, man.
No, I'm jamming.
You're gonna leave me with the fucking FAL guys. I'm gonna be all fucking outnumbered.
Dude, you know you're a fucking FAL file. You just want to play that card. FAL's a piece of shit. You know, at home, you know, I know in your bedroom you got like 12 of them. So.
I tried them twice. They just didn't work for me. Ergonomics are great, but
So your biggest complaint about the FAL system is a recoil impulse, right?
No, it was accuracy actually.
Yeah. What were you shooting at that time?
People.
I had I went through 2 para FALs.
Okay.
I shot every fucking 308 load on the planet.
Who said people?
Yeah. Like people?
I did.
Okay.
Holy shit, that's still there.
Yeah, dude, I thought you like dropped off the earth here.
Oh no, I've been listening to this whole thing. This has been great. My dinner was sitting out for the past 4 hours.
I hope it's nice and cold.
So you know that we renamed your rifle while you were gone, right? To the heavy carbine.
No, heavy carbine's awesome. I like that.
Heavy dinner. It's nice and cold.
Yeah.
Heavy cold dinner.
Cold
We
dinner.
made a whole new classification of rifles called the heavy carbine. It falls right in between the assault rifle and the battle rifle.
There's going to be fucking hashtags all over the internet tomorrow.
Oh, God.
Hashtag heavy wanker.
Yeah.
And this is like the old ModCast. Here we go.
You're right.
So is this your longest running ModCast? What is it, like almost 2 in the morning?
Oh no, we've done 8 hours.
Yeah, there's like 8 hours.
It's gotten a little stupid.
Like dude, you're getting off to go fucking buy meth and shit. It was so long. Like, ridiculous.
We have several episodes where Chuck Pressburg is snoring. Not even kidding.
Oh, that shit's funny. Dude, I don't know. I had a blast, man. I've been on this since it started. So you guys, I mean, that was it. Man, you're yeah, very cool.
Yeah, we don't stop.
I'm out of beer, and this beer sucks. Technology needs to advance to where you guys can click something and shoot it over to me or something.
It's always some asshole like fucking Matt that shows up like when you've been going for like 5 hours straight and everybody's getting ready to get off, and then like 3 more people sign on. You're like, fuck.
How many people are still on?
Like 2 hours ago, and I was like, here we go.
Well, we have 70 watching right now.
Oh God.
Glad to know I'm not the only person without a life.
I watched the 1911 one a couple weeks back.
That was actually
that was a longer one. I was interested.
And I'm actually one of the avowed like Wonder Plastic fucking lovers. I will say that I actually learned a lot from that. Like and I actually just said no to Joe Chambers.
Booters, what's up, buddy?
For getting a night fighter, only because I'm like, God damn it! Like I would love a 5.5K fucking night fighter, but like I can do a lot with that.
That's some coin, man. That's a lot of coin.
That's a lot of coin for a fucking poor deputy.
Fucking
are you
dickheads gonna go to bed? It's the world's most violent shih tzu.
You got fucking Booner right there.
Booner's just fucking
probably a good idea.
Please go to bed.
Probably a good idea.
I don't know. Right, I'm not a quitter, man.
I'm out of here. Thank you very much. I'll talk to y'all soon.
Later, man.
Yep. All right, Mark. We'll see you soon.
It's been great.
Good talking with you. Booner.
So now what?
He's got your head in. He's got his head in your shoulder. Like, dude, it's time to go.
Yeah, I hit like 42 or 43 degrees here, and literally last week at work it was 32 below. So like I'm fucking Batman dying, sweating, and I got the window open and Boone's fucking freezing to death. So anyway,
what's the temp out there?
It was 42 here in Montana today, and it was like 32 below in North Dakota at work last week. So
42 positive.
Yes.
Okay. Holy fuck. Yeah. That's 70 degrees difference in terms of work environment versus.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. That sucks. But yeah, I'm actually kind of thankful. Like I've literally got like between 3.5 to 5 feet of snow in my yard right now in places. Like
and you're thankful for that.
Like, yeah, dude. Like I'm, you know how like white girls, like, you know, when they get rich, they just travel around the world going, you know, chasing the endless summer. I'm the exact opposite of that. If I ever got like stupid rich, I would fucking go to Australia when it was, you know, fucking wintertime down there or whatever, and I would just chase the endless winter. But
and be gunless.
I'm sick of the snow, man. Like it was so. I literally did my ass hopped out of my pickup. Like I not even attempting to drive up my driveway again. So I about a week ago when I pulled in off of work, I parked my truck, hopped out, and I literally sunk up to my nipples in snow, dude. I was like, holy shit. So
yeah.
It's going to burn some of this off. So
you can move further west.
Yeah, I'm actually going the other direction because I'm getting tired of the fucking 12-hour drive.
So what you're saying is the amount of sympathy I have is minimal.
Yeah, pretty much. Hey, buddy. What's going on?
Holy shit. Is Boone dead?
I think so. I think he's just like in hibernation mode. He literally sleeps like he only cares about killing squirrels. So
I don't know how that dog has survived -40.
Oh, dude, yeah, it was funny, man. It hit like he don't fuck around. Like I let him out to go to the bathroom at work, dude. And, like he's out there like squirt, squirt, squirt. All right, I'm good. Back in the house, and then yeah, he's adopted this winter. He's adapted this winter, dude. Like it was like I don't know, 15, 20 below here a couple of weeks ago. And he was like, I'm going to run around and fucking sniff all the things and stay outside for like 30 minutes. Yeah, he's in the same boat. But
I've never seen a dog fall asleep before the human.
oh, dude, this guy, he literally sleeps in the wintertime. I bet this dude sleeps 22 hours a day. Like, he's just like, hey, shut up. Can't kill squirrels. I'm going to bed.
Booners.
Yeah, he's something else.
How old is Boone?
He's 7 now. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, he was 3 when I got him.
Only the mountain man in Montana has a fucking what
Deer killing Shih Tzu.
Shih Tzu. You don't have to.
Yeah, buddy. Wow.
You don't have to do any sort of, manicure on the Boone.
No. Yeah. I take him in about twice a year, get him all clipped up, and he goes and rolls in whatever dead critter he can find. And yeah. Anyway.
Boone.
Yeah, I don't know if all Shih Tzus are goofy like this guy, but highly recommended. He's my first little dog. I always had like cow dogs or bird dogs as a kid. I got a fucking Shih Tzu, and a woman couldn't keep me back in the States, but a goddamn Shih Tzu can. So, yeah.
I've got 2 Siberian Huskies, and my old lady just got a Chihuahua.
Need to breed them, man.
Oh, wouldn't that be something?
Oh.
It's a husky. I like it.
Husky wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. It got so cold up here. My Huskies didn't even want to go outside. It was crazy.
You're in Wisconsin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hit negative, I think. Lowest it got where I am is, I think, negative 38 or something, but it was bad. That was a hell of a cold snap we had.
Fuck
yeah.
That.
Yeah, I had some work, and I was outside for like 3 hours straight, like beating on metal. It was 32 below, 49 below with the wind chill. I was like, yeah, I'm good, dude. And then it got above, I think it hit like 8 degrees, 8 above zero, and I was fucking literally sweating my ass off. I was like, this is fucking ridiculous.
Well, guys, I better get to bed, man. It was cool hanging out with you and getting to know you.
Yeah, you too, man.
Yeah, likewise.
But yeah. All right, you guys have a good night.
You too. You dudes about ready for bed, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, I'm ready for bed.
I am too. I'm sure Matt is.
Yeah.